Chapter 1, Going Down the Mountain with a Grudge. My lord, the Valley of Extinction is here. In the middle of the heavy range mountains, a place where people were rare, a group of black-robed men stood on top of a cliff looking out at the misty sea of clouds in the distance. The leader of the black robes wore a mask and looked towards the valley in front of him with hot eyes. Rumor has it that there is a strange fate in the absolute dust valley. It is a place outside the world. It is not in vain that I have been searching for many years and finally I have found it. All of you follow me. Follow me in to seize the miraculous fate. Seek immortality. After saying that, the masked man led the crowd to leap down. A group of people like rooks spreading their wings, flying through the air towards the valley. Those who come stop. Swish. At the moment when the crowd was approaching the entrance of the valley, a low voice came out from the valley, and the masked man saw a long figure stepping out. The visitor was a youth. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the youth caused the masked man to stop and survey the other party. He didn't expect that there were still living people in this absolute dust valley. The youth looked handsome. His gaze was cold as a sword as he scanned a group of black-robed people and spoke coldly. Extinction Valley does not welcome outsiders. Leave. However, the masked people had traveled a long way to come here. How could the other party be dissuaded by a single word? Kid. The masked man's eyes became cold and vicious as he looked at the youth, his fury rising from his body. Just by you also want to hog the wonders of the valley? Humph. Kill him. With his order, the men behind him killed out in unison. A single figure transformed into a black shadow carrying a strong wind to kill the youth. In the blink of an eye, the youth was surrounded by the powerful blades, and palm winds whistled, blowing up his black hair. Die for me. When a black-robed man laughed, his blade cut through the air and was less than a step away from the youth. As the youth watched this scene, his eyes turned cold and transformed into deep, dark auras. Looking straight at the oncoming blade, he spat out words like a sword. A bunch of mole crickets. Why are they looking for death? Between the eyes meeting each other, the black-robed man's heart suddenly froze. The next instant, the field of vision spun heavenward, and the silhouette in front of him had disappeared. A few minutes later, inside the absolute dust valley, in a building built on a cliff, the youth was immaculate, his long body standing in the hall, his gaze calmly looking towards the woman standing above with her back to herself, wearing an indigo tasseled long dress, 3,000 green silks draped over her face, and her face covered with a veil. Grand Master, the matter outside is resolved. The woman did not turn around at the sound of her voice. The only thing that came out was her clear and cold voice. Juno, you have been in the valley for several years, right? 5 years. Xiao Jun Nua seemed to anticipate something, looking towards that ethereal temperament, as if he was an exiled immortal person. The Grand Master was a bit out of focus. 5 years? The mundane annoyances are rising, and the absolute dust valley is no longer a peaceful place. Go down the mountain. Senior Master. Hearing this reply, Xiao Juno was momentarily stunned. He did not expect that the day he had longed for all these years would come so suddenly. After you go down the mountain, the absolute dust valley will be closed. If there are any matters, go and seek help from those senior sisters of yours. I think they are extremely willing. Go and fulfill your dusty destiny. As the woman's voice fell, several figures walked in with their heads held high outside the hall. Some of them were thin and hale, with a head full of silver threads like snow. Some had a tiger's back and waist, with a gaze that wasn't angry. And some had their hands folded over their sleeves, with long shirts that were elegant. All of these people were Xiao Juno's masters. Each one of them was a supreme powerhouse standing at the peak. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Juno, aren't you pining to go down the mountain to take revenge? What's there to be sad about? The leader of the broad-faced tiger-bearded old man was the first to step forward, patted Xiao Juno's shoulder and said, take this northern frontier tiger talisman. After going down the mountain, the northern frontier's millions of sharp warriors, the iron horses and golden spears will be ordered by you, and will trample down all the disobedience. Second Master. Stop it. This is the Master's disc dragon ring. Now give it to you. With the dragon ring in your hand, in this dragon kingdom, no one will be able to suppress you in power. That's right. Take it. This is my Master's killing sword. The sword kills. From now on you are the Dark Palace Master. The Dark Palace killing god honors you as his lord. This is the Qin Tian order. See the order as you see the person. All the people in Qin Tian Pavilion are at your disposal. This is the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. This is the Pill King's Treasure Codex. This is the Supreme Star Card. This is the Handbook of 10,000 Formulas for the Face Nourishing Pill, Face Fixing Pill, etc. Masters. Looking at one of the gifts handed over by the masters, Xiao Juno's eyes flushed red. In the beginning, if it wasn't for you all, Juno would have died long ago. Your great kindness, Xiao Jun Nua will never forget. Thinking about the kindness of his masters over the years, bit by bit, and that he was about to leave the mountain, Xiao Jun Nua knelt down on both knees and kowtowed 9 times heavily towards the crowd. Good disciple. Helping Xiao Juno up, An old man spoke aloud. Remember, after you get off the mountain, take revenge if you have an enemy, and do what you want to do with quickness. Don't aggravate yourself. Greeting the eager gazes of his masters, Xiao Junhua nodded heavily and turned around to go down the mountain with a solemn face. Jiangbei County, the southern outskirts of Shin City. Xiao Junhua once again returned to this memorized place. At the moment, he stood beside the old street and looked at the ruined empty lot on the street side. Lost in thought. 5 years ago, there was an old, dilapidated bright orphanage building here, and he and his sister spent their childhood here with each other. Not knowing who his parents were and not caring, it was a little bit poorer, a little bit more bitter, but as long as they could live in peace like this with his sister, they were fine. But all this changed after that day. Xiao Junhua recalled that day, his fists clenched, hard to calm his emotions. Intense hatred stirred in his heart. First, his sister had disappeared and he had gone crazy searching for her, followed by the orphanage was bulldozed and forced to demolish. The director of the grandmother for them to fall ill and die. A few companions in the home in order to protect the home, was beaten and broken legs, was sent to prison, was detained and humiliated. The death of the dead and dispersed. Xiao Junhua can still remember the bruises and misanthropic despair he felt when he saw the oldest sister, Xiao Tong, being thrown out of the car like garbage. It was as if the sky was falling, and the Zhong group that caused all of this was nothing more than a dog of the truly powerful. But it was this dog that wagged its tail and begged for mercy that caused his family to completely fall apart and the loved ones around him to leave one by one. Midnight dreaming. Doesn't he want to take revenge? He dreamed of it. In the beginning, he was incapable of stopping everything. Tragedy after tragedy surfaced in front of his eyes, just like a blunt knife gouging out his heart. And now, he had returned. Who? Walking through the overgrown ruins, Xiao Junhua steeply looked somewhere with a condensed expression. Come out. Swish. A suited figure appeared behind Xiao Junhua and rushed towards him with one knee. Greetings, young master. My subordinate Mou has come at Miss Mu's order and is at your disposal. 7th senior sister? Xiao Junhua raised an eyebrow and looked at Mou and asked. You guys are well informed. I've only just arrived in Shin City and you're here. Young lord is joking. Ms. Mu has been paying attention to you. In addition, my subordinate has an important matter that needs to be reported to you. HM? Xiao Junhua's expression was solemn. Miss Liao Yinyin is going to die soon. Boom. What did you say? The moment he heard Mou's words, there was an essence in Xiao Junhua's eyes that flashed by, and in a flash the air froze, an appalling aura rose to the sky, and a berserk fury erupted from his body. Mou only felt like he was going to suffocate. A terrifying pressure enveloped his entire body, as if he was facing a flood beast, making his back go cold. The Yin you are talking about, is the Xiao Yin I know? What the hell is going on? Yes, Miss Liao. No, this is not the time to talk about this. Before Mou's words left his mouth, he saw Xiao Junhua come to his body in a flash, waving his hand, making him rise up without resistance to stare at him. Tell me where she is now. City General First Hospital. Swish. Mou's words fell. Xiao Junhua's figure had disappeared. City General First Hospital. 5th floor. Intensive care ICU ward. A man appeared here. Feeling the weak breathing in the ward behind the door, Xiao Junhua opened the door in silence and walked in. Only one glance. His entire heart clenched. His hands' knuckles clenched and clicked. Even if his fingers pinched into his flesh and blood flowed out, he was oblivious. Because in front of him, on the white hospital bed lies a withered to skin and bones of the girl. Her hair fell out. Her face was wearing a respirator. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her wrinkled brow seemed to be suffering from unbearable pain all the time. The face that should have been exquisite, no longer the original appearance, covered with scars so terrible that it is daunting. The scars on her face, head, and body were so shocking that they made her look like an ugly ghost. Xiao Junhua couldn't believe that the girl in front of him would be the little follower who had always followed behind himself and his sister and had the best relationship. It was the little angel who was loved by everyone in the orphanage and held in the palm of his hand for fear of melting. Even if 5 years had passed, she was only a 17-year-old girl who should have had a beautiful youth. June, brother Juno? Seemingly noticing someone's arrival, the girl inclined her head and saw Xiao Junhua's appearance. Xiaoyin, it's me. Xiao Junhua walked forward and held the other party's hand that struggled to raise. It was cold, pale and slender like fragile porcelain. Brother Juno, is it really you? Are you here to take Yinyin away? These years Yinyin has been living so tired. It's like a dream. Yinyin really misses you. Mrs. Sister Qian, Sister Xiao Tong, and everyone in the orphanage. Yinyin was able to see you before she died. It's so good. Thinking that it was a return of light, Yinyin felt the warmth coming from the palm of her hand and looked at Xiao Junhua's familiar face. The corner of her mouth revealed a smile of relief. Closing her eyes, the tears that filled her eyes left from the corners of her eyes. No, none of this is a dream. Yinyin, your Jun Nuo brother has returned. Xiao Jun Nuo gripped Liao Yin's hand tightly, raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes, removed the respirator from her face, his expression solemn and solemn. Sleep well, when you wake up, everything will be fine. I promise I'll have you up and healthy and standing in the sunshine again soon, and then, whoever caused all of this, made you what you are, I will make them pay in blood. Chapter 2, It's only right to have a whole family. Bending down, Xiao Juno gently encircled Liao Yinin, putting aside the matter of revenge for the moment. The most important thing now was to save Yin's condition. Through the strength he had just introduced into the other party's body, Xiao Juno could clearly feel the dimming of the fire of vitality in the girl's body. The body was riddled with holes, inviting torture that was unbearable to normal people. It could even be said that it was a miracle that Yin was able to be strong enough to survive until now. But there was an end to all perseverance, and by now her life, like a burnt-out candle flame blown by the night wind, could be extinguished at any time. If he hadn't used his strength to hang on to her breath, he was afraid that Umbreon wouldn't have survived the moment he took off the respirator. Drip drip drip. As Xiao Juno got up with Yin in his arms, the monitoring instruments in the intensive care ward emitted ear-piercing buzzing sounds, and there were already doctors and nurses rushing this way when Xiao Juno walked out of the ward door with her in his arms. Who are you? What are you doing? The nurse who rushed over saw Xiao Juno's actions and lost her voice in shock, reaching out to stop her. I'm going to take her away. Xiao Juno glanced at her, her footsteps not stopping. Do you know what you're doing? Quickly let go of her. Hearing Xiao Juno's words, the nurses instantly became anxious and angrily rebuked out. For this strong girl the nurses, also pitted each other very much and had long had a friendship. They were unable to watch Xiao Juno leave with the other party like this. However, their blocking was like hitting an invisible wall of air. Every nurse who went forward to block, as Xiao Juno advanced, would unconsciously be lined up on both sides, unable to block at all. And in the face of their questioning, Xiao Juno only left a calm sentence. She won't stay here because you guys can't cure her. Are you kidding me? You murderer! You're committing murder! Where's the security? Call the security! Quickly call someone! The nurses couldn't stop Xiao Juno at all, and Xiao Juno ignored their abuse. He took the elevator all the way downstairs and came to the hospital lobby. At this time, the hospital's security guards had also arrived, and a group of people swarmed forward to surround Xiao Juneo among them. Each one of them held a throwing stick in their hands, ready to subdue him. They had just received news that the girl in the arms of this man in front of them was a key patient in the hospital. It was sent here for treatment by a big shot that the hospital leaders couldn't afford to offend, so they couldn't let Xiao Jun Nuo take the person away no matter what they said. Sir, put down that girl, otherwise we will take the necessary measures against you now. City General Hospital No. 1 being a private hospital, the security chief at the head was obviously not an ordinary person. With a burly body and calluses all over his hands, his eyes stared tightly at Xiao Juno in stern warning, but his words did not get a response from Xiao Juno. Seeing that the warning was ineffective, the captain at the head did not dare to be slow, and lifted his foot to go forward, but just as he made his move, his body stiffened for no reason. The man in front of him was just a few steps away, standing there quietly, holding the girl motionless, but in a split second, a kind of suppressed emotion surged to his heart, and an overriding aura enveloped his entire body. Even without making a move, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. An expert. This was an expert far beyond his imagination, and in an instant he came to this conclusion. What are you waiting there for? Quickly do it. The captain realized that something was wrong, but at this moment, the anxious shouts of the hospital leaders who had arrived came. The crowd of security guards didn't dare to hesitate, and in unison, they rushed up. Boom, boom 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 boom. Successive sounds of falling to the ground rang out. In the crowd's shocked eyes, they saw a group of security guards rushing forward before they could make a move. Suddenly it seemed like there was a strong wind blowing through them, and all of them fainted and fell to the ground in an instant. Xiao Juno, who was standing there, didn't even move a finger. A group of people then all collapsed. How is this possible? Vice Dean Lu Jinming looked at this scene, his eyes widening red, just as he gritted his teeth and was about to call for the security chief to come forward. Xiao Juno turned his head and cast a calm gaze. Ming Ming did not speak, but the words that came out of Lu Jinming's mouth could not be spoken. Young lord, Mou hurriedly arrived and saw the scene of Xiao Juno standing there with his hands holding Yinin. Now, find me a quiet, safe place, I want to save Yinin. Seeing Mou, Xiao Jun Nuo ignored the others and directly opened his mouth to order. Understood. Mou was solemn. Half an hour later, Heavenly Pavilion First Grade. Mou brought the two of them to the luxurious place located at the top of E Mountain, able to sit and see Huangpu waves, half of the city's prosperity, the entire Jiangbei County's leading place. This is one of Xiao Junyuo's master's properties. Inside one of the villas, Xiao Junyuo gently placed the girl on the soft big bed that was 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, turned to his side and instructed Mou. Guard the door. Don't let anyone come in, even if you die. You have to die outside not to disturb me, understand? Yes. Mou knelt down and answered yes, exiting the door. After Mou left, Xiao Junyuo didn't stop for a moment and didn't see any movement from him. Raising his hand, a shining silver needle appeared in his hand to unfold. The next instant, Dao silverons flashed and silver needles came out in unison. If there was someone in the world who could be a medical saint who could make flesh and bones of the dead and snatch the souls of the living in front of the Hall of Hades, then it was bound to be Xiao Junyuo's sixth master. And he, green is better than blue. The treatment lasted for a long time. Several hours passed. The sky dimmed down. The Chinese lights came on, and Xiao Junyuo pushed the door out with slight fatigue. Young master, is Miss Liao alright? Mou, who had been guarding the door for a few moments, rushed forward when he saw Xiao Junyuo come out. Xiao Junyuo nodded. The two of them came to the living room sofa and sat down. Tell me, what's going on with Yin? Yes. Xiao Junyuo's voice was calm, but the anger raging in his chest made Mou not dare to be slow, and he hurriedly blurted out what he knew. After the incident back then, the people in the orphanage had no news of you. As Mou recounted, Xiao Junyuo learned from him. After he was rescued, the Zhong family's persecution of their fellow orphanage members did not stop. They had tried many ways to expose the Zhong family's evil deeds, and some even tried to kill the Zhong family's young master to avenge Sister Xiaodong's death. But everything was in vain, and they were killed alive in the face of the Zhong family's might. The remaining children were left homeless. The couple who kindly took them in was even burned alive by a fire. And in the end, only Liao Yin was protected by a desperate attempt to survive. But even then, she was completely disfigured. It wasn't until not long ago that the seventh senior sister found her. Liao Yin was in the corner of a dilapidated street, snatching food from cats and dogs, and was nearly paralyzed from all the injuries. Long-term treatment had failed to save her chronic illness until today. Zhong family, hearing this word again, the killing intent in Xiao Junyuo's chest completely boiled over as she stood up and got up to walk outside. Let's go. Lead the way. Young lord? This. Mou was surprised to follow and opened his mouth in surprise. Are we going to the Zhong family? Today, the Zhong family's old master's 80th birthday. A big banquet for guests. Shen City's powerful celebrities gathered. 80th birthday? Xiao Junyuo's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he heard this, his eyes burning with fire. That's just the right time to give them a big gift, only if the family is whole. Chapter 3, Do you really think you're invincible? Boom boom boom. The sound of wild beasts roaring resounded through the streets of Shen City. The streamlined, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of pitch-black sports cars turned into ethereal shadows in the darkness of the night as they traveled through the traffic towards the Zhong family mansion. At the same time, the Zhong family's detached villa, which covers an area of several acres, was decorated with lights and European-style decorations. The European-style decorated hall was filled with a group of upper-class dignitaries dressed in suits and brightly colored. The sound of gift-giving chants rang out from time to time, so lively. The head of the Qi family has arrived, delivering a precious Tang 3-colored green jade flowing cloud bowl. Chairman of the Lu Group has arrived, delivering a pair of rare East Sea blood coral ornaments. The chairman of Dingchuan International is here. We're giving away a precious 7-color auspicious cloud jackpot. The head of the Wang family is here. The Zhang family, the Lu family, the chairman of the major groups in Xinjiang, the family leaders and many young second-generation youngsters and young ladies gathered together. The Zhong family's head was dressed in a pair of Tang clothes, sitting on the central eunuch chair with a red face, enjoying the compliments from the surrounding group of guests. Ha ha ha, Elder Zhong's 80th birthday is a great joy. The celebrities of Shen City have gathered at the Zhong family. Today is truly a lively event. A middle-aged man in a suit opened his mouth, looking at the lively scene in the hall and lamented. That's not true. The Zhong family started to soar a few years ago, from a small group to today's luxury in Xinjiang. The development is really fast. Who says it isn't? Elder Zhong's 80th birthday, not only in Shen City, some families in Jiangbei County are also coming. Another person interjected. It is rumored that the county governor will also send people to come to celebrate his birthday. Today the Zhong family is really powerful. That's the top powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom, the #1 family of Jiangbei County. The Zhong family is so dignified? Someone exclaimed. While they were talking, they heard the welcome guest outside excitedly shouting. The son of the Jiangbei County governor, Mr. Zhao of the Zhao family has arrived. The hearts of the guests and celebrities in the hall were shaken, and they all turned their heads to look, and saw a cold and arrogant young man wearing a striped white suit with a smile on his lips stride in. Behind him was a stout bodyguard with a gnarled tiger beard and a pair of brilliant eyes. Seeing the youth appear, the old master of the Zhong family hurriedly got up and quickly stepped forward to greet him with warm and incomparable hands. I didn't expect Mr. Zhao to arrive and attend this old man's birthday banquet of mine. It really makes the Zhong family's house glow with honor. Elder Zhong is joking. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any expensive gifts, so please bear with me. In the face of Elder Master Zhong's attentiveness, Duke Xiao's expression was flat. His face did not show his heart with a bit of arrogance and impatience as he answered. This Zhong family, if it wasn't for his father's request, he wouldn't even bother coming. Ha, just an old dog. Ha ha ha, where are your words? It's the greatest joy for Mr. Zhao to come. Elder Zhong's face was like a chrysanthemum. He smiled joyfully. He didn't care about the other party's coldness. He pulled Zhao Shangrui's hand and walked inside. And, quickly, inside please. I'll introduce you to everyone in this Shan city. Boom, boom 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 boom. Right at this moment, as he spoke, a loud boom came from far and near outside. Screams and shouts followed. Elder Zhong frowned and stopped, and before he could send word to inquire about anything, there was a sudden rumbling and bursting sound. The gate of the Zhong family villa burst open abruptly. Creak creak creak. The crowd of celebrities in the hall stared with rounded eyes, just watching as a pitch-black sports car crashed through the gate and sped in. In the ear-piercing buzzing sound, a drift came to a horizontal stop in front of it. The sudden turn of events caused a moment of silence in the arena. Everyone just watched the car door open. Xiao Junyuo stepped out, eyes like knives scanning the scene, and finally landed on the old Master Zhong. Faintly opened his mouth. Elder Master Zhong of the Zhong family. Today, I've come to send Zhong for you, old master. Only then did someone run in. Brush by brush dozens of suited Zhong family fighters surged out, holding weapons with a fierce look on their faces. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside surrounded Xiao Juno in the middle. Seek death. Hearing Xiao Juno's words, Elder Zhong's face sank like water. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhong Qi, the head of the Zhong family at the side, became furious. Where did the little bastard come from? Daring to come to my Zhong family to cause trouble and ruin my Zhong family's birthday banquet. Everyone get on me and take him down. Yes, Zhong Qi opened his mouth, and the Zhong family's bred thugs shouted harshly as they rushed towards Xiao Juno. Tap, ka-cha-cha-cha. Xiao Juno didn't even raise his hand. He saw his foot step down between his strides, and the ground tiles cracked open in a flash. A wave of qi energy spread out along the cracks, and the feet of the fighters who rushed forward were shaken, and a tingling sensation surged through their entire body. A group of henchmen's legs were soft, unexpectedly fell to their knees in unison, and could not get up again. That posture. It was as if they were kneeling down to worship the king and greet Xiao Juno's arrival. Wastes, what a bunch of losers. Seeing this scene, Zhong Qi was first stunned, followed by his face turning red. Xiao Juno's foot was not stepping on the ground, it was stepping on his Zhong family's face ruthlessly. Zhong Qi stand down. Seeing that things were getting too big, Elder Zhong went forward with a grim face and sternly rebuked. Kid, do you know what you're doing? My Zhong family is hosting a banquet today for the most famous people in the city. So for you to barge in and come up here with your cruelty, is that something you don't put in your eyes? The moment Elder Zhong's words came out, the gazes of the guests present towards Xiao Juno became unkind. They naturally knew that Elder Zhong was pulling them together against each other, but as Xincheng celebrities, how could they not have a temper? Today here, it's no exaggeration to say that half of the masters of Shan City have gathered here today, and there's even the son of the county governor. So what kind of waves can a kid make? How dare he make trouble here? I don't know how to write the word death. Kid, don't think that just because you have some force, no one can rule you. Seeing the discontent in the hearts of the people being stirred up by himself, Elder Zhong put his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes and looked askance at Xiao Juno. Today, I don't want to see red on my birthday. As long as you obediently kneel down and kowtow 3 times and beg for my Zhong family's forgiveness, it's not impossible to spare your life. In the face of Elder Master Zhong's coercion, Xiao Juno still did not stop. Step by step, he crossed over the kneeling fighters and walked forward. A calm voice came out from his mouth. 5 years ago, in the southern outskirts of the city, there was an old courtyard building named Bright Orphanage. Bright Orphanage. When Elder Zhong and Zhong Qi heard this, their hearts thumped and they looked at each other with a bad feeling in their hearts. Immediately afterward, he listened to Xiao Juno continue speaking. Grandmother Superintendent worked hard to take care of everyone, and even though life in the orphanage was very hard, the children still felt very happy. But until that day 5 years ago, everything was all ruined, and it was all caused by your Zhong family. Hearing Xiao Juno's words, a ferocious light flashed in Elder Zhong's eyes, and not daring to let him continue, he gave a wink to Zhong Qi. Enough! Zhong Qi shouted angrily, hideous killing intent surfacing on his face. What orphanage is simply inexplicable. I don't know what's going on. Since you little bastard is looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. Click. Bang 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 bang. Only to see that he did not know when. From the arms of a side henchman received a pistol. Pull the safety against Xiao Junyuo is a succession of several shots. Really think that he is invincible? How about having some strength? can you block the bullets? Chapter 4, Death to those who stand in my way. Gunshots rang out. Shoo! The crowd didn't have time to cry out in shock. Xiao Juno's figure then disappeared from the spot. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. And when people looked again, Xiao Juno had appeared in front of Zhongqi at some point. Zhongqi's right hand that was originally holding the pistol was now drooping helplessly, the bone piercing through the flesh and blood flowing. The pistol fell to the ground. Zhongqi's body first stiffened, followed by the sharp pain that hit him. Holding his bloodied arm and howling out miserably, he fell to the ground. In the eyes that looked at Xiao Juno, there was no more killing intent, only panic. Xiao Juno looked down at him, his eyes cold, his right hand spread out, and several bullets that had been pinched and deformed fell to the ground, clanking. No one can run away from the Zhong family today. The wronged souls that died back then, the debt committed by the Zhong family, I, Xiao Juno, will personally come to claim it. Kair, quick, call an ambulance. Elder Master Zhong saw that his son had his arm broken by Xiao Juno in the blink of an eye. His eyes cracked and his teeth clenched as he looked at Xiao Juno with murderous intent in his eyes. Little bastard, I must kill you today, Mr. Zhao. Today my Zhong family is unfortunate to encounter this vicious thug. Please let your bodyguard take action for my Zhong family. Good point. Duke Xiao's face didn't look good either. The Zhong family was nothing, but don't you look at whose dog this is? You still have to look at the master when fighting a dog. In front of him, Zhao Juanhao. To make a move to injure someone is not putting him in his eyes. Kid, kneel down and break both your arms. Waste your internal energy and I can spare your life. Zhao Juanhao looked at Xiao Junuo with icy cold eyes, not hiding the disgust in his eyes. In this Shen city, there is no arrogance in you yet. You want to meddle in the Zhong family's affairs? Xiao Juno said. Joke. Zhao Juanhao sneered out impatiently. Meddling in the Zhong family? Let me tell you, the words of my Zhao family in this Jiangbei county are the sky. Who dares to go against it? Ha ha ha. Well said, Mr. Zhao. Zhongqi had already come back to his senses by now, looking at Xiao Juno with eyes full of resentment and pleasure. Little bastard, you're dead. You're dead. Not only you. Boom. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Xiao Junuo kicked out, and Zhongqi's entire body flew out steeply backwards. His body ruthlessly smashed on top of the wall, his eyes bulging out, spitting out blood. He did not look like he was going to live. Only a flat voice rang out. Zhao family. So what? Blood debts are paid in blood. Those who block me, die dash. Son. Old Master Zhong lost his voice as he saw his son die on the spot. No one had expected it. The county governor's son personally opened his mouth, and Xiao Junuo's response was still so forceful, rising up and killing people with no regard for the other party's face. Seeing this scene, Zhao Juanhao also froze for a second, but immediately after, he was furious. Good. Uncle Wu, don't kill him, waste this kid for me. I'll let him know that this Shen city, this Jiangbei county is my Zhao family's say-so, and no one can provoke it yet. Yes, young master. The burly man who followed behind and was called Uncle Wu answered. He, who had previously been unresponsive even when Xiao Juno had stepped down with a single foot, subjugated his beaters, cupped a bullet in his hand, and kicked Zhongqi to death, finally looked squarely at Xiao Juno. There was no unnecessary nonsense. Uncle Wu grinned a hideous smile, his feet stepped on the ground and crumbled, his body transformed into lightning and pounced out, his lingering fury chi unfolded, his hands became claws, and his fingertips cut through the air to emit sharp whistles, grabbing at Xiao Juno's arms. Boom! Xiao Jun was not afraid to blast out a fist, colliding with the claws in Uncle Wu's disdainful eyes. Bang 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 bang! At the moment of contact, the crisp and loud popping sound of Uncle Wu's arms rang out. Both arms snapped inch by inch, exploding into flowers of blood, spitting blood from his mouth as he was blasted out and fell to the ground. Martial arts grandmaster. The eyes that looked at Xiao Juno again were filled with fear, and the blood-stained face was filled with horror and unbelief. There was a martial way in this world. The strength of martial artists was divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian and yellow, and on top of that, martial Dao of Xian was a grandmaster. Uncle Wu himself was a heavenly ranked martial artist, who was hard to compete with in Jiangbei County, which was why he was arranged to be Zhao Juanhao's bodyguard. But in front of Xiao Juno, he couldn't even block a punch. Throughout Long Jiangdao, there were only a handful of strong zone masters in the north and south counties, and each one of them had an extremely powerful background. The sovereign provider of the Wuan Wangfu, the old ancestor of the Su family in Jiangnan, and that terrifying woman that even the county guards were afraid of. Now there was one more. There was no way for him not to be frightened and appalled, not to mention the fact that Xiao Juno was so young to have the achievement of a zone master. The future was even more unimaginable. Zong master? Elder Zhong muttered under his breath, his body trembling as if he had been dealt a great blow. Fake. This must be fake. How can a mere 5 years become a zone master in just 5 years when a mere little bastard was a mole that could be pinched to death with his hands back then? This is never possible. Even though Uncle Wu was severely injured by Xiao Juno's punch, he still couldn't believe that this was real. Because Patriarch represented the transcendence of martial arts, representing the fact that he, the Zhong family, could not stop Xiao Juno at all. In fact, not only him, a group of Shin City celebrities also sucked in cold air. The gazes that looked at Xiao Juno were filled with complexity. Zhao Juanhao's face was complex. His heart was equally appalled. But soon the shock turned into greed. 5 years, listening to Elder Zhong's words. The kid in front of him was a mole in the first place. But after spending only 5 years, he actually had the strength of a grandmaster like today. What kind of miraculous encounter was this? If it was spread out, it would make countless martial artists go crazy. Since this kid could do it, why couldn't he do it himself? As the son of the county governor, even if he is a grandmaster. So what? So what if he is a zongshi? A zongshi is not immortal. As long as one seizes the opportunity and mobilizes an army to surround and kill. An emotion called ambition grew wildly in his heart. As for now, looking at the fallen and unconscious Uncle Wu, Zhao Juanhao's eyes flickered and he decided not to step forward and hold back for now. After today, the humiliation he had received would definitely be doubled. Thinking like this, Zhao Juanhao's original arrogant attitude disappeared and he fell silent and stopped speaking. Mr. Zhao, you're the son of the county governor. You have to decide for us. This thug is ferocious and ruthless. He must not be left behind. Zhao Juanhao was silent, but Elder Zong wailed and knelt on the ground pulling his leg for help. At the moment, no one in the Zhong family could stop Xiao Juneo, and the only hope could only be pinned on the son of the county governor. Zhao Juanhao saw Elder Zhong kneeling and begging, his face black as the bottom of a pot, the corners of his mouth twitching. Be the master? What was he going to do now? Take his life? Viciously kicking away Elder Zhong, Zhao Juanhao turned his head to look at the approaching Xiao Junuo and smiled sarcastically. Your Excellency, please forgive me if Xiao Zhao has eyes and doesn't recognize that he has bumped into Your Excellency. This Zhong family dog-like thing, committing a big mistake deserves to be punished. It's only natural to have revenge. Please feel free to do it. I will never stop you. Zhao Juanhao, you, the Zhong family's old master was kicked to the ground, and then hearing Zhao Juanhao's words, his face immediately turned ashen, and he stared at the other party in death. My family's father is the county governor of Jiangbei. Afterward, if Your Excellency, the Patriarch, is free, my younger brother wishes to introduce my family's father to befriend you. Zhao Juanhao didn't care about the other party at all, facing Xiao Junuo with a respectful attitude. However, what he didn't expect, snap, in the face of his arrogant and respectful currying favor in front of the crowd, what responded to him was a hard smack to the face. Xiao Juno threw out a slap, and Zhao Juanhao was stunned as he flew several meters backwards and crashed into the wall, his bloody teeth flying and his bones clicking. He struggled to look up at Xiao Juno, his eyes full of incomprehension. Why? There were only 4 words in response to him. You're in the way. The only person in the way was also swept away, and Xiao Juno arrived in front of Elder Zhong. With one hand, he clutched the other's neck and lifted him up. Ice-cold eyes, penetrating endless killing intent looked at the other party. Tell me, who was the mastermind behind that year? Who asked you to capture my sister? Ho, ho 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 ho. Elder Zhong was clutched with his feet off the ground, breathing hard, but his pupils shrunk as he heard Xiao Juno's words and laughed out loud. Hara, so it's you little bastard. I didn't manage to cut you all down and let you live in the first place. Never mind. He vaguely glanced at the fallen Zhao Juanhao. Soon you'll come down to accompany us. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ka-ching, plop. Elder Zhong's laughter came to a screeching halt, his head completely drooped and was casually thrown to the ground by Xiao Juno. Elder Zhong didn't say anything, but his pre-death glance was enough for Xiao Juno. Little by little, he would dig out all the hidden secrets. M.O.U. Young master, the subordinate is here. M.O.U. Who had followed, appeared, sweeping a glance at the people present. In the midst of everyone's silence, Xiao Junuo resumed his seat in that sports car. Not a single person from the Zhong family who was involved back then will be left behind. Yes. Chapter 5, a citywide manhunt. With 8,000 city defenders out in force, Xiao Juno came out of nowhere and the Zhong family was destroyed. And in an instant, the news was spread. The whole of Shin City was a huge earthquake. The social celebrities and powerful nobles present at the time even pushed the envelope, spreading the word of Xiao Juno's deeds in the upper circles. Bang! What did you say? The county governor's son was actually seriously injured? What the hell is going on? The Shin City Lord's mansion, receiving the news that Zhao Juanhao had been seriously injured and sent to the hospital. City Lord Lin Yongchang, who was originally sipping tea, shattered his tea light as he burst into a rage. That was the son of the Jiangbei County governor, and the other party's old man was his top boss. And now that he was seriously injured in his territory, how could he explain to the other party? My lord, rumor has it that the person who injured Mr. Zhao originally came from an orphanage and had no background, and after disappearing for 5 years, he suddenly returned and appeared with the strength of a Zhong master, directly beating the Zhong family without any resistance. Even the heavenly ranked powerhouse beside Mr. Zhao was not a match for the other party, and was arrogant as hell. Mr. Zhao is now even more seriously injured and unconscious. His life is in danger at any time. Patriarch? Are you kidding? There aren't even a few sect masters in the entire Longjiang Dao. This guy that came out of nowhere. You're telling me that he's a sect master powerhouse at such a young age? Do you think that a sect master with a transcendent martial arts path is a big white cabbage? Listening to his men's report, Lin Yongchang's face was pitch black and he cursed with a grim face. His men didn't even dare to raise their heads, but soon he forced himself to calm down. Now was not the time to care about whether Xiao Juno's strength as a Zongshi was true or false, but rather he needed to consider how to explain to the county governor. He had to do something. Such a thug absolutely cannot be left alone. Where is that Ran Ming fellow? Go and tell him to search the entire city for him. All the city guards are out for me. Mobilize the helicopters to find that guy surnamed Xiao out for me. Thinking clearly about the key, Lin Yongchang immediately gave the order. His voice was stern and his expression was sinister. Who cares if he's a grandmaster or not? Even if he's a grandmaster, so what? 8,000 city defense troops are armed with guns. I don't believe I can't still take him. Yes, the men answered and went out. With Lin Yongchang's order, it was less than 3 hours before Xiao Junyuo hit the Zhong family, and all 8,000 city defense troops were mobilized. In the original neon hustle and bustle of Shin City, 8,000 city defense troops armed with guns and more than 10 helicopter gunships were mobilized under the command of Ran Ming, the city defense commander. The entire city of Shin was plunged into solemnity. Those who didn't know looked at a speeding military vehicle and the entire city defense force. Their hearts shook inexplicably. In less than half an hour, the top of MT E was surrounded by circle after circle of city defense troops, 8,000 city defense troops holding firearms, just standing there. The tide of people can be turned into a huge momentum, shocking the mind. Not to mention, in the sky at this moment, more than a dozen armed helicopters, each carrying a machine gun. Their cold gun barrels could tilt out a terrifying rain of bullets at any time. Facing such a siege, it was no exaggeration to say that even a heavenly ranked martial artist would have no chance of survival. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they would not be able to withstand the raining bullets in the sky with this large number of people. Outside the villa of the Heavenly Pavilion first grade, the roar of helicopters resounded, and headlights shone above the villa. Commander Ran Ming stood proudly on top of the airplane with his hands clasped on his chest, looking down and commanding his men. That Xiao Jun Nua is inside this villa? Humph. Go and shout him out to me to come out and be captured. However, without waiting for someone to shout, Ran Ming saw the villa below. Xiao Junyuo walked out. Under the strong light shining, Xiao Juneo seemed to be standing in the center of the stage. Even though he was being pointed at by a group of city guards with guns, and machine guns were aimed at him from the helicopter, he didn't move at all. When Ran Ming saw Xiao Juno appear of his own accord, he raised his eyebrows and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A strong person suddenly appeared in Shin City. I thought it was some kind of character. I didn't realize that we just stepped in and this Xiao took the initiative to surrender. Patriarch? How can such a thing be called a sect master? It's a joke. The commander is right. A guy who knows a little bit of martial arts is just a guy. In the face of the commander, he is still pissing his pants and surrendering. So what if he is a great master? So what if he's a great master? Can he still turn the world upside down? The men on the side complimented. Ha 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 ha, well said. Go, have the people below do it. Take him down for me. Dare to resist and directly shoot to suppress. As long as you don't die and leave a life for the county governor to deliver. Ran Ming laughed and with a wave of his hand, he was ready to let his men go forward. But in the next instant, Xiao Juno looked up at the helicopter where Ran Ming was and his figure abruptly disappeared. The next moment, in full view of everyone and in front of the many city defense forces, Xiao Juno steeply appeared in front of the helicopter that Ran Ming was in, with a single palm outstretched. Standing in mid-air, the two helicopter pilots stared with wide eyes, and before they could react in shock, they felt a strong force coming from them. The helicopter directly went out of control. In the ear-splitting alarm, Xiao Juno pulled with one hand, dragging the entire helicopter into a cannonball, smashing downwards. Rumble, like a heavenly fire falling to the ground. The entire helicopter gunship was smashed on the ground, bursting into a sky-high flame, and a loud roar resounded across the entire top of MT Iboshi. The burst of flames rose up into the sky, as if a huge torch had been lit in the dark night sky. The city defense army generals who witnessed the scene were horrified in their hearts, and their faces turned a little white, yakking and making a lot of noise. Do you guys want to seek death? It wasn't until this moment that Xiao Juno only landed in a dashing manner and coldly opened his mouth. His stern gaze swept across the scene. Wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to meet his eyes. That inhumanly strong power was displayed. Damn! Is this the strength of a martial grandmaster? Ran Ming was at least an Earth-ranked martial artist, and he quickly left the moment he sensed something was wrong with the helicopter, and did not get caught up in the explosion and die. But even so, he was in an incomparable mess at this moment. Looking at Xiao Juno's powerful posture standing proudly on the spot, his heart was filled with fear that the Grandmaster was powerful, and at the same time, he was incomparably furious. He had to admit that he had underestimated the toughness of a martial arts master. But so what? As his men had said before, Xiao Juno was only one person, and he was surrounded by 8,000 city guards armed with firearms. So could he still turn over the sky? His heart firmly believed in this from the beginning. At this moment, facing Xiao Juno's arrogant stance, Ran Ming angrily rebuked out. Xiao Juno, you have openly targeted the Zhong family, killed at will, and even seriously injured the county guard's son. Shin City will not tolerate a thug like you. The city lord has orders to arrest you. Be sensible and surrender now. Otherwise, ka-ching-ching, rumble. Before Ran Ming finished speaking, a violent killing intent shot up from Xiao Juno's body, as if the sound of space cracking could be heard, and the sky and earth changed color. The realm of a grandmaster. The martial arts path transcends the ordinary. That was a realm that truly transcended the mundane and had unimaginable greatness. At this instant, the terrifying pressure released by Xiao Juno spread like a wave, sweeping across the entire field. The 8,000 city defense troops that had originally surrounded him were just like grass and ants. Their faces turned pale in the face of the oncoming pressure, and their hands trembled as they stood unsteadily. Xiao Junuo looked at Ran Ming in the crowd and slowly stepped forward with a monstrous aura. The city defense soldiers in front of him, who did not dare to stop him, fell to the ground before they could get close. Step by step, he came in front of the stiff Ran Ming. Xiao Junuo stretched out his hand and pinched the other party's neck and lifted it up. It was as if he was lifting a chicken with ease. Without the support of the city defense force, Ran Ming's earth-rank strength could not even move in the face of the pressure of the martial grandmaster. Xiao Juno just looked straight into the other party's eyes, his words as cold as a blade. You tell me, otherwise what? Chapter 6 Clues and Smears. Ho, ho, Ran Ming's face flushed red, unable to utter a single word. How could he have imagined that Xiao Juno, in the face of 8,000 city defense troops, would actually be in no man's land, just killing in front of him with idle steps? Such terrifying strength, for the first time, made him realize the dreadfulness of a patriarch. In the past, he had never seen the power of a patriarch, and the underestimation in his heart was filled with remorse at this moment. Those eyes were filled with fear. At this moment Xiao Juno was truly like a killing god in the world in his eyes. He could see that Xiao Juno was really going to make a move to kill him. Release, put, ka-ching. Before Ran Ming could say the words to beg for mercy, Xiao Juno broke his neck, casually throwing Ran Ming's corpse away. Xiao Juno's surroundings vacated a large area that no one dared to approach. The 8,000 city defense troops, after seeing Xiao Juno's scene where he had killed their commander with ease by killing a chicken, their livers completely cracked, and each one of them held their breath and didn't dare to speak, not to mention not daring to make the slightest move, afraid of a bad, provoke this fatal star in front of him to move. You guys are the city lord's men, right? Xiao Juno swept a glance at the surrounding city defense forces. Go back and tell the city lord that my matters are not yet up to him. A small little city lord, to meddle in. All get lost. A loud shout. The 8,000 city defense troops who were already shocked by Xiao Juno's formidable strength fled in terror before a single shot was fired, destroying them. Each and every one of them could not wait to have two more legs, disappearing cleanly in the twinkling of an eye. Brother Juno, are you alright? Ignoring these city defense forces, Xiao Junuo returned to the villa and looked up to see Liao Yinyin, who was holding onto the railing with a worried face. Yinyin, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to rest well in your room? Seeing Yinyin's concerned gaze, Xiao Junuo hurriedly came to her side to assist her. The ferocity that was like a killing god before disappeared, only the gentleness under his eyes. I'm worried that you, Juno, have disappeared again. You are Yinyin's only relative now. Liao Yinyin lowered her head. Her small hand grasped Xiao Junuo's sleeve tightly, her voice timidly carrying aggression and nervousness. It's okay. Thinking of the girls suffering during these years, covered in scars, Xiao Juno's heart ached. Xiao Junuo stretched out his hand and stroked the girl's head, soothing her emotions. Brother won't leave. Everything will be fine. Aha. Liao Yinyin raised her head to look at Xiao Junuo, revealing a happy smile. As long as Brother Junuo you are here, Yin is not afraid of anything. That's for sure. Your brother Juno is very powerful now. Whoever dares to harm my Yin sister in the future, he will definitely not be spared. Xiao Junhua also smiled at his words. Alright, you are now recovering from a serious illness. Your body still needs to recuperate. Quickly go back to your room and rest. Good. Sending Liao Yin back to her room again. Watching her fall asleep, Xiao Junhua then exited the room. Moo. Yin needs to recuperate from her first illness. Remember to prepare the medicinal herbs I explained. Liao Yin's life was in danger before. Even if he was there to treat her, she still needed time to recuperate. This matter was taken very seriously by Xiao Junhua. Subordinate understands. Mou listened to Xiao Juno's instructions and bowed in response. The eyes that looked at Xiao Juno were filled with respect and submission. Although it was only less than a day's contact, the ability that Xiao Juno had displayed made him fear the other party from the bottom of his heart. First of all, he showed his amazing medical skills and snatched Miss Yin from the hands of the King of Hell, even cured her scars, and then flattened the Zhong family, intimidating the 8,000 strong city defense force and sending them scurrying for cover, which really surprised Mou. This also made him finally understand why Miss Mu, as a senior sister, would have a proud face every time she mentioned the young master, praising the heaven and the world like no other. Right, have you dealt with all the matters of the Zhong family? Returning to the living room sofa and sitting down, Xiao Juno looked at Mou. Yes, my subordinate was about to report this matter to young lord. Hearing Xiao Juno's question, Mou's face was solemn. Regarding the matter of the Bright Orphanage 5 years ago, subordinate has a little clue in the Zhong family. Based on what was gathered, the Zhong family's strike against the orphanage and the subsequent instigators of the killings and exterminations are all related to Zhao Tianjun, the county governor of Jiangbei County, and it was 4 years ago that Zhao Tianjun jumped to become the Jiangbei County governor. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, wastes, are you all wastes? 8,000 people came out at once and couldn't even capture one person. Lin Yongchang's face flushed red as he growled under his ragged breath, that obese body breathing sharply as he walked. Listening to his men's report, his eyebrows jumped non-stop and his face changed again and again. It was not until he heard Xiao Junhua blatantly kill out, pinching Ran Ming, the commander, and letting loose at him, the city lord, that he was even more furious. He is the Shin City lord, in charge of this dragon country number of prosperous city, under the nearly 10,000 city defense army, can be said to be powerful, however suffered such a humiliation. Xiao Junhua is just a 20-year-old kid, an orphaned bastard, not even a background, but even dare to be arrogant enough to tell him what to do. This was simply riding on top of his head and ting on him, crazy to no end. But when he thought of his men's descriptions of Xiao Juno destroying a helicopter with his bare hands and suppressing the entire scene with his own sure strength, Lin Yongchang had to hold back his anger. Lord City Master, this Xiao Junhua has the cultivation of a martial arts grandmaster. His strength is terrifying. There is simply no one in Shin City who can match it, and the city defense force was even more horrified by him in this battle, much less dare to make a move. What should we do now? It's not that you bunch of losers are not useful at all, but I also did underestimate the power of the martial arts master. But he is strong, so what? If hardness doesn't work, there are other means. If I really let this brat reign supreme in my Shin City and trample me under my feet, where will my Lin Yongchang's face go? Lin Yongchang angrily rebuked, and with a gloomy face, he turned his head and asked, are there still living people in the Zhong family? There is. It is said that Xiao Junhua killed Elder Master Zhong and Zhong Qi on the spot, and his men dealt with some more people afterward. Alas, this Zhong family had an undeserved disaster, a one-night extermination. Lin Yongchang sighed and narrowed his eyes at his men. You're clear on what to do, right? The henchman nodded his head. Lin Yongchang patted his shoulder, the corner of his mouth grinning an icy smile. Very well. This thug Xiao Junhua is vicious and kills people at will based on his martial arts cultivation. It is my duty as the Lord of Shin City to publicize his evil deeds and put him on trial. Remember, I want to see the results early tomorrow morning. Isn't he, Xiao Juno, a martial arts master with great strength? I'm going to make him infamous and everyone will cry out for him. Let's see if he can kill everyone. Chapter 7. The Storm of Opinion. Sad news. The Zhong family was brutally murdered in one night, and the murderer is at large. A master murderer has appeared. A happy event has turned into a tragedy, and the Chung family is in a state of flux. The master of murder. What makes the murderer escape the law? Lin Yongchang moved quickly. With his city lord's energy, just a few hours of work in the latter part of the night, the Zhong family was dealt with cleanly. Immediately following that, Xiao Juno, the murderer who had exterminated the family in one night based on his sect master cultivation, was also exposed by the media and made it to the news. Hashtag martial arts master's murder. Hashtag the Zhong family tragedy. Hashtag murderer Xiao Junhua. Hashtag Xinjiang was Lin Yongchang's territory, and those news media mouthpieces didn't dare to disobey his orders. Not to mention the fact that the vast majority of unscrupulous media outlets didn't care about the truth of the matter at all. For a while, Xiao Juno's content became a hot topic on the internet, and in just half a day it rushed onto the news hot search. With Lin Yongchan's arrangement, these news media reported the Zhong family's extermination in a big way. A piece of report, detailed as if personal experience General Will Xiao Jun Nuo brazenly barged into the Bell Old Man 80 birthday banquet, in front of many celebrities, rich and powerful people in front of the arrogance of the murder. The county guard's son stepped in to maintain justice but was seriously injured, and finally angrily killed the Bell family full of things to add fuel to the narrative out. In the news, Xiao Junyu will rely on the strong strength of the martial arts master, killed all the Zhong family, the old and weak, women and children are not spared, can be described as heartless. Afterwards, he even escaped and openly resisted the capture of the city defense force, and Commander Ran Ming died bravely for this and was brutally abused by the other side, pile by pile, piece by piece. In the media's reports, Xiao Juno had become a terrifying figure who was a murderous fiend, ferocious and evil to the extent of being anti-human. By the afternoon of that day, a storm of public opinion had formed under the heated rhetoric, and Xiao Juno's infamy spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Those who saw the news knew that such a thug had appeared in Shin City. One by one, the netizens verbally attacked, but also formed a joint application to crusade against Xiao Juno. Xiao Juneo went from being unknown to being stigmatized in the blink of an eye, becoming a street rat that everyone shouted at and spat at. In the villa of Tiange Ipin, Xiao Juno quietly watched the reports and criticisms of the news about himself on the TV, not the least bit moved. Even when the news described him as a brutal and ferocious demon, he only snorted out a laugh. Young lord, the fact that the Zhong family was wiped out overnight was obviously a frame-up. The other party's actions were quick, and now that this black pot has been placed on your head, it has already caused an uproar. Xiao Jun Nuo was able to be calm, but Mou on the side was frowning and worried in his heart. Nowadays, the internet has been noisy. Things are very unfavorable for us. If we let this public opinion fester, I'm afraid that the Dragon Kingdom's senior management won't ignore it, and at that time, there will surely be a strong person who will personally take action against you. Right now, outside the Heavenly Pavilion first grade, all the major media outlets are swarming here, and for the time being, they have been stopped by me. Do I need my subordinates to arrange for someone to publicize the facts? No need. In the face of Mou's nervousness, Xiao Jinuo, who was sitting on the sofa with one hand clenched and a fist supporting his face, appeared incomparably calm. You just need to do a good job of security in the villa. Don't let those people in news disturb Yin Yin's rest. Plotting and scheming, wanting to judge me in such a way? Ha! But Mou was about to say something else when he saw Xiao Junyu waving his hand. Since they want to play, then I will play with them. Thinking that they can target me in this way, then they are thinking too simply. And since things have happened, if I don't make good use of it, won't I be too sorry for the great gift that they have given to me? Big gift? Mou couldn't figure out how the other party was clearly sneering and threatening. How did it become a great gift in the young lord's mouth? But he was incomparably clear on one point. As long as the young lord said this, then sooner or later, these guys hiding in the dark corners and calculating conspiracies would be swept clean and swept into the garbage heap by the young lord's plow. He firmly believed in this. The emergence of such a big case in Jiangbei County is something I didn't expect. And it's even more heartbreaking. Some criminals rely on their strong martial arts strength to kill innocents indiscriminately. That's definitely a big mistake. No murderer can go unpunished. My Dragon Kingdom and Jiangbei County will never allow such an existence. As the governor of Jiangbei County, I have the obligation and responsibility to bring such a criminal to justice and let him be sanctioned by the law, to seek justice for the innocent people who died in that Zhong family. It was at this moment that the television coincidentally showed a reporter interviewing Jiangbei County Governor Zhao Tianjun. In the TV, Zhao Tianjun was wearing a straight suit, in his 40s, with a straight body and a serious face, a righteous and magnificent image. Facing the reporter's questioning, the righteous indignation of the statement is pulling the impression of the passers-by. Immediately after the reporter asked, his son Zhao Juanhao was seriously injured. This is what he should do. Zhao Tianjuan's eyes revealed a look of grief and relief. My Zhao family, as the Dragon Kingdom's scholarly lineage, has centuries of righteous family customs, and will never allow such an atrocity to happen in front of us. Even if his strength was not good and he was seriously injured by that thug, I still feel relieved for him. This is my Zhao Tianjuan's good son. I'm proud of him. This Zhao Tianjun is looking for death. Mou listened to the broadcast on the TV. His black face grim. The young lord was magnanimous and spared his son's life, and now he actually dares to speak out in front of the media. Kaboom! Boom! Xiao Juno's eyes flashed with a stern aura. Invisible chi energy scattered out. The TV playing Zhao Tianjuan's eloquent speech suddenly burst into pieces. The 120-inch oversized screen TV was like being ravaged by a giant unseen hand, turning into pieces and rustling down. No need to pay attention to his barking. Let them make a scene first. Xiao Juno let out a light laugh, stood up and walked outside. More than that, don't forget that we still have things to do. Yes, young lord. Tianheng International, an international consortium situated on Century Avenue along the Dragon River in Shin City, in the CBD of the city center. It was a true giant that involved multiple fields and industries that had a prestigious reputation internationally. If the celebrities who participated in Elder Master Zhong's birthday banquet last night were the aristocratic class that the commoners could hardly see on a regular basis, then a world-class consortium like Tianheng International, with its tentacles spreading all over the world, would be a world-class top-notch existence that belonged to the Dragon Kingdom, the real difference between the clouds and mud, even if it is located in Xinjiang, not to mention Xinjiang City Lord Lin Yongchang. Even the major official figures of Longjiang Road do not dare to easily offend such a world-class consortium giant. Few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom knew the true owner of Tianheng International. They only knew one rumor. A full third of the economy of the Dragon Kingdom was in the hands of this mysterious person. Without a doubt, even if the other party let out a word, the entire Dragon Kingdom would have to tremble. And at this time, Imo Yu driving a Bentley, with Xiao Jun Nuo low profile to the 500-meter-high Oriental Tower. Chapter 8, Xiao Juno was me. The first floor hall of Tianheng International, the vaulted ceiling was 5 meters high. Several company executives were standing in the spacious hall at the moment, headed by Zhang Huchuan, the chief affairs officer of Tianheng International. Behind him stood several top executives of the company in charge of different fields. The company's leaders, who were rarely seen in the company on weekdays, were all standing there with tense faces, waiting for something. It had been more than half an hour. All of this was only because not long ago, Zhang Huchuan had received an important message from the president. Today there is an extremely honored guest to come. Things are too sudden. The president himself is rushing back. Notified Zhang Huchuan in advance to wait to meet. On the phone, the president even emphasized again and again that the other party requested a low profile, but he, Zhang Huchuan, must receive it with the most solemn and respectful attitude. This is the first time that Zhang Huchuan heard that the president, who has always been arrogant and in control of the entire consortium, has been so nervous. While he was in a state of apprehension, with various thoughts surfacing in his mind, the ding sound of the elevator rang out. Zhang Huchuan and the several people behind him immediately perked up and looked towards the open elevator door. In front of them, they saw a young man with an upright and tall body, and a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The person who came was none other than Xiao Juno. With just one glance, Zhang Huchuan felt that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar, but without waiting for him to think more, realizing that the youth in front of him was the distinguished guest he was waiting for, Zhang Huchuan immediately greeted him with a sincere smile on his face and extended his hand and smiled. Mr. Xiao, right? Hello, how are you? President Huang asked us to meet you here. Quickly inside, please invite us up for tea. Xiao Junuo. But before the two of them shook hands, someone among the executives following behind Zhang Huchuan suddenly had a big change in color and shouted out. Looking at Xiao Juno, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, his legs trembling and full of panic. Xiao Junuo? This person in front of him is that exterminator Xiao Juno? The other executives who heard the shouts were first stunned, followed by exclamations of shock. Each one of them changed in color and ran out like crazy. The Zhang Huchuan standing at the front also heard the shouts of his men, and his outstretched hand immediately froze in place, the attentive smile on his face becoming uglier than tears. How could he have imagined that the honored guest he greeted would become a murderous fiend just after meeting him? As he met Xiao Juno's eyes, cold sweat beaded on Zhang Huchuan's forehead and his face changed several times in a row. Before he could make any moves, he heard an alarm sound in the hall. A security guard rushed out with a gun in his hand and a bulletproof vest on his body, and the one in the lead nervously shouted, "Stop! Let go of Mr. Zhen. Xiao Juno, you've been surrounded." It turned out to be the security guards of the monitoring room who reacted quickly after seeing Xiao Juneo, and had already surrounded them when someone cried out in alarm. And behind them, some people who were attracted by the clamor over here also quickly noticed Xiao Juno's presence. In an instant, just like cold water into hot oil, it instantly exploded. Screams, exclamations, comments and curious gazes were thrown this way. A group of people gazed at Xiao Juno with various colors in their eyes. What? That's the killing god who exterminated the Zhong family's entire clan has appeared? Which one is it and where is it? There was amazement. Quickly go! Quickly go! I heard that it was a martial arts master in human existence. You want to die still talking nonsense? There was trepidation. Ah, I saw it. It's that young one, right? Looks so handsome. It's a pity I heard that he's already wanted by the city lord's order. I heard that too. It's rumored to be a reward of $100 million. And there's also talk of a cash reward of $10 million for reporting his whereabouts. $10 million. A walking $1 billion. With the arrival of the security guards, the originally spacious hall became chaotic. All sorts of comments rose and fell, but Zhang Huchuan, who was standing surrounded and hijacked, was now crying without tears. He also heard the voices of discussion. At this moment his really sweaty legs are shivering to stand. Heart that is even more complex and difficult to understand. In front of their own but by the city master wanted Thugzaw. The face of the city master Lin Yongchang is Tianheng International, so he cannot put in the eyes. But in front of this, he is really afraid of a bat on the life. Stop. Stop it all. What are you doing? Zhang Huchuan thoughts turned sharply. A clenched teeth sharp retracted hand, turned his head as to the security guards shouted, Mr. Xiao is our guest. What Xiao Junuo? Who told you that this is Xiao Junuo? All give me scattered. Put down the gun. His thoughts were simple. Even if this bogeyman in front of him was Xiao Juno, he couldn't say he was now. That was a martial arts master. Even if Tianheng International's security was armed with a gun, they still really thought that they could not threaten the other party. That pistol, in the eyes of others, is just a small water pistol. I can't say anything to annoy the other party. Chief Chang, come here quickly. This man. That's enough. Leave what? Before the security chief could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhang Huchuan, who looked at him with an icy gaze. Didn't you hear me when I told you to put down your weapons? This is the guest invited by our president. Not the thugs or Xiao Junuo you're talking about. You're right, Mr. Xiao. Towards the end of his words, Zhang Huchuan turned his head to look at Xiao Junuo, those eyes full of currying favor. The four eyes were facing each other. Xiao Juno looked at the security guards in front of him who were holding firearms aimed at him, and the employees who were watching from afar frowned and spoke. I am indeed not the thugs you speak of. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Zhang Huchuan and the security chief simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, with the latter even waving his hand in preparation for his men to lower their guns. However, the Xiao Junuo you guys are talking about is me. These plain words were like thunder. Hearing Xiao Junuo personally admit it, Zhang Huchuan's heart that was originally going to be put down was raised again, and he almost didn't fall to his knees when his legs went limp. A group of security guards originally put down the gun. Is also brush again raised. Zhang Huchuan tears are going to flow down. In front of this in the end want to do, is really want to kill What are you all gathering here for? Nothing to do? Well, just when the scene was frozen and he didn't know what to do, a cool and majestic voice came. The clamor quieted down, and the stomping sound of high heels on the marble floor rang out. In the crowd, out of a person, woman 30 or so, the body of the devil curves plump and chiseled, wearing a silk white shirt over a small suit. The lower body is knee-length hip skirt black stockings. A professional dress, tightly bound the plump, through a mature woman only have the elegant temperament, exudes confidence and seductive power. Demeanor is even more sexy into the elegant, so that she is more seductive and charming. Hair coiled up and tied in the back of the head, the bridge of the nose driving a pair of black-rimmed glasses, her peach blossom eyes with a foxy cover, wrinkled eyebrows so that her delicate face appears not angry from the way. As soon as she appeared on the scene, the mic revealed by her high position made everyone present not dare to speak, and their gazes converged, crossing over the crowd. When the woman saw Xiao Juno's furrowed brows, her heart tightened as she quickly stepped in front of her, kneeling down with both knees bent in front of the crowd, tilting her head with a few moments of trepidation as she humbly opened her mouth. Young master, Yurong came late. Chapter 9. A Wish. Once upon a time, this kneeling of Huang Yurong really dumbfounded everyone present. Even Zhang Huchuan, who was on the side, stared at this scene with wide eyes, not daring to believe it. General, President you are. How could he not imagine that the president of Tianheng International, the businesswoman who had been in charge of a huge consortium alone for many years, and who had a formidable reputation even in the Dragon Kingdom, had actually fallen to her knees in front of a young man in front of him, and this young man, or in the city of Shenyang, caused a huge storm. In the online people were verbally attacked. Everyone spat on Xiao Junua. This was simply too magical. In fact, not only him, a group of security guards as well as employees who were still confused at first, all sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw their high and mighty female president kneeling down in front of Xiao Juno. They seemed to have discovered some unimaginable hidden secret. That mysterious female president in the company was actually called Xiao Junua Young Lord. It was important to know that Huang Yurong was 30 years old, which was the most mature and charming age for a woman. Even more so because she was the president of Tianheng International. Such a strong urban woman is simply the unattainable goddess lord in the hearts of countless men, even not to mention Tianheng International. In the entire upper echelon of the Dragon Kingdom, the number of top families and luxurious rich second generation who know that she Huang Yurong wants to have a kiss is also countless. And now, that towering goddess in their hearts actually knelt down in front of Xiao Junua. especially that humble and respectful gesture. It was even more unexpected to all of them, and it could be said that they were all stunned. After the shock in their hearts, various thoughts emerged uncontrollably in their hearts when they came back to their senses. Xiao Jun Nuo, in the end, what is the identity? The president has to be so humble to call each other young master. Does it mean that he is the mysterious master of Tianheng International who has been unknown all along? But wasn't Xiao Juno reported to be an absolute ferocious devil who killed without blinking an eye and didn't even spare the old, weak, women and children? How many more secrets were there? What kind of real relationship is there between that young master and the beautiful female president of the two? God, is there any news more explosive than this? Well, in the crowd of people floating in thought, do not know to associate what time, Zhang Hechuan quickly reacted to face ugly face toward the crowd of onlookers rebuked. What are you doing here? The security guards all put away their firearms, and you employees have nothing to do? All scattered, said Zhang Hechuan, stepped forward and waved his arm, expelling them away, and in his mouth was a stern warning. Listen up, no one is allowed to leak out the things here. Understand? I didn't see anything, do you hear me? Under Zhang Hechuan's action, the crowd of onlookers didn't dare to stay any longer. The security guards put away their firearms, and the staff also left resentfully. On the other hand, while Zhang Hechuan was maintaining order, Xiao Juno swept his eyes at the crowd that left, and finally looked down at Huang Yurong, who was humbly kneeling on the ground. Without a doubt, Huang Yurong was a woman with excellent looks and beautiful posture, not to mention that the other party was also the identity of the female president of Tianheng International. In the eyes of outsiders, that was already an absolutely unattainable existence, and now she is so kneeling there looking up at himself, lowered his head between Xiao Jun Nuo, even be able to see the other side of the shirt buttons taut exposed snow white and deep, as well as between the eyebrows of the soft and charming good behavior. All of this spoke of pleasing Xiao Juno. Mr. Huang, get up, you received the news to be able to rush back. How can you say you're late? Xiao Juno smiled and reached out to help Huang Yurong up. Tianheng International as the industry left behind by the masters. There was no doubt that this was one of Xiao Juno's wealth, and the gesture Huang Yurong displayed at this moment also precisely illustrated this point. Who would have thought that the real owner of this premier consortium in Dragon Country was not some family or some hidden powerhouse, but truly belonged to the young Xiao Junuo? No, the young master was besieged at the company. It was a serious mistake of having the capacity to do so. Standing up, in the face of Xiao Juno's gentleness, Huang Yurong instead became more and more respectful and serious, his gaze unkindly glancing at Zhang Hequan as he bowed his head and said, "Young master, because of being smeared now outside public opinion is already bad. Now when the company was seen by a group of people, soon the news will spread. At that time it will be another storm. Please young lord, give Yurong a chance. Yurong will definitely take care of this matter and will never let anyone smear young lord's reputation." Speaking at the end, Huang Yurong was even more terrified and worried. With a nervous face, she looked and measured Xiao Jun Nuo's attitude. "Don't worry about this." Out of Huang Yurong's surprise, Xiao Jun Nuo shook his head. "These things are nothing more than fallen leaves and wind dust blown by the clamoring gale. What effect can they have on me? Go away. I've come to the company and have business to attend to." After saying that, Xiao Juno walked forward first. Huang Yurong's heart slightly froze when she heard the words. Could it be that the young master already had an arrangement in his heart? Thinking of this, her gaze at Xiao Juno was already different. The group quickly arrived at the top floor of the building, in the president's office. As the president's office of Tianheng International, it covered a huge area, directly occupying thousands of square meters on the top floor. The decoration of the president's office was very luxurious, and could even be completely viewed as a large flat-floor living room, with the conference room, reception room, audio-visual room, bedroom, and office clearly divided into various areas. Panoramic, surrounded by large transparent windows. You can look out of the city center of Shenyang, a glimpse of the mountains as in the clouds. There is also a separate wine bar with all the world-famous brands you can imagine. It's no exaggeration to say, Tianheng International's president's office. This is the top-of-the-line existence. At this time, Xiao Junuo was sitting on the handmade leather sofa imported from Western Union, looking at the scenery outside the large open window, and Huang Yuyong was sitting sideways on one side reporting about the situation of Tianheng International. About the international trade of the European Union and Western Union is these situations, also domestic. Alright, just watch over these things. Since master handed the company over to you, he naturally believes in your ability. Money is nothing more than numbers to me. A trillion or a few trillion doesn't make a difference to me, does it? In between Huang Yurong's report, Xiao Jun Nuo interrupted with a smile and turned his head to look at the other party. Compared to these, I have something for you to do. Being interrupted by Xiao Juno, Huang Yurong not only did not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, but instead, his face straightened up in a serious manner. Please command young lord. In the name of the masters, set aside half of my dividends from the company to set up a charitable foundation, establish a bright orphanage, charitable hospital, charitable school, and a series of related charitable arrangements in the Dragon Kingdom, and help those orphans, children, and the sick as much as possible, and every year in the future. Do you understand? Annual dividends? This. Huang Yurong frowned when he heard Xiao Junnuo's words, surprised by the other party's large sum of money, and subconsciously opened his mouth to advise. Young master, you may not know that your annual dividend is a huge amount of hundreds of billions of dollars. These, I understand. Huang Yurong didn't finish her exhortation before she saw Xiao Junnuo's gaze. Between the four eyes, she understood the other party's meaning. Was this money much? A lot. But was it important? Not important. Remember, this matter is important. It's not only about those poor orphans, children, and sick people, but it's also the lifetime wish of some people once. Xiao Junnuo's gaze was deep. His hands clenched, remembering the time when he had been in that dilapidated orphanage. Sister, he will find, and the wishes of the big guys at the time, even if they are no longer there, he will personally fulfill them one by one. Chapter 10, Xiao Junnuo must die. In addition to this matter, I have something else to give you. Xiao Junnuo didn't indulge in the memories of the past. The sadness in his eyes disappeared to become ice cold. Check through your channels. Who was standing behind Jiangbei County Guardsman Zhao Tianjun? Dig out all his details for me. Huang Yurong winced. At this moment, she felt the boundless killing intent under the cold eyes of the man in front of her. Understood. At the same time, just as Xiao Junnuo was instructing Huang Yurong to follow up, above the network, the news of Xiao Junnuo's appearance at Tianheng International came to light unsurprisingly. A video that blurrily captured Huang Yurong crossing out of the crowd and walking towards the besieged Xiao Junnuo kneeling down and mouthing "Young Lord" in public was released online. Because of Xiao Junnuo's previous public opinion storm, it was already boiling. This time when the revelation of Xiao Junnuo's appearance at Tianheng International appeared, it immediately topped the internet's hot searches. The video practically rocketed upwards, leaping to become the #1 hot search. Very quickly, reports followed. The mysterious owner of Tianheng International is actually a homicidal maniac. The goddess kneeled down and called her young master. The power of the maniac is surprisingly so powerful. Xiao Junnuo appeared in Tianheng International. The murderer became the young master of the consortium. In the video, Huang Yurong's noble and mature posture became a strong contrast to Xiao Junnuo's kneeling and looking up to him. Countless netizens were shocked beyond words after seeing this video, but after the shock, it was immediately followed by boundless anger. On what grounds? Previously, they didn't know Xiao Junnuo's background identity. The report only talked about his powerful martial arts strength, and now the sudden revelation that Xiao Junnuo had the identity of the young master of the consortium in addition to his powerful strength instantly exploded the powder keg. Is this the high and mighty Tianlong man? The young master of a top-tier consortium? No wonder he can kill and exterminate clans at will. I kind of understand why he can be so arrogant. Go die. Why don't scum like this go die? We ordinary people just can't live because we are bullied like this. Longhua Senior, you are blind. Ha! I had guessed it would be like this. Said Xiao Junnuo can kill so many people, can still get away with it because it is the consortium young master. Blanche, this dragon country is hopeless. The young master of the consortium is a good identity. Now can be arbitrary to destroy the family. In the future is not want to kill people to kill people? Are all the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom dead? A murderous devil so arrogant doesn't even have anyone to sanction him? You guys. A comment filled with violent and resentful emotions filled the entire network. If the initial public opinion was just a storm, now because of the exposure of Xiao Junnuo's so-called young lord identity, it had become a monstrous tsunami capable of drowning everything. Everyone who had access to the internet was able to see the reports related to Xiao Junnuo, and all of this ultimately led to one result: the people's public enemy. Without a doubt, the current Xiao Junnuo had become an object that countless people wanted to get rid of. The development of all this had gone far beyond Lin Yongchang's control. In the city lord's office, Lin Yongchang had also seen the report in the news. Is this still the Huang Yurong I know? To think that he would kneel in front of Xiao Junnuo, such an identity. Compared to the masses on the internet who were pouring out their anger in verbal attacks, Lin Yongchang's heart was heavy as he watched the breaking news video. For Tianheng International, an international consortium located in Xinjiang, he naturally understood it. Not to mention Huang Yurong, who was able to take charge of the entire consortium at the early age of 30. The more he knew about this giant Tianheng International, the more shocked he was after seeing this video, and the harder it was to accept this fact. In his heart, he regretted like a dead mother. Isn't that Xiao Junnuo an orphan? Wasn't he just a mole that was even inferior to the Zhong family 5 years ago? being trampled underfoot and crushed? Isn't it that he has no identity and background, and is completely a rash young man who was arrogant and domineering based on his power as a zongsher? Now you suddenly tell me that the other party is the young master of the consortium? The young proprietor of Tianheng International, which controls 1/3 of the economy of the Dragon Kingdom. What a joke! This kind of identity, even his boss Jiangbei County Guard cannot be compared to it. If you have this kind of identity, you said but now he not only destroyed the Zhong family, but also set off this wave on the network, completely offended Xiao Junyuo into an immortal enemy. At the thought of this, Lin Yongchang's face was pitch black and his heart was apprehensive. It was no exaggeration to say that Xiao Juno's level is too high. Compared to the other party, he is a fart. Lin Yongchang was now most worried about whether he would be thrown out by Zhao Tianjun as a scapegoat to take the blame for this matter. Just when he hesitated to contact Zhao Tianjun to test the other party's attitude, the phone rang and it was Zhao Tianjun. Lin Yongchang quickly picked up the phone. Before he could open his mouth to complain, Zhao Tianjun's voice came out. Yongchang, you've seen all the reports on the news, right? County Governor, please stop talking. I'm looking forward to you making a decision for me now. Lin Yongchang's eyes narrowed as he said with deliberation, didn't Xiao Junyuo say that he was an orphan? And then the identity of a young master of a consortium suddenly appeared, but it really made me break out in a cold sweat. Surprise to surprise, such disregard for the law and kill people murderer regardless of what identity should be dealt with or to deal with, understand? Zhao Tianjun laughed softly, his voice sounding very calm. In this matter, you've done a good job. Next, just continue to crush him to death. Just give me the chance to completely knock him into the bottomless abyss. Understand? This, Zhao Tianjun's tough attitude caused Lin Yongchang to be a bit surprised. For a moment he actually didn't know how to answer. Don't worry, I'm clear about your concerns. Hearing Lin Yongchang's hesitation, Zhao Tianjun lowered his voice, grimly incomparable. Don't worry, it's not just me behind you, understand? Xiao Junyuo will only end up dead. Someone doesn't want to see him alive, then he won't be able to live. Saying this, Zhao Tianjun paused, seemingly giving Lin Yongchang time to digest. Isn't he a martial arts master? In terms of force, after that the Dragon Capital will send someone to your Shin City to be responsible for suppressing him. Your future is grasped in your own hands. Got it? Understood. Lin Yongchang's body trembled and returned with a trembling voice. Soon the phone hung up. Lin Yongchang's emotions could not be calmed for a long time. His eyes were filled with blood. It wasn't from worry, but from excitement. This call from Zhao Tianjun made him completely let go of his heart. With the people from Dragon Capital, what was he, Lin Yongchang, afraid of? There was only one thought left in his heart. For the sake of his future prospects, Xiao Juno must die. Chapter 11, Xiao Junyuo's Feast Invitation. Xinsheng First Hospital. In the intensive care ward. What did you say? Tell me again. Zhao Juanhao was lying on the bed with bandages all around his body, grabbing the collar of the doctor on his side and roaring angrily. At this moment, his eyes were full of blood, and his face was livid from growling as he was severely injured by Xiao Junyuo's slap. His eyes staring at the doctor in front of him with a deadpan expression. Just now, he learned the bad news from the doctor that the lower half of his body was completely paralyzed. Mr. Zhao, calm down, please calm down. The middle-aged doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead with a nervous face and tried to explain. We used all the hospital's available instruments to test it, but the data showed that all of your body's functions are intact without any problems. There is no reason why you are paralyzed. This is beyond our ability. Snap. As soon as the doctor's words were finished, Zhao Juanhao slapped him in the face, knocking the other party to the ground. Boom, 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 followed by a series of things being smashed on the other party by Zhao Juanhao, shattering all over the ground. Can't find out? After spending so much time you tell me this result, do you want to die? Zhao Juanhao's eyes were red and he was panting like a bull in anger as he pointed at himself and shouted, do you know what identity I have? Do you know that my life is 100 times more valuable than yours? And now you're telling me that I won't even be able to walk when I'm paralyzed. I can't even touch a woman? I'll kill you. Boom! A muffled sound came. The door to the ward was suddenly opened, and in the middle of several suited bodyguards was a noblewoman in a wonderful figure, wearing a long dress with some heavy makeup on her face. Slightly flirty was standing there. At the moment, she was staring blankly at Zhao Juanhao. Son, you're paralyzed? The person who came was none other than Zhao Juanhao's mother, Lin Kairu, who had rushed towards Xinsheng yesterday after receiving the news, not expecting to hear such bad news just before arriving at the hospital. The moment she saw Zhao Juanhao, tears instantly flowed down her face, crying and running towards Zhao Juanhao. Son, my poor child, how could this happen? Look at the injuries on your body. Mom, why are you here? If mom didn't come, you've been bullied to death. Hearing Zhao Juanhao's question, Lin Kairu's face was filled with resentment. This murderous Xiao Jun Nuo. He's the one who caused you to be like this, right? I'm going to kill him. I must kill him to avenge you. Hearing Lin Kairu's words, Zhao Junhao was also trembling with excitement, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. No, we can't simply let this guy die. That would be too cheap. I'm going to make this guy pay, and feed his bones to the dogs alive. Good. Okay, son, whatever you say is fine. Lin Kairu nodded her head while wiping her tears. Don't worry, your dad said when mom came, that bastard Xiao is dead, and my leg. Right. This Thai hospital can't cure you. Let's immediately transfer mom to take you to Jinling. Go to the best hospital and ask the best physician to step in. We can definitely cure you. 3 days later, in the Heavenly Pavilion One Piece Villa. Brother Juno. I'm afraid. Liao Yinyin sat on the sofa, nervously tugging at Xiao Jun Nuo's coat corner. After 3 days of recuperation, Liao Yinyin's body had already healed and the bandages were officially removed today. Thinking of the scars on her body and face, Liao Yinyin was very nervous, and as Xiao Jun Nuo unraveled the bandages bit by bit, the apprehension in the girl's heart reached an extreme point. The girl reached out to cover her face, not daring to open her eyes. She was afraid that what she would see next would still be that ugly to the point of disgusting herself. It's alright, come, take care of it. Saying this, Xiao Juno took the mirror from Mou's hands and erected it, reaching out and holding Liao Yinyin's hand to put it down. With Xiao Juno's gentle movements, Liao Yinyin also opened her eyes. At the first glance, a bright radiance appeared in her eyes. In the mirror, what she saw was a delicate melon face that was still slightly childish, with a straight nose, curved eyebrows, and a rosy cherry mouth. The white skin was glowing, delicate like a freshly peeled egg, and there was not a single scar at all. The delicate appearance was like a work of art. Is this really me? Liao Yinyin reached out and gently stroked her face as tears unconsciously flowed down her face. The emotion of this moment was indescribable. She looked at Xiao Juno and choked as she hugged the other party. Thank you, Brother Juno. What are you crying for? Didn't brother say it will all be fine? You have to smile to look good. Aha! Xiao Jun Nuo looked at the girl's smiling face as she cried with joy. That's right. From now on you will be able to live a normal life. Brother has all arranged it. First find a teacher to give you a good tutorial counseling. After that go to high school to attend school. In the future get a good university. Hearing Xiao Junhuo's arrangements, Liao Yinyin tightened her embrace. I don't want to study. Brother, let's go abroad. Go abroad? It's also a good choice. Well-known foreign universities. Brother can also find a way to arrange for you. No. Liao Yinyin sniffed and became more and more anxious in her heart. Raising her head to look at Xiao Jun Nuo, she said uneasily, Brother, I've seen everything on the internet. Now the whole internet is cyberstorming you. They said that you are killing people to exterminate your family, so you will be arrested if this goes on. You know all about it? Xiao Jun Nuo frowned at Mou. He had specifically instructed the other party. Young lord, forgive me. Sensing the dissatisfaction in Xiao Juno's eyes, Mou immediately fell to his knees and hung his head low. I don't blame brother Mou. It was me who secretly looked at my cell phone and saw it. Seeing this scene, Liao Yinyin hurriedly explained and pleaded on behalf of Mou, looking at Xiao Jun Nuo's eyes full of worry and pleading. And if I didn't see the news, I wouldn't have known that such a big thing had happened. I don't want to lose you. Brother Juno, you're the last of my family. Let's run away and leave the Dragon Kingdom. Will you be scared because brother killed someone? Xiao Juno asked as he reached out and stroked the girl's head. Not afraid. Liao Yinyin shook her head, her tone firm. I know that you did all of this, Brother Juno, to avenge us, to seek justice for the dead sister Xiaodong, everyone in the orphanage. You are by no means some kind of homicidal maniac who kills people for no reason. But I'm really worried. Now that this matter has become so big, there's news that the Dragon Capital has already sent people to Shin City. When that time comes, even if you're a very, very powerful martial arts master, Brother Juno, you won't be a match for them. Speaking here, Liao Yinyin once again choked back tears and gushed out, her hands tightly clutching Xiao Jun Nuo's clothes. I really don't want you to die. I don't care what other people say. Yinyin only wants you to live well. How about we don't take revenge, okay? I won't die. Xiao Juno cupped the girl's face, reached out to brush away her tears, looked straight into her eyes and said solemnly, Yinyin, you remember, your Jun Nuo brother is as good as his word. The revenge from back then, I will personally find the people behind the curtain to get it back. No one can stop me. Xiao Jun Nuo smiled and reached out to lead the girl up. But since things have caused my lovely Yinyin to worry so much, it's brother's my fault. It just so happens that your injuries have healed. So I'll take you on a personal journey, so that you can watch with your own eyes as brother I settle things. The words left. Xiao Jun Nuo held Liao Yinyin's hand and looked at Mou and spoke. Mou, have Huang Yurong arranged to send a post to the city lord's mansion. Don't they want to arrest me? Tell them that I will be hosting a banquet tonight, and have all of them come. Tonight, I'm going to organize a grand banquet for Yin. Chapter 12, 5 Great Families. Jinling Wang Family. Brother Juno, where are we going? Junlin Hotel. It was the most luxurious 6-star VIP hotel located in the center of Shin City. Xiao Junyuo brought the still somewhat timid Liao Yinin here. Young lord. At the entrance of the hotel, Huang Yurong had long been waiting here. After learning about Xiao Juno's decision from MOU, Huang Yurong started his preparations without stopping. At this moment, when she saw Xiao Junuo leading Liao Yinin to arrive, she stepped forward and showed a kind smile to the girl. Sister is Yinin, right? She looks so pretty. Let's go into the hotel. The makeup artist and the dresser have arrived and are waiting for you. Liao Yinin looked at the noble and mature woman in front of her. Her heart was nervous. Hearing the other party's words, she was even more at a loss for words as she looked at Xiao Junuo. Don't worry. Xiao Junuo smiled at her. Since I said I'm going to organize a banquet for you, I naturally want you to dress up beautifully. Tonight I'm going to tell everyone that you're my sister. Saying that, the two of them walked into the hotel and followed Huang Yurong in the elevator to a room. Just as soon as they pushed open the door, Liao Yinin looked at the scene inside and froze. There was even more intense surprise and envy in her eyes, and her little mouth was wide open. The room wasn't actually luxurious, nor did it have much extravagant decoration. There were only dozens of beautiful waiters in uniforms with beautiful figures standing on both sides with their hands tied, and in front of them were pieces of gorgeous gowns that were held up by hangers. As far as the eye could see, the entire room was occupied by hundreds of luxurious, noble, diamond-embellished, gold-embellished, crystal-embellished, and so on. It was as if they had arrived at a princess's bedroom, making Liao Yinin, who was seeing so many gorgeous clothes for the first time, feel envious and inferior at the same time. In the past 17 years, she had lived the life of the lowest class. For her, even living was a painful struggle. How had she ever seen such a scene? Just like a dream. Which young girl is not pregnant? Which girl doesn't desire to be a princess and wear a gorgeous gown? It's just that Liao Yinin never dared to think about it. And now, with all this unfolding in front of her eyes, she only felt like she was dreaming. Yinin, do you know? Every gown here is hand-designed and completed by the world's major clothing brands, luxury brands, and even famous designers, and each one is worth a lot of money. Seemingly seeing Liao Yinin's nervousness, Huang Yurong smiled and held the girl's shoulders and took the initiative to open her mouth to explain. And all of this is prepared for you by your Juno brother. All the dresses here are yours. These people will dress up for you. Everything is just to make you the brightest jewel in tonight's banquet. This, can I really? When she heard that all the gowns in the room were for herself, Liao Yinin was like being hit by happiness, her pretty face swooning and not knowing what to do. She hadn't thought that, one day what she had dreamed of, could become a reality. The original ugly duckling herself was able to have all this beauty. Of course, Xiao Junuo faced Liao Yinin's eyes and nodded seriously, allowing her to enter this dream that shone into reality. Watching Liao Yinin get busy with the waiter's help, picking out a dress and arranging for her attire afterwards, Xiao Junuo then followed Huang Yurong out of the room. The two of them went all the way through the corridor and came to the nearby lounge before Xiao Junuo turned his head to Huang Yurong and asked, "Has the invitation from the city lord's mansion been delivered?" "Delivered." Huang Yurong nodded at his words and stood behind Xiao Junuo and respectfully replied, "Not only is it the city lord's mansion, according to the young lord's intention, every one of the people that Yurong used his connections to invite to tonight's banquet, the worldly families and valves, the nobles of the royal family, and the consortium families are all extremely significant figures. Young master, please rest assured, this is the first time young master has officially stood in front of the stage. Since he is going to make an appearance, it is only natural that he should let these worldly families and magnates of the Dragon Kingdom take a good look." Speaking here, Huang Yurong's expression was solemn and serious. In addition, my subordinates have investigated clearly regarding Zhao Tianjun's situation. Behind Zhao Tianjun stands the Jinling Wang family. He is nothing more than the white glove of Wang Ximing, the second master of the Wang family, and it was the other party's handiwork that made Zhao Tianjun the county governor of Jiangbei 4 years ago. Jinling Wang family? A cold aura flashed in Xiao Juno's eyes. Yes. Huang Yurong nodded and looked at Xiao Junuo and said in a deep voice, "The identity of the Jinling Wang family is not simple. The dragon country has been passed down for thousands of years. There are many lineages and families that explicitly say that they have been passed down for thousands of years, but the only ones that can truly be described as having a long and deep heritage are the 5 great families of the dragon capital Wu family, the Jinling Wang family, the Nanling Ji family, the Ouyang family of the central state as well as the Tang family of the Sichuan Shu. Among them, the Jinling Wang family is again one of the former royal families, and at its peak, it unified the dragon country's inheritance for thousands of years without collapsing. so both its background and power are extremely powerful. Said here, Huang Yurong paused. These 5 great families in the dragon country truly belongs to the hegemony level of existence. Each of them represents not only their respective families, but many dependent on them of the world families and luxury valves. If young lord wants to make a move against Zhao Tianjun, he must be prepared to deal with the Wang family's retaliation. The 5 great families. The retaliation of the Jinling Wang family? I know, there's nothing going on here, so go and get busy. Xiao Juno mumbled, not showing any emotion because of Huang Yurong's words. Hearing this, Huang Yurong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't say anything more and turned to leave. An hour after she left, young lord, the door to the lounge was opened once again. Behind Mou, he let a middle-aged man with a solemn face and no anger walked in. The man had an extraordinary demeanor. His feet walked with a dragon's footsteps, his body revealed an aura, and he looked to be an existence that had been in a high position for many years. And after walking into the lounge, he came straight to Xiao Juno's face, frowning and sizing him up. That scrutinizing gaze, cold and without the slightest emotion. It was as if he wasn't looking at a human being, but a mole cricket with life and death in his hands. As if he was dissatisfied with Xiao Juno sitting on the sofa and not even getting up to greet him. The man's brows furrowed and he did not take his seat, so he condescendingly watched Xiao Juno. The 2 men looked at each other and spoke coldly. Xiao Junua, today you invited me here. What do you want to do? Tell me. Don't think that you. However, before the middle-aged man could finish his words, he saw Xiao Juno take out a ring from his pocket and slowly put it on his hand. The ring had a dragon tattoo on its face, and the shape was simple and ancient, looking ordinary and nothing special. However, the moment the middle-aged man saw the ring, his arrogant demeanor collapsed and his face instantly changed drastically, because he happened to recognize this ring. That represented the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Kingdom, the authority of the Qintian Pavilion, the coiled dragon ring. Chapter 13. The feast opens, and the great curtain sweeps in. The lights are coming on. The night of Shin City came with it. Tonight was destined to be a lively night, and the guests in the banquet hall of the King's Landing Hotel gradually increased. Compared to the previous 80th birthday of the Zhong family's old master, this banquet was obviously of a higher standard, and the guests that came were not just the local celebrities and aristocrats of Shin City. With Tianheng International's connections, the guests invited by Huang Yurong each came and gathered in Shin City. These days, Xiao Juno's reputation was making a lot of noise on the internet, with an attitude of being a great villain for all. But for the true aristocrats and celebrities of the Dragon Kingdom, was Xiao Juno's move to destroy the Zhong family important? In fact, it was not important at all. On the contrary, what attracted their attention was Huang Yurong's attitude towards Xiao Junua, his identity as the young master of Tianheng International. If there was no such identity, what was Xiao Juno? A martial arts master with no identity or background? Even if his strength was strong, he would not be able to make any waves in the face of their powerful families and valves. Don't look at Xiao Junua not putting Shin City Lord Lin Yongchang in his eyes. The same was true in terms of the strength of martial arts masters as far as the top families and mansions were concerned. Xiao Juno appeared to be powerful, but he wasn't powerful enough for them to take him seriously. If they really thought they were invincible, they were confident that they could casually use their power to crush the other party to death, just like pinching a grasshopper without any difference. But when Xiao Juno had the background of Tianheng International, everything was different. It was because these top families of the Dragon Kingdom were well aware of the strength of Tianheng International. It was an international giant that held the economic lifelines of the Dragon Kingdom, 1/3 of the economy. Not to mention, some of the families with deep backgrounds knew the true owner of Tianheng International, the god of wealth on earth, and the meaning of Xiao Juno's identity as the young master. This was also the reason why after Xiao Juno arranged for Huang Yurong to organize the banquet and they received the invitation, they rushed to attend even if they were not in the local area of Shin City. Just as Huang Yurong had said, this was the first banquet where Xiao Juno made his official appearance. This was Xiao Junua's positive response to the people from Longdu after he had faced the destruction of the Zhong family and caused a riot on the internet. Such an occasion. Who could refuse to meet the long-famous Xiao Juno with their own eyes? It was precisely for this reason that tonight's banquet became an event. Such was the bustle that clans from all over the Dragon Kingdom sent people to come, and a rich second generation and 1,000 golds participated in it as well. In the banquet, there was a lot of gaggling, endless conversations, and handsome men and women were all on the scene. Only the family is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The world's most powerful families gathered together in 2s and 3s with some people scattered into their own small groups, and among them, and to the 5 big families in Longdu Wu family and Nanling Ji family to come the most distinguished. The Wu family is the second son of the Wu family in this generation. Wu Xingfeng. Wu Xingfeng stout and tall, sword eyebrow and starry eyes for a man bold and very heroic. Not only has the background of the 5 hegemony, The early 30s of the age of martial arts cultivation is the same to reach the strength of the grandmaster. It is no exaggeration to say that before Xiao Junyuo came out of the world, the first person in the young generation of martial arts, the scenery is infinite, but it is also because of the emergence of Xiao Juno. More than 20 years old martial arts master came out of nowhere and hard to suppress him ahead. The hatred in this was not simply a matter of reputation. Even if Xiao Junyuo didn't recognize it, he had nearly stepped on Wu Xingfeng's name and jumped to become the number one person among the younger generation. So this time, when Wu Xingfeng came to Shin City, it wasn't just as simple as just watching the fun. In addition to him, the other Ji family visitor from the 5 great families attracted even more attention, because no one expected it. The visitor was the first daughter of the Ji family, Ji Yameng, who had the reputation of being a lotus flower. Ji Yameng was not tall, with a head of black hair like a waterfall, wearing an elegant waisted indigo dress, with a flower-embellished tulle shawl revealing her fair, slender shoulders, curved willow leaves, almond eyes and peach cheeks. Bright eyes seem to speak generally. Red lips and pink ink pursed lip smile is intoxicating. Chest half smudged, budding curves, but just right to show her delicate beauty. Hibiscus, pretty and not charming. Because of her appearance, the young family children in the banquet all pay attention to her, and other 1,000 gold first daughter or identity or appearance reasons can only become a backdrop. Ji Yumling became the center of the banquet for a while. Even Huang Yurong, this beautiful mature woman, in seeing the beautiful, young and delicate Ji Yumeng are sighing time is easy to hold. The good thing is that Ji Yumling is a quiet nature. Not much to say. Huang Yurong long-sleeved wandering in the banquet, smiling and entertaining the guests. This small matter for the ability to take charge of the Tianheng International for her is also simple. In the middle of the conversation, another VIP arrived at the banquet hall. With the appearance of the visitor, there was another burst of cutting whispers in the crowd's surprise. Sister Yameng, why didn't you say anything when you came to play here in Xincheng? Brother hasn't seen you for a long time, and the longing in my heart is like grass growing. The voice came. He saw a slim young man wearing a somewhat tawdry golden suit, with shoulder-length black hair, and a somewhat feminine face, holding a rose, with a smile on his face as he walked straight towards Ji Yumeng. Before turning her head, hearing that familiar voice, Ji Yumeng's pretty eyebrows knit up slightly. Ha ha ha, Tang Yilu, who doesn't know your kid's flirtation. People, Ji Yumeng avoided you too late. Before Ji Yumeng could open her mouth, Wu Xingfeng, who was drinking on the side, grinned when he saw the other party and opened his mouth to mock. Huang Yurong's face also stiffened when she saw the other party, and her heart said that it was not good. Originally, the 5 great families, she only invited the Ji family, which has long been a relationship. The Wu family, Wu Xingfeng, uninvited, even if she did not expect. Even the Sichuan Tang family actually also came, and came or Tang family in this generation. The most troublesome second generation Tang Ilio. 3 of the 5 great families had appeared, and it was uncertain whether the other 2 would show up. So this was really out of her expectations, and this also made her realize that tonight's banquet was only going to be out of control. Huang Yurong's mind was racing with thoughts. Over here, Tang Ilio heard someone mocking, and immediately his face turned cold and was about to lash out, but he saw that it turned out to be Wu Xingfeng. Who did I say it was? It turns out to be Crazy Wu. Isn't this the first person in the younger generation of martial arts? Seeing the other party, Tang Ilio smiled coldly and nonchalantly returned. Oh, I forgot. Your first was snatched by that surname Xiao, now can only be said to be a second. It's quite a match for you. What did you say? Wu Xingfeng immediately became infuriated at his words, his aura bursting with patriarchal aura, eyes glaring at Tang Ilio, his tone icy cold. Have the guts to say it again. Tang Ilio, I think you're looking for death. So what if I say it again? Wu Xingfeng, I think your nickname shouldn't be called Wu Crazy anymore. It should be changed to Wu Lao Air. There are many people who want to kill me. It's not your turn yet. Wu Xingfeng. In the face of the pressure from the master, Tang Ilio snorted without fear. Also, as one of the 5 great families, can still be afraid of him? Do you really think that the Tang family is made of clay? You dare to try? For a while, atmosphere because of the confrontation between the 2 and condensed up. The scene for the silence. Chapter 14, Longdujin Wu Division. Wu Xingfeng was called a martial arts madman. Naturally not a good match. In the face of Tang Ilio's provocation, a patriarchal aura rose up. The overriding pressure exuded a faint fury. His eyes stared at Tang Ilio as he took a step toward the other side. In this occasion of power and fame, being humiliated by the other party, if he did not have a little expression, the face of the Wu family? But Tang Ilio wasn't the slightest bit weak to the other party. As one of the 5 great families, the reason why Tang Ilio could become a famous character in the Tang family's generation. Even Huang Yuyong felt that the other party was difficult to deal with, and was not a good character to deal with. Seeing that the situation was not good, Huang Yurong immediately stepped forward, revealing a delicate smile to stop between the 2 and spoke. Junior Wu, what is Junior Tang doing? All are to participate in the banquet. A joke only, not to the point of this quarrel. Today's banquet can give you a face. This matter can be put down for the time being. It is said that the hand does not hit the smiling face. A verbal argument is just a sentence. Huang Yurong, such a beauty, stepped forward. Is the best step. Ha 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 ha. Since the beauty has said so, even if I'm disgruntled, I definitely have to give you this face, don't I? Tang Yilio saw Huang Yurong's eyes just lit up, also nonchalantly raised his hand and held one of Huang Yurong's hands, rubbing and kneading it, taking advantage of it. Give you a face? What kind of thing are you? But Tang Yiflo does not care. Wu Xingfeng's face cannot hang on. The expression is not good to look at. Huang Yurong coldly rebuke. Huang Yurong, right? You are the president of Tianheng International, but you are just a white glove in charge of money. Where did you get the self-confidence to meddle in the affairs of my Wu and Tang families? Who gave you the guts? Be sensible and get the hell out of my way. Wu Xingfeng's words were unceremonious, not showing Huang Yurong any mercy. That domineering attitude did not place her in his eyes at all. Hearing these words, Huang Yurong's heart clenched her teeth in irritation. Look, Wu Xingfeng, Mr. Huang's face is red with anger because of what you said. How can you treat a beautiful woman like this? Seeing this scene, Tang Yilio's smile deepened on his face. Stepping forward, he wanted to inch up and wrap his arms around Huang Yurong's waist, whispering close to him. Don't worry, Mr. Huang, there's still me. I, Tang Yilio, most painful woman. As long as you promise to please me, today this face I give you out. Tang Yilio's heart. Yurong appreciates it. Where did Huang Yurong not know what Tang Yilio meant? A dodge to avoid the other party while she returned with a stern face. Wu Xingfeng hadn't put her in his eyes, and Tang Yilio was also unsettled. That nasty look sweeping over her body with impunity, making her feel nothing but discomfort all over. But how could a hegemon like the Wu family and the Tang family be offended by a woman like her? In the end, it really didn't represent Tianheng International. TSK. Mr. Huang, you're just not giving face. Seeing Huang Yurong's insensitivity, Tang Yilio's eyes narrowed. I'm being polite to you because I think highly of you. Look at your attitude. This is wanting to offend both the Wu family and my Tang family at the same time? Tianheng International can't protect you. Tang Yilio didn't talk nonsense with Huang Yurong, and came up to use his power to oppress people. Facing Tang Yilio's threat, just as Huang Yurong was in a dilemma, Xiao Junua's voice came. Whether or not you can keep it, you can try. The voice was calm. The tone was not high but resounded throughout the banquet hall. Xiao Juno attracted the attention of everyone present with this appearance. Seeing him with a smile on his face, wearing a white striped suit and holding Liao Yinin by his side, he stepped into the banquet hall. Liao Yinin standing at his side was even more stunning. At this time, Liao Yinin in a snow-white gorgeous dress, revealing the slender lotus root arms, chest-shining sapphire necklace against the white skin, long hair high coiled up behind the head, wearing a diamond-embellished small crown, feet stepped on silver diamonds high heels, the high egg archon nose small cherry mouth, the exquisite pretty face pink with spring, bright and charming, shy and timidly walking Xiao Junua's side, just like the fairy tale out of The Princess. That kind of beauty, even a beauty like Ji Yumon couldn't suppress it. If Ji Yumon was a lotus flower, then at this moment, Liao Yinin was a budding summer lotus. She was the protagonist of the whole scene. Even Tang Yilio was dumbfounded by Liao Yinin's stunning beauty for a moment, but soon the greed and lust in his eyes set his heart on fire, revealing an evil smile. What a superb chick. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to come to Shen City and still have an unexpected pleasure, Tang Yilio was thinking, when suddenly, swish, noticing Tang Yilio's gaze, Xiao Juneo glanced over, and a lingering murderous aura pounced on him. Ah! Tang Yilio's smile was still hanging on his face, and the next moment he screamed out in misery, his eyes tearing up from the impact of the killing aura. Keep your eyes clean, or I won't mind teaching you a lesson for your elders. Looking at Tang Yilio, who bowed his head and covered his face, Xiao Junuo spoke in a cold voice. Xiao Junuo, you seek death. Tang Yilio forced his eyes open through the pain and looked at Xiao Juneo with a gaze that was already filled with anger. How could he have thought that just because of a look from himself, the other party would dare to make a move? This time, he directly suffered a stifling loss. You are Xiao Juno? That's really interesting. Ha ha ha, I've seen it all today. When Wu Xingfeng saw Tang Yilio's miserable face where he couldn't even open his eyes, he instantly found it interesting. Sizing up Xiao Juno, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Tang Yilio's heart was on fire, and he wanted to say something else, but at this time, Wu Xingfeng suddenly stopped him with a hand and said to him, "What's the rush? The good show hasn't even debuted yet. We're here to watch the fun. I won't stop you if you really want to make a move." Humph! Tang Yilio sniffed his footsteps and coldly glanced at Wu Xingfeng nor opened his mouth. Xiao Juno also led Liao Yinin towards the center at this time. Looking around, Xiao Junuo looked at the people present and spoke aloud. There are noble guests, friends, strangers, and evil guests who have come to the door here today. It doesn't matter. You are all gathered here today, so I, Xiao Junuo, welcome you all. I don't mind what kind of mindset everyone came to this banquet with. I, Xiao Junuo, am standing here today to tell everyone one thing. The entire room quieted down, and an overriding might began to coalesce on Xiao Juno's body. An invisible pressure radiated from his body. 5 years ago, I was an orphan in an orphanage, and the things that certain people did I remembered clearly in my heart. And now, I'm back. The Zhong family is just the beginning, but not the end. No matter who stood behind it back then, I will find them out. No one can escape. Saying this, a smile appeared on Xiao Juno's indifferent face, but the people present only felt that this smile was filled with a lingering killing intent. Joke. Xiao Juno, you're over. Boom. Just as the crowd's hearts chilled at Xiao Juno's words, a sudden terrifying aura erupted steeply, turning into a shockwave that surged towards Xiao Juno. The two auras collided with a bang in an instant. Bang 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 bang. The chi erupted. The bottle plate exploded between the two powerful forces colliding, and the air exploded as the crowd was pushed away. Immediately after, a ferocious man with a narrow scar on his face and a stout figure led the way, and behind him led Shin City Lord Lin Yongchang and dozens of ferocious henchmen dressed in black uniforms. Captain Wang Jin of the Long Dujin Wu Division. The scarred man looked at Xiao Juno. Arrest the wanted criminal Xiao Juno. Chapter 15, Kill and be killed. Long Dujin Wu Division. Just the name spoke of the other party's identity. As a huge group of martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom, the existence of the Dragon Capital Jinwu Division was a violent body in the judiciary that specialized in suppressing crimes committed by martial artists. The leader of the group, Lieutenant Wang Jin, and the dozens of members following behind him were all members of the Jinwu Division. The group of people just made an appearance and gave everyone present a downward spiral. Also, as a martial grandmaster, the ferocious Wang Jin just showed an incomparably strong attitude as soon as he appeared on the scene. The subordinates that followed behind him also acted quickly after entering the banquet hall. Dozens of people spread out in an encircling trend to gather around Xiao Juno. Every one of them exuded a deadly aura of "do not let anyone in." The cold eyes and the fierce aura of their bodies. All of them had weak martial arts cultivation and were obviously elite members of the Jinwu Division. The one who came is Wang Jin. This is interesting. Seeing the visitor, Wu Xingfeng, who stood aside to watch the fun, clasped his hands to his chest and straightened his face. You recognize? This guy's strength isn't weak? Hearing Wu Xingfeng's words, Tang Yilio spoke with a gloomy face. It was obvious that Wu Xingfeng recognized the other party. Of course I recognize it. Wang Jin's strength isn't as simple as not being weak as you say. Wu Xingfeng snorted at Tang Yilio and said disdainfully, you're not familiar with the Jinwu Division. The Jinwu Division serves as the Dragon Kingdom's violent organ for suppressing martial artists, and each and every one of them inside is a strong person with countless blood-stained hands. Among them, the school lieutenants are even only able to serve at the level of Zongshi. And there are only 12 in total. And this Wang Jin may not be the strongest among these 12, but he is definitely the most ruthless and ferocious one among them. So you're not his opponent either, are you? Tang Yilio sneered. Humph. Whether I'm an opponent or not is something you'll have to fight to find out. Wu Xingfeng snorted coldly. But if that Xiao Junuo kid doesn't have some strength, even if he's a sect master's strength, he wouldn't be able to walk through Wang Jin's 10 moves. Hearing this, the eyes in Tang Yilio's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. The two of them were talking on this side. On the other side, Wang Jin led the people, and that fierce face with a scar lifted his eyes and swept the surrounding crowd before his gaze landed on Xiao Juneo's body. Xiao Jun Nuo, now I'll give you two choices, to tie your hands or to be killed by me right here. Wang Jin's words were direct and bloody. The killing intent revealed in his words was almost undisguised. Hearing Wang Jin's words, Xiao Juno's hand holding Liao Yin was tightened. Feeling the tension coming from the palm of the young girl beside him, Xiao Juno smiled at her, then released his hand and stepped towards Wang Jin fearlessly. Captain Wang Jin of the Jinwu Division? Xiao Juno looked at the other party with a calm expression, without the slightest bit of fear on her face. You said that you want to arrest me, so on what charge? As Xiao Juno moved forward, the aura belonging to a Zongshi emanated from his body. The two did not make a move, but that mutual aura was already in full collision. Invisible chi energy enveloped the circumference of the two, colliding with each other and causing the air to stagnate, and the crowd present simultaneously felt a depressing sensation surging through their hearts. Wang Jin frowned. Xiao Juno. Before he could open his mouth, Lin Yongchang, who was following behind Wang Jin, was the one who laughed out coldly first. By now do you still want to weasel out of this? Just a few days ago, at the birthday banquet of the Zhong family, you killed someone in front of hundreds of people, and afterward, it was even known that the Zhong family had been exterminated. Afterwards, you even relied on your strength as a martial arts master to openly resist arrest. The entire internet knows of your evil behavior. Do you think you can deny it? Your behavior is so abhorrent that the Jinwu Division is here today to completely suppress you. I killed the Zhong family's people for revenge. That's because they deserve to die. Hearing Lin Yongchang's words, Xiao Junyuo's complexion did not change in the slightest as he swept his squinted eyes towards the other party. But City Lord Lin, do you think that no one knows about the fact that you sent people to slaughter all 138 people up and down the Zhong family? The moment Xiao Juno's words left his mouth, Lin Yongchang's pupils just shrunk violently. The surroundings even resounded with the sound of pouring cold air. Among these 138 people, there are 18 old men, there are 66 women, and 25 underage children, the youngest of which is only 8 years old. Xiao Juno gazed at Lin Yongchang and, these people have no enmity with me, how innocent they are, but they died overnight just because you ordered it. Those more than 100 lives, shouldn't you say something? Shut up, Xiao Junyuo, you're dead to the world and you still want to slander people? Lin Yongchang's eyes flickered. His heart was shocked and furious while at the same time he lashed out. Do you think that you can get away with casually slinging dirty water? The people present at the time when you struck out at the Zhong family were all watching. What kind of enmity does the old and weak of the Zhong family have with you that makes you so vicious? Even now you still want to slander me. Today I, Lin Yongchang, must avenge these innocent dead people. Saying this, Lin Yongchang's face flushed red, and a look of anger and sorrow appeared on his face. Captain Wang, please also do it immediately. Slander? You're not worthy yet. Boom! Xiao Juno's words had just fallen when a dull pop was heard. So fast, the eyes of Wu Xingfeng, who was watching from the sidelines, widened abruptly, and he saw Xiao Juno's figure in his eyes abruptly spanning several meters and rushing in front of Wang Jin. Good timing! A cold smile appeared on Wang Jin's gloomy face. Facing Xiao Juno's sudden attack as if he had prepared for it, he raised his hand and started to palm. The berserk chi energy seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds as it slapped Xiao Juno's face head-on. However, as soon as Wang Jin struck, his face changed. Bang! Boom! Two explosions came in succession as Wang Jin's palm struck Xiao Juno's head, causing the air to explode and the invisible chi energy to scatter in all directions. But it only struck the residual shadow left behind by Xiao Juno. At the moment when Wang Jin's palm was approaching, Xiao Juno's figure flashed through like a ghost, and a solid punch hit Lin Yongchang's head behind Wang Jin. This punch, fierce and domineering, Lin Yongchang's head disappeared without a trace under the terrifying chi. Blood gurgling out from the headless body as he fell to the ground dead. Lin Yongchang didn't even react before he was killed by Xiao Junyuo's punch. Seeing that Lin Yongchang had been killed by Xiao Juno's single punch while under his shelter, Wang Jin was furious. Good. Very good. Daring to kill in front of me. Wang Jin's gaze towards Xiao Juno was raging with murderous intent, but there was no more of the contempt he had at the beginning. This Lin Yongchang is crowned, hypocritical and disgusting, killing 138 lives of the Zhong family for no reason. Shouldn't he be killed? Xiao Junyuo turned his head to Wang Jin, and killing is just killing. It's also considered a revenge for those people. Humph. Revenge. You'll say it after you've survived first. Die for me. Lin Yongchang was killed. Wang Jin was completely enraged. Roaring with rage, he was the first to kill Xiao Juno. The moment he struck, it was with his full strength. Wang Jin stepped forward with a heavy foot. A whip leg was like a steel whip whistling with a strong wind kicking out, heading straight for Xiao Juno's head. This is not the end. A kick out. Wang Jin feet do not stop, hand palm wind like a knife. Fist like a cannon blast into a continuous tide. Hit Xiao Juno. Each attack carried a terrifying power, and the violent chi blasted out. Boom boom boom. However, what shocked Wang Jin was that each of his punches, each of his palms struck in the air, knocking the air out with a popping sound. Xiao Juno's figure was like fluttering flotsam, swaying in the midst of his fists, dancing with the waves as if he was standing on a wave and treading on it. His attacks couldn't even touch his opponent for a moment. Every time Wang Jin thought he could hit his opponent's attack, when he did, he missed by a tiny bit. And it was this little distance. The more he exchanged blows, the more alarmed Wang Jin became. His gaze towards Xiao Juno became incomparably grave, and his movements became more and more severe. This is a subtle stance. If Wang Jin was still truly amazed, then Wu Xingfeng, who was watching the battle from the side, was already trembling all over. From the beginning, when Xiao Juno's surprise attack to kill Lin Yongchang had given him no small amount of surprise, at this moment, the horrifying stance Xiao Juno had displayed had completely struck him. Also, as a martial Dao genius, Wu Xingfeng was most aware of how terrifying the body technique that Xiao Juno was now displaying was. Martial Dao was the means to develop oneself beyond the ordinary, and at the level of martial Dao patriarch, after practicing the internal energy to the fullest, breaking through the great circumference, one would be able to connect heaven and earth, stepping into the transcendent. It is also because of the martial arts master through heaven and earth. Every shot is able to mobilize beyond their own strong power, which can be called a transcendental existence. But after transcendence, there is also a path. After a master has penetrated heaven and earth with himself, he causes his body to enter, followed by the process of constantly strengthening himself. This requires the cultivation of people on their own body, has a strong ability to control. At this time, Xiao Junyuo showed is his horrible control over himself. His body was like a willow, floating like a floating cloud. The seemingly insignificant movements represented Xiao Juno's control over himself to the extent of subtle manipulation. Every muscle, every movement, and the eyesight to see the opponent's attack. This was no longer simply a martial arts master's cultivation. It meant that Xiao Juno's strength far exceeded Wang Zhen's. Wu Xingfeng's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Xiao Juno. With this kind of strength, does it mean that he has reached the level of a grandmaster? The realm of the muddled circle peripheral perfection? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Wu Xingfeng was called a martial madman for a reason. At this moment, he was looking at Xiao Juno with bloodshot eyes, as if he was insane. He clearly realized that he did not even dare to claim victory against Wang Zhen, let alone Xiao Juno, who was suspected to be a grandmaster. However, Xiao Junyuo was only 23 years old. Xiao Juneo was only 23 years old. At such a young age, according to the investigation, 5 years ago he was just an orphan who knew nothing. Only 5 years. In 5 years' time, he had come this far, surpassing countless martial artists and even grandmasters. What exactly is this guy's secret? And why is he so terrifying? Could it be that behind him stood the Holy Land? The clans that had not existed for ages? At this moment, the shocked Wu Xingfeng in his heart completely lost the idea of fighting with Xiao Juno. Just as Wu Xingfeng's mind was racing with thoughts, his mind was shocked by the strength displayed by Xiao Juno. The battle in the field had changed again. Chapter 16, the Wang family comes to town. Wang Zhen and Xiao Juno moved extremely fast. Wang Zhen's attack was like a raging storm, but right at this moment, Xiao Juno moved. He only threw one punch. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Wu Xingfeng then saw Xiao Juno close in and punch Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen took several steps and fell back several meters, and wherever he passed, the ground crumbled with the heavy force. You are not my opponent. Give up. Xiao Juno stood in place and looked at Wang Zhen as he spoke. If you don't want to die, take the people and leave here. Wang Zhen's face flushed red as he covered his chest and a mouthful of blood sprayed out when he heard Xiao Juno's words. His eyes stared at Xiao Juno in death. Let me leave? Wang Zhen laughed back in anger, his expression grim. Xiao Juno, I have to say that I have underestimated you, but for you to think that you're set to win, that's too early. Everyone, do it for me. As Wang Zhen shouted violently, the dozens of Jinwuxi elites who had followed him and struck out at the same time. Without any hesitation, Wang Zhen rushed out once again, smiling fiercely as he killed Xiao Juno. You must die here today. In this instant, dozens of elites surrounded in unison, attacks coming at Xiao Juno from in front of and behind him, and in all directions. Every single elite displayed the strength of the earth rank or even the heaven rank. All of them cooperated with each other. With such a large number of people, even if a patriarch was here, he would have to be surrounded and attacked to death. Not to mention that at this moment, Wang Zhen, as a patriarch, had similarly struck out. The danger of this moment reached its peak. Don't know what's good for you. Xiao Juno's eyes flashed with killing intent. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xiao Juno's aura around him changed abruptly, and at the moment when the attack was about to come, Xiao Juno moved. Boom! With a stamp of his feet, Xiao Juno leapt up in the air and kicked out his legs like a whip. Immediately following, the fists were like cannon blasts and the palms were like swimming dragons, and the Jinwuxi elites who had surrounded and attacked were as if they had crashed into a wall and flew backwards in the blink of an eye. With every strike Xiao Juno made, one person was sent flying, destroyed, truly devastating in general. Even a heaven-ranked martial artist was not a match in front of Xiao Juno, and their attacks, every time they seemed to hit Xiao Juno's body, they landed in the air. Xiao Juno's speed was so fast that he pulled out residual shadows and arrived in front of Wang Zhen's body. Wang Zhen's pupils contracted dramatically. His forward body immediately stopped, raising his hand to block while trying to retreat at the same time. Xiao Juno struck. The first punch. Wang Zhen's arms that were crossed in front of his body broke with a click. Second punch. Wang Zhen's retreating body boomed. His body shook as his body rose up in the air, appearing stiff for a split second. Stepping forward, the third punch was thrown. Thud rumble. A dull and ear-shattering sound rang out. Xiao Juno's punch hit his opponent's chest solidly. The pupils in Wang Zhen's eyes trembled, and immediately afterward, his body was sent flying backwards at an extremely fast speed. The body that flew backwards crashed into the members of the Jinwuxi behind him, and the terrifying force knocked the crowd upside down, spitting out blood as they flew backwards. Wang Zhen collapsed helplessly to the ground, staring at Xiao Juno with wide eyes, opening his mouth but unable to speak. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Juno had only thrown 4 punches at Wang Zhen, and if you don't count the warning of the first punch, in just 3 punches, Wang Zhen, the powerful Jinwuxi lieutenant that Wu Xingfeng spoke of, was seriously injured. Wu Xingfeng was completely dumbfounded. The pride in his heart was shattered by Xiao Juno's formidable strength. One must know that Wang Jin was a martial arts master, and it was also a strong grandmaster with a lot of combat experience. But it was such a character who actually didn't even last 4 moves in the face of Xiao Juno. Monster! He really didn't expect this result. There was a look of horror in his eyes, and his eyes completely changed when he looked at Xiao Juno again. Not only him, Tang Ilio, who was standing at Wu Xingfang's side, also had his pupils shrinking violently. Looking at Wang Jin, who had been severely injured, his face was gloomy as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! How could this guy be so strong? Even though he did not know martial arts, at this moment, he knew what it meant when he saw Wang Jin's miserable appearance. The fellow surnamed Xiao was strong. Very strong. The two were like this, not to mention the others. Ji Yuming's red lips were slightly open, staring blankly at Xiao Junuo in her heart, not knowing what to think. Huang Yurong and Liao Yining, on the other hand, looked at this scene with excitement in their hearts. For a while, the banquet hall fell into a strange silence. No one spoke. Everyone was quietly looking at Xiao Juno. Just as Xiao Juno was about to open his mouth to say something, his gaze lifted to look at the doorway. Snap! Pa pa pa! The crowd heard the sound of clapping ringing out, followed closely by the voice of the person who came. Awesome! Truly awesome! At the age of over 20 years old, just a few punches have seriously injured a grandmaster. Truly a demon. Applause. Opening is a youth. Looks very young, early 20s appearance. Hands in pockets, wearing a t-shirt underneath sweatpants. Clothing is very simple and plain. But even so, when they saw him, everyone couldn't ignore the noble aura that naturally emanated from the other party's body. This is a man who can tell at a glance that the other side of the extraordinary origin. Dyed head of very open blonde hair, high nose, eyes sharp and cold face all the time does not show his arrogant posture. Behind him was a somewhat mute middle-aged man. The man's lips were a little thin. His face was expressionless. His body was thin. Only a pair of arms seemed extremely long, reaching his knees. As he walked into the banquet hall, the man swept his eyes at Wang Jin on the floor, narrowing his eyes slightly before finally landing his gaze on Xiao Juno. Young Wang, what brings you here? Seeing the visitor, Wang Jin's spirit was shaken, and his heavily injured body braced itself and tried to get up. But without waiting for him to make a move, the youth sank his face and with a bang, he stomped his foot hard on Wang Jin's face. The hard sole of the shoe rubbed against the face. Before Wang Jin's words could be uttered, they turned into wails of pain. Can't even do a little thing right? What's a punk doing alive? Boom! The youth followed up with a kick, and the already seriously injured Wang Jin was kicked out and slammed into a sidewall, directly dying on the spot. Sweeping a glance at the remaining elites of the Jinwu division, the youth spoke impatiently. What are you still staying here for? All get out! These Jinwu division elites looked at each other when they heard this, and surprisingly quickly left without saying a word with Wang Jin's corpse as well as his injured companions. Only then did the youth collect his face and look at the crowd. Alright, the guy who got in the way has left. The youth looked towards Xiao Juno, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. Introduce yourself. Wang Ling Ao of the Jiling Wang family. Let's enjoy this banquet. Chapter 17. Rampant. Wang Jin is actually a member of the Wang family, and has actually inserted his hand into the Jinwu division. There is also this fellow Wang Ling Ao. Looking at Wang Ling Ao, who stood in the middle of the field with a cocky face, Wu Xingfeng frowned and whispered, "Humph." Tang Ilio, however, snorted coldly, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this better? We're here to watch the fun anyway. Isn't this matter more interesting since it's the Wang family that's going to make a move against the Chao surnamed? Wu Xingfeng sniffed and stopped talking. Wang Ling Ao, this guy is a wild one. He's not like us. As the only first son of the Wang family in this generation, don't you want to know why he's looking for trouble with the surname Xiao? Tang Ilio looked at Xiao Junuo with grimness and hatred in his gaze as he spoke in a cold voice. You saw it before. This guy surnamed Xiao obviously has problems. Xiao Juno had upset him. Very much so. But Tang Ilu was no fool to have survived until now. The strength Xiao Junuo had shown before was beyond the norm. And now Wang Ling Ao had jumped out to find trouble with the other party, for which Tang Ilio was too happy to do so. Wang Ling Ao is crazy. Not the usual madness. From the moment he appeared on the scene, he treated himself as the protagonist of the banquet. But he has the capital to be arrogant. The background of the 5 great families was profound, and as the overlord of the Dragon Kingdom, the strength of each family was extremely terrifying. However, amongst the younger generation, there was a huge difference in the strength of each family's children, and at this moment, the 4 people present were divided into 2 levels. Wu Xingfeng and Tang Ilio were the first sons of the family, but their status in the family was inferior to Ji Yumeng and Wang Ling Ao. As the only daughter of the Ji family, Ji Yumeng had several older brothers above her, but she was the only girl in this generation, and was extremely favored as the jewel of the Ji family. Compared to this, Wang Ling Ao is the only son of the Wang family in this generation. This kind of origin in the big family, what it means is self-evident. standing in the center of the hall at the moment. Wang Lingao's gaze swept around and noticed Wu Xingfeng and Tang Yilio standing on the side, his eyebrows raised. I didn't expect to see familiar faces. The Wu family, the Tang family, there's also Yumling, you're there too. It seems like this banquet is really lively today. Wang Lingao walked up to himself as he spoke, took a bottle of red wine from the side and poured half a cup of wine, and lightly sipped it. Isn't it? Hearing Wang Lingao's words, Tang Yilio opened his mouth without mockery. Originally, I just wanted to make a scene, but I didn't expect even you, Wang Lingao, to come. This Xiao Junyuo really does have a great deal of face. Ha 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 ha. Wang Lingao first laughed out loud and raised his finger to point at Tang Yilio. Tang Yilio, there aren't many in the Tang family's generation that can be compared to you, and you're the most famous one, so I've seen the real person today. Hearing this, Tang Yilio laughed, and the crowd of guests at the banquet also laughed in agreement. But just as they were about to say something, Wang Lingao's smile came to an abrupt end. His eyes steeply sharpened as he snorted and opened his mouth at Tang Yilio. Know why you're the most famous? It's not because you're flirtatious, but because you're wasteful. A waste like you. I don't know how the Tang family let you come out and disgrace yourself. You. Tang Yilio's face was red with anger. You? What else do you know besides playing with women? Rubbish one, simply disgracing the 5 great families. Did I allow you to open your mouth? There's no place for you to speak here yet. Wang Lingao didn't wait for Tang Yilio to defend himself. Unceremoniously a reprimand. If you don't shut up, I don't mind beating you to shut up either. You can try. Tang Yilio's face turned green and white for a while, but when he met Wang Lingao's gaze, he could only snort coldly and didn't even dare to fart. He knew himself, he couldn't afford to offend Wang Lingao. After teaching Tang Yilio a lesson, Wang Lingao's gaze once again looked at Xiao Junyuo. There's only one person I'm looking for when I come here today. Since we all still have quite a few people, then it's just as well to give a witness. Xiao Junyuo, right? Do you know why I'm here today? Not important. Xiao Junyuo shook his head and suddenly smiled. I'm very happy that you can come. Ha! This answer was out of everyone's expectation. Wang Lingao as an evil guest to the door. Xiao Junyuo actually opened his mouth to say welcome, which made everyone feel bewildered. For a while, everyone's gaze towards him became a little strange. Even Wang Lingao froze for a moment and looked at Xiao Junyuo with playful eyes. Out of my expectation. I didn't expect you guys to be quite sensible. Wang Jin is the one I sent. Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Xiao Junyuo didn't get angry because of Wang Lingao's arrogance. Since I started this banquet today, I'm not afraid of those who came. As for Wang Jin, and that Wang Yongchang are all dead, and I'm still standing here properly. Why should I be angry over the dead? On the contrary, I welcome you to come. Hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? People are snapping their faces here, and you're actually hot-faced and cold-assed. Is this a case of slapping your left face and sticking your right face up to give someone a beating? Crazy. This Xiao Junyuo is crazy, right? For a while, this thought rose in the hearts of the people in the banquet hall who were watching this scene. What a pity. Had I known that you were so sensible, I would have taken you in as a dog. Ignoring the bewildered crowd, Wang Lingao gazed at Xiao Junyuo with cold eyes. Obviously your strength is good, but who let you lay your hands on my people? You have to die no matter what you say. Xiao Junyuo shook his head. Oh, what? You think you can still live? Seeing Xiao Junyuo shaking his head, there was no disdain on Wang Lingao's face. The only thing there was a condescending scorn. Your strength is good, but it's only good. A Zong master can't beat you as a Grand Zong master enough? As for the identity of Tianheng International's young master, Tianheng International is nothing more than a consortium when all is said and done. Do you think it will be able to protect you? Not to mention that your reputation has long been stigmatized. The crime of clan extermination of the Zhong family is on your back. The whole nation is denouncing you. Today the lieutenant of the Jinwu division can come and kill you. Tomorrow the commander of the Jinwu division will be able to come and kill you. What makes you think you can live? You bastard. You're talking nonsense. The Zhong family wasn't even the one Juno brother killed. It was clearly that city lord. Liao Yin was terrified. Her hands couldn't stop shaking, her heart was terrified. She was just a young girl who had not yet reached adulthood. Where had she seen such a scene? However, after hearing Wang Lingao's threats and reversal of black and white, she finally couldn't stand it and stood out. Liao Yin held back the trembling and stopped in front of Xiao Junyuo's body and spoke angrily. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the youngest master. You'll be retributed. Wang Xiao, do you know what you are saying? Not only Liao Yin, Huang Yurong also opened his mouth with a calm face and warned. Mr. Xiao is the young master of our Tianheng International. If the Wang family dares to touch him, it is a complete war with us, and there will be no end to it. Tianheng International is nothing, but your Wang family won't fare well either. Do you really dare, upside down, to go through thick and thin? Wang Lingao looked at Liao Yinyin and Huang Yurong, who resolutely stood in front of Xiao Junnuo, with a smirking expression on his face. It was like a cat playing with a mouse in a playful manner. Full of confidence. Just with you guys, are you worthy? The truth? Does it matter? Look at the people around you. Who among these people present today cares about the truth? When I say that the Zhong family was exterminated by whoever it was, that's whoever it was. Wang Lingao shook the red wine glass in his hand. His eyes swept the whole scene. As for Tianheng International, more than enough people have long been eyeing you. As long as an opportunity, this huge cake, who would not want it? Immortality with my Wang family? Ha 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 ha. You guys don't have that qualification yet. Wang Lingao shouted loudly. Who dares to oppose? Chapter 18, a wave of twists and turns. You, how can you be like this? Liao Yinyin's face flushed red as she listened to Wang Lingao's words. She hadn't expected the other party to be so arrogant and overbearing. She was about to feel desperate. In fact, she was not the only one. Huang Yurong was also furious after hearing Wang Lingao's words, her towering breasts undulating from anger, her eyes glaring angrily at Wang Lingao. Wang Lingao, you don't bully people too much. Do you really think you've got us? However, Huang Yurong's angry rebuke could not do a thing in the face of Wang Lingao, even if she was not willing. She was clear that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to her side, tightly biting her lower lip. Huang Yurong's gaze noticed the crowd around her, who were changing color because of Wang Lingao's overbearing declaration. Her heart felt more and more bad. At this critical moment, her gaze looked towards Xiao Juno and she saw the other party revealing a thoughtful expression. Xiao Juno was indeed thinking. Wang Lingao's appearance had given him some thoughts about his year. The other party, as the first son of the Wang family's generation, had acted wildly and arrogantly, which was nothing, but the key was that what he had shown was too much. Even if Wang Lingao was arrogant, he would not be able to represent the Wang family to declare war on an international consortium like Tianheng International at will. This was simply not something that a junior like him could say. However, the other party had said so, and said it without fear, and looking at the other party's demeanor, he was by no means casually threatening, but really dared to do so. Then the meaning behind this is worth pondering. Is it because of what happened 5 years ago? You have to kill yourself to silence? Or is it that there were other people behind the Wang family, and that was what gave them such a backbone? Xiao Junnuo's chest suppressed hatred has long been like ready to erupt like a volcano hot. That look at Wang Lingao's eyes, trying to suppress the surging killing opportunity. Since Wang Lingao had come, he had no intention of letting the other party leave easily. The clues to what happened back then were right in front of his eyes. How could this not make him feel happy? How could he not welcome it? Just as Xiao Juno was about to open his mouth to say something, I object. A clear voice rang out at this moment, and the scene became silent. Wang Lingao frowned at the person who opened his mouth. First he was stunned, and then his arrogant demeanor converged and became expressionless. There was surprise in his eyes, but more than that, there was anger. Because who did not expect the one who finally opened her mouth would be her? Do you know what you're talking about? Ji Yung. Yes. Just when the crowd thought that Wang Lingao was going to overwhelm all with the might of the Wang family, surprisingly, Ji Yameng, a girl with a quiet personality, stepped forward. She just walked up to the two Liao Yinyin with a toothy smile and opened her mouth facing Wang Lingao. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to intervene in this matter, but things have come to this point. I have to come forward. If the Wang family wants to start a war against Tianheng International, the Ji family will not agree. Speaking here, Ji Yameng paused to frown and added, of course, if Mr. Xiao is really related to the Zhong family's extermination, we will not intervene. But I care about the truth, and looking at the current situation, there is a high chance that this matter was not done by Mr. Xiao. Right. Brother Juno would never do such a thing. It was all said before that it was that city lord who did it. Seeing Ji Yameng stand up and speak for Xiao Junao, Liao Yinyin looked at the other party with gratitude in her eyes. The young girl's heart only felt that the girl in front of her was not only a good-looking person, but also had a good heart, making her long for it. And Ji Yameng really didn't let Liao Yinyin down. Wang Lingao and Ji Yameng stared at each other. The previous words were said without being humble, and even more so, there was no hiding because of the other party's stern gaze. At this moment, in the banquet hall, the two people with the biggest identities are on opposite sides, and Wang Lingao's move to take advantage of the power was blocked by Ji Yameng. This scene in the eyes of a crowd of bystanders set off a small shock. Eyes met and whispered. As Ji Yameng opened her mouth, the direction of things seemed to have changed again, causing various thoughts to surface in their minds. Even Xiao Junyo looked more at this Ji family beauty. Only he didn't think that the other party's reason for coming forward would be as simple as what was said. Obviously there was something else in here that he didn't know about. Tonight's banquet had many twists and turns, and no one expected that the conflict would go towards two of the 5 great families. Looking at Ji Yuming's tranquil face, Wang Ling Ao only felt his heart on fire. Get out of the way. Ji Yuming, have you thought it through? Now get out of the way and I can still pretend that you didn't say anything. Wang Ling Ao's tone was not kind, but in front of him Ji Yuming did not move at all. There was not the slightest idea of wanting to back down. Sensing Ji Yuming's attitude, Wang Ling Ao's face became gloomy and, Ji Yuming, what do you mean? Are you going against me for this show? Not really. Ji Yuming shook her head calmly in response. I made it very clear that Tianheng International is an ally of the Ji family, and as there is obviously a hidden agenda to the Zhong family's extermination, I don't think it's possible to just jump to conclusions so easily. Boom! Ridiculous! Wang Ling Ao slammed the wine glass in his hand down hard and raised his hand to point at Ji Yuming, shouting, Do you think I don't know what's in your heart? Ji Yuming, do you think you can stop me from doing it? I can't stop it. But likewise, as long as you make your move, then the relationship between the Ji family and the Wang family will also break down. And you can't stop that either. Ji Yuming replied dryly, slightly bowing her head and raising her hand to pull the hair at her temples. She looked very beautiful at the moment. One person was burning with anger, and one person was sweet and elegant, formed a sharp contrast. Wang Ling Ao was silent. He looked at Ji Yuming dead on, the veins at the corners of his forehead throbbing, but it was impossible for him to make a move against the other party. He could not care about all the people present, and he did not care about killing the lieutenant of the Jinwu division, but it was this woman in front of him. He absolutely could not make a move, because this was related to an important agreement between the Wang family and the Ji family. Wang Ling Ao was going to blow up from Ji Yuming's anger. Ha 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 ha. Very good. Very good. Wang Ling Ao looked at Ji Yuming and laughed in anger, but he finally forced down his anger and spoke. Since you opened your mouth, then I will leave him alive. But, it's also just one life. Uncle Lai, give me a hand to waste this kid, break his limbs inch by inch, before smashing his face to make him a complete and utter invalid in the future. Wang Ling Ao almost roared out these words. Didn't you want to save Xiao Jun Nua? Didn't you stand up for him? Today, I will cripple him in front of you, so that you will be clear about who is the one who is really in charge. Yes, young master. As Wang Ling Ao bellowed, the long-armed man following him stepped out. A stern aura enveloped Xiao Juno. Compared to Wang Jin, the pressure at this moment was like a mountain tipping over. Seeing the man whom Wang Ling Ao called Uncle Lai make a move, Liao Lin and Huang Yurong's faces instantly changed drastically. Stop! Stop him! Ji Yuming also furrowed her brows. As the words fell, a figure hidden in the crowd flashed out, ready to stop the other party. However, just in the next moment, boom! Rumble! With a terrifying explosion, a black shadow was seen reeling backwards. The middle-aged man known as Uncle Lai flew backwards at an extremely fast speed and smashed into the wall, directly breaking through the wall. The masonry splattering figure landed in the corridor outside the banquet hall. Chapter 19. Punch in the face. Grandmaster. This is definitely the strength of a grandmaster. As Wu Xingfeng watched the scene, he finally lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. His eyes rounded, his fists clenched, but he couldn't stop his body's unconscious trembling. Xiao Juno's strength had broken through his predictions time and time again. And now, what did he see? Wu Xingfeng couldn't believe his eyes. Xiao Juno had faced an enemy at the Grandmaster level and had actually made a single move, defeating his opponent with only one move. The movement was so fast that he couldn't even see it, and all he saw was a flash of black shadows before the man known as Uncle Lai was blown away. This can't be possible. How is this possible? A great master in his 20s? I don't believe it. Wu Xingfeng felt like his head was about to explode from the impact of this scene before him. To think that as the first son of the 5 great families, he had countless resources and famous teachers, yet he only became a martial Dao Grandmaster at the age of 30. Even so, he had already become the number 1 person of the younger generation, a genius praised by the world. But now, an incomparably demonic newcomer was standing right in front of him, and the other party had displayed such terrifying strength at such a young age that his 3 views were about to be shattered. At this moment, he truly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. When he thought of his initial thoughts of still wanting to compete with the other party, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Xiao Juno's existence was already something he had to look up to. How he dared to think of competing with the other party was really too stupid. Thinking of this, his heart was again incomparably grateful that he had not rushed out. Otherwise, it would be him, Wu Xingfeng, who would be lying there right now. While Wu Xingfeng was celebrating in his heart, the others were also looking dumbfounded and appalled. Ji Yuming's bodyguard was a middle-aged man with short hair and a handsome face at this moment. He was also looking at Xiao Junuo with a stiff face, and then at Uncle Lai who had been sent flying. That handsome face was a bit twitchy, and his gaze towards Xiao Juno carried a few complex emotions. That was a Grandmaster powerhouse protecting Wang Ling Ao. It wasn't some roadside cat or dog, minion gangster. The tangle and complexity in his heart at this moment could be imagined. In the end, the man sighed helplessly and said to Xiao Juno with a respectful salute, "Little friendly means, I didn't expect you to be so young that your path of martial arts has long been in front of us. You don't need help at all. I admire you. He was genuinely convinced. The strength displayed by Xiao Juno was too strong. The patriarchal martial Tao penetrated through heaven and earth. On top of that, the great patriarch rounded himself out, manipulating the power enough to erupt with the mighty power of destroying mountains and splitting the sea. Every strike is amazingly powerful, like a mountain tumbling into the sea, so it is also known as the mountain and sea realm. A realm of 9, a heavy mountain and sea. At the peak of the Grand Master, it was the power of 9 mountains and seas, reaching a level unimaginable to ordinary people. Looking at the other party who had just defeated Uncle Lai with a single strike, he was afraid that he wasn't a first-time Grand Master, but had at least reached the level of the mountain and sea second realm, and even he didn't know how strong the other party was. After figuring this out, and then associating it with Xiao Juno's strong self-confidence before, as well as the result of facing enemies that were all resolved in one move, there was also a reason. It wasn't that Xiao Juno was weak, rather, the other party dealt with such an enemy. There was no need to show full strength at all. Just a slight move was a thunderbolt to the enemy. What you see is like the tip of an iceberg, and how the iceberg under the surface of that sea really was. Only 4 words could describe it: unfathomable. Sir, there is no need to be polite. In the face of the other party's compliments, Xiao Juno nodded politely to the man and looked towards Ji Yumeng and said, being willing to make a move is a favor. This favor Xiao Juno remembered. Ji Yumeng heard the words and just stared blankly at Xiao Juno. A pair of clear beautiful eyes seemed to want to see through this enigmatic man in front of her for a long time without words. At this moment, no one was more shocked than Wang Lingao. Originally, he was in a rage and arrogance. It was difficult for him to change his emotions for a while. Listening to the loud noise came from Uncle Lai being punched away. A stunned look appeared on his face. He was the one who was most unable to accept this result, but it all happened right in front of his eyes, becoming an indisputable reality. You! Wang Lingao looked at Xiao Juno in shock. His violent anger because of Ji Yumeng was interrupted by this sudden turn of events and was momentarily speechless, greeting Xiao Juno's indifferent eyes, and then associating it with what he had said earlier. Wang Lingao suddenly had a feeling that he was like a clown. The threat he uttered, at this moment in the face of absolutely powerful force, appears to be so pale. In the eyes of the others, it was simply a joke. Xiao Juno had only thrown a punch, but it was like a vicious slap thrown in his face. At the thought of this, the arrogant and conceited Wang Lingao could not accept this result. This was a provocation to him. This was a vicious slap to his Wang Lingao's face, a mockery and humiliation to him. Not even having time to pay attention to the bodyguard Uncle Lai's injuries, Wang Lingao's nostrils were ragged, and at this moment, he was completely enraged to the point of losing his mind, and his eyes were red and full of blood as he stared dead on at Xiao Juno and growled out, "Surname Xiao, how dare you, how dare you?" Xiao Juno did not reply. In the face of Wang Lingao's questioning, what responded to him was Xiao Juno's foot that came in front of him. Ka-ching! Ah! A crisp ringing sound rang out. Miserable screams came out from Wang Lingao's mouth, interrupting his roar. Sharp pain came from his leg, and his body felt soft, and his entire body flopped to the ground. Unable to stand up, Xiao Juno kicked and broke one of Wang Lingao's legs. The great young man who was still arrogant turned into a snotty, woeful figure kneeling on the ground in the blink of an eye. Huff, puff, my leg is broken. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Wang Ling fell to his knees, his hands holding his broken leg with his teeth clenched. The Wang family won't let you go. Not only will I kill you, but everyone close to you, they all have to die. Ka-ching! Another kick. Ah. Facing Wang Lingao's threat, Xiao Juno's response was as simple as ever. Wang Lingao, who was originally still able to hold on strongly, had both his legs broken at this moment and completely collapsed to the ground. Fresh blood flowed, and the intense pain coming from his legs stimulated Wang Lingao, causing his veins to jump and his forehead to be covered in sweat. When had he, Wang Lingao, ever suffered such treatment? Xiao Juno! Wang Lingao roared, staring at Xiao Juno with a resentful deadpan expression. Threatening? Xiao Juno condescendingly gazed at Wang Lingao. When you opened your mouth to take a shot at me, have you ever considered the outcome now? I blanch, who cares about your death? You're dead. I guarantee you're dead. Ha. You have the guts to kill me now, Without waiting for Xiao Juno to reply, Wang Lingao gasped roughly and looked straight into the other party's eyes and shouted word by word. You wouldn't dare, because I'm the only first son of this generation of the Wang family. As long as I don't die, sooner or later I will get you dead. And Ji Yumeng, you wait for me too. Boom boom. There were 2 more sounds. Wang Lingao's arms broke with them. Xiao Juno didn't say anything, but he made Wang Lingao into a complete invalid. A foot stepped on his face, pressing the miserable howl from the other party's mouth back into his throat. In the ice-cold eyes, there was killing intent surfacing. Suppressing the boiling killing intent, Xiao Juno coldly opened his mouth. Now, if you don't want to die, I'll ask you to answer. Who instructed you to kill me? As well as 5 years ago, how much do you know? Chapter 20, Xiao Junuo can't be messed with. Wang Lingao's teeth were about to be crushed. If the gaze could kill, Xiao Junuo would have died 1,000,000 times by now. Hearing Xiao Juno's inquiry, Wang Lingao not only did not open his mouth, but instead, he once again pulled the corners of his mouth and laughed. He, you really don't dare to kill me. He just looked at Xiao Juno, arrogant as the pride in his heart made him make no move to beg for mercy and surrender. Instead, he became more and more deadly to the end. Want to know who killed you? Ha ha ha, does my Wang family need any reason to kill you? Wang Lingao disdainfully mocked. What the hell do you think you are? My Wang family is the Dragon Kingdom's overlord. The once royal family killed you like a chicken. Not to mention that nowadays there are countless people waiting for you to die in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as my Wang family doesn't let go of the Zhong family's clan, extermination is destined to be done by you. Wait for your death. You'll just wait for your death in fear. Facing Wang Lingao's clamor, Xiao Juno was simply too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Nor did he see him make any movements. Wang Lingao's original abusive voice suddenly gave way. His eyes protruded. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his mouth opened wide as he tried to cry out but couldn't utter a word. The pain coming from the limbs began to become less obvious. On the contrary, it was like the whole body was being stabbed by fine needles to emerge. All over the body, the swelling, sharp, dense and twisting sensation intensified little by little. It was simply torture. Xiao Juno did not know what means he had used to make him feel the pain like 10,000 ants devouring his heart. Wang Lingao wanted to howl miserably, but he couldn't make a sound. His mouth could only emit unconscious ho-ho-ho sounds. The entire person collapsed on the ground like a dead fish, his entire body convulsing and bouncing. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Xiao Juno looked at Wang Lingao, whose eyes had begun to turn fearful from the strong, hysterical diehard in his eyes, and spoke indifferently and incomparably. I won't kill you only because I see that you still have a use for it. What about the Wang family? Looking at Wang Lingao's miserable appearance, all the people present had once again witnessed Xiao Juno's terrifying presence. Could it be that Xiao Juno's sudden appearance? This was to truly start a war with the Wang family? In the beginning, at first, they had only come to participate as a spectator, but now the strength displayed by Xiao Juno had forced them to think deeply. If at first they had an attitude of contempt, then now they had long since lost that idea. Xiao Juno not only has a strong strength, but also as the young master of Tianheng International, suddenly appeared to the other side of such a strong style. I'm afraid the background is far more than that. It can be said, Xiao Juno's appearance this time was truly using the Wang family's face as a pedestal, deterring the people from all the great families present. But they couldn't imagine that. The shock that Xiao Juno was going to bring to them was far from over. Before Wang Lingao returned to his senses from that wretched figure, a phone suddenly rang, and someone exclaimed after a moment of stagnation after connecting, "What? You said the public opinion has reversed." This cry of alarm, it was like a switch. The members of the various big families didn't know what was happening at first, but immediately afterward, one by one, the phones rang, and when they each got on the phone they heard the report coming from the opposite side. When they looked at Xiao Juno again, there was already true awe and fear in their eyes. The other people who hadn't received the news weren't stupid and pulled out their cell phones to see what had happened. Just now, the Qintian Pavilion officially released the announcement of the case against the Zhong family extermination in Xinjiang. Qin Tianga personally came down for Xiao Junuo's stand, with the thunderous means to arrest the original Wang Yongchang under the black hand of the men. The evidence is clear and clear, all the water has come out. Not only that, Qin Tiangu even revealed Xiao Junuo's life partially. 5 years ago, the matter of the Bright Orphanage was revealed. Xiao Junuo's attack on the Zhong family was shown to be a belated justice, almost at the same time that the Qintian Pavilion released the news. The internet directly exploded, and public opinion began a sky-high reversal. Xiao Juno had jumped from being a great villain who was originally criticized and verbally abused by everyone, to becoming a role model for the young people of the new era. While making a clear distinction between grudges and grudges, Xiao Juno has also completed a reversal of his life through his inspirational efforts. At this moment, everyone on the network who had previously hurled abuse was moved to praise Xiao Juno. A cry of "I was wrong, I'm sorry," filled the network. 100,000, 10 million, hundreds of millions of netizens sighed in their hearts after seeing the news from the Qin Heavenly Pavilion. That was the Qintian Pavilion, the representative of power in the Dragon Kingdom, the organization that symbolized true kingship. The word Qintian was not something that was said casually, and that was precisely why Xiao Junuo thus had a different image amongst the millions of people. And as if to corroborate Xiao Juno's mysterious background, As the people present saw the reversal of public opinion through their cell phones, Xiao Juno's means of turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Once again, someone came to the banquet hall. The middle-aged man at the head had a stalwart face and an extraordinary demeanor. Leading a group of more than a dozen people between his dragon and tiger steps, he walked into the banquet hall. It's people from the Qintian Pavilion. Someone recognized the identity of the people coming. Why is the Qintian Pavilion here as well? This one at the head. Keep your voice down. I recognize this one. It's the head of the Qintian Pavilion sub-pavilion that governs the entire North China Prefecture, Xiao Wu Yuan. What? Surprisingly, it's Xiao Wu Yuan. You're not kidding? Hearing the origin of the visitor, someone almost had a shiver. One must know that the Dragon Kingdom follows the county government system. Overall speaking, several cities are a county, several counties are a road, and several roads are a government. While the entire Dragon Kingdom has a vast territory, and there are only a dozen or so governments in the trillion territories, it can be imagined that can control the power of a house of the sub-pavilion pavilion master. As how amazing power. That was the real power of the Dragon Kingdom, the real top brass of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that the other party had just suddenly appeared here, how shocking it was to people, just as everyone was looking at the visitor in amazement, guessing the purpose of the other party's coming. They then saw Xiao Wu Yuan come in front of Xiao Jun Nuo, and haughtily bowed his head and knelt on one knee. My lord, the case of the Zhong family extermination has been investigated. The county guard of Jiangbei County, Zhao Tianjun, was arrested and is pursuing the former lord of Shin City, Wang Yongchang. And according to the investigation, the matter involves the Wang family of Jiling, whether to conduct a thorough investigation of the Wang family. Hiss. I don't know who sucked in a breath of cool air, immediately followed by the members of the various great clans as well. They just watched as Xiao Wu Yuan knelt down in front of Xiao Jun Nuo mouthing the name of Lord. One or two of them were all dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't seen anything, and it wasn't that they were shocked. Rather, what they experienced tonight was too sensational. One wave had yet to subside, and another wave had risen. Right now, even if Xiao Juno opened his mouth and said a word, letting them kneel down and sing a conquest was probably not out of the question. At this moment, Xiao Juno's image in their hearts was incomparably terrifying, and the same thought surfaced unanimously in everyone's minds. It was absolutely necessary to warn their clans with the words, Xiao Juno cannot be messed with. Xiao Juno can't be messed with. Xiao Juno can't be messed with. Chapter 21, Hegemonic Might. The fact is, now not only are the people of the various great families having such thoughts, Tang Yilio's heart was anxious and completely devoid of the previous resentment, and the idea of wanting to retaliate against Xiao Juno had completely disappeared from his mind. Before Xiao Juno showed his strength, he was not afraid. Facing Wang Ling Ao's domineering counterattack, he wasn't afraid either. But now, he was really afraid. Compared to Wu Xingfeng, who only had respect in his heart after Xiao Juno showed his demonic strength because he knew more about martial arts, Tang Yilio, who was already a glooming and vindictive person, was not able to let go of his resentment towards Xiao Juno easily. But even so, want to start retaliation also depends on the strength of both sides. Tang Yilio's back was against the Tang family, and the strength and mysterious background that Xiao Juneo had shown before hadn't been enough to make him give in. But this kneeling of the Qintian Pavilion master, who was in charge of the North China province, had completely silenced him. Seeing this scene, Tang Yilu's entire face was pulled together. He really couldn't accept this reality. But then listening to the other party's mouth-called adults, easily took down a county governor, asking if he was going to make a move on the Wang family when he despaired. Tang Yilio is careful, is hate Xiao Junuo, but he is not stupid. Even if he was looking for an opponent, he would have to compare the strength of both sides. But what is this? Tang Yilio originated from one of the 5 big families. Deep background. In the eyes of other people looks like scenery, proper pride of heaven, top aristocrat, but in reality is only a even Wang Ling Ao taunts. Reprimand dare not squeak ordinary first son, not to mention Xiao Jun Nuo. This moment, he really understood what was called the difference between clouds and mud. What was called not being able to mess with is not being able to mess with. If he and Wang Ling Ao were still able to compare notes, but after seeing Xiao Juneo's fearfulness, he wanted to kneel down. No wonder Xiao Juno was so confident. No wonder Xiao Juno dared to make a move against Wang Ling Ao. No wonder Xiao Juno wanted to invite all the great clans to the banquet tonight. Everything was understood. This was true dominance, truly standing at the pinnacle of their distant hopes as soon as he made his debut. What could he, Tang Yilio, compare himself to? As long as Xiao Junuo was willing, this was truly a sentence that could clean him up, or a level that would make the Tang family willingly and personally hand him over to the other party to make amends. Thinking of this, Tang Yilio's body was jolted. There was a snap. Tang Yilio suddenly gave himself a hard slap. Slap, slap, slap. One slap wasn't enough, and in quick succession, several slaps hit his face hard. He was so stupid. Really too stupid. Obviously just came to watch the fun. Who is it bad to offend? So arrogant to offend Xiao Juno. Thinking of his own wild appearance before, to Huang Yurong and Xiao Jun Nua's provocation, Tang Yilio body began to shiver. Almost did not directly give a knee. Aha! Kneeling wasn't impossible. Something had to be done. Not really letting the other party hold a grudge against him, thinking that his little life was now in danger. His head spun rapidly, and he quickly turned his gaze to Huang Yurong, suddenly turning his head to speak in a low voice to Wu Xingfeng, who hadn't yet returned to his senses and whose eyes were filled with awe. Get up! Shen City Lord Wang Yongchang is dead. The Zhong family's matter has come to an end for now. As for the Wang family, listening to Xiao Wu Yuan's report, Xiao Juno raised his hand to help the other party up and hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the expressions of the people around him also fell into his eyes, landing their gazes on Wang Lingao's body. In fact, the reason why Xiao Wuyuan kneeled down on one knee to Xiao Juneo and talked about the words of making a move against the Wang family during the report was also because he recognized Wang Lingao, who was lying on the ground, as a sub-pavilion master of the chief pavilion of the first mansion. Such a character as Xiao Wuyuan was naturally a human savant, and once he took a look at Wang Lingao's situation, he did not need to guess before he surmised the matter to 7 or 8 times. At the same time he opened his mouth, he was also really ready to lay his hands on the Wang family for Xiao Junuo. What a joke! The meaning represented by the coiled dragon ring in Xiao Juno's hand was enough to explain everything. The Lord insults the subject to death. As the year was by the benefactor single-handedly promoted to this position of Xiao Wu Yuan, he could never look at Xiao Jun Nuo insulted, so there is no doubt. With the appearance of Xiao Wu Yuan's opening, the real meaning of Xiao Jun Nuo's identity will be raised to a terrible point, so that the crowd present at the moment are silent, quietly waiting for Xiao Jun Nuo to open his mouth. Mr. Xiao, can you listen to me? Right at this moment, Ji Yumlong opened her mouth with a difficult look on her face even as she hesitated. Although he didn't understand the reason why Ji Yumlong opened her mouth at this time, but seeing as the other party had come forward before, Xiao Juno still looked at the other party and said, Miss Ji, please say something. Although it is somewhat presumptuous, I wonder what Mr. Xiao is going to do with Wang Lingao next? Hearing Ji Yuming's inquiry, Xiao Jun Nuo was at first puzzled, but after seeing the other party's face with a difficult color but still opened his mouth to ask, his heart keenly had some guesses. Miss Ji doesn't want me to kill Wang Lingao? Or rather, you don't want me to be an enemy of the Wang family? To be precise, I hope that Mr. Xiao will spare his life today and let him leave. Seeing Xiao Junuo's frown because of his words, Ji Yumling was also aware that her words at this moment were somewhat unreasonable, but out of the relationship between the Ji family and the Wang family, at this time she really can't watch Wang Lingao die in Xiao Jun Nuo's hands, even if Ji Yuming's heart loathes the other party and doesn't want to pay attention to it at all. So it seems that this Wang Lingao and Ji Yuming are involved. Xiao Juneo thought in his heart, but was silent for a while. Seems to be able to see Xiao Juno's dissatisfaction. Ji Yumling, eyes with hopeful look to Xiao Juno, took the initiative to open the mouth to explain. This matter relates to the agreement between the Ji family and the Wang family. Wang Lingao is this generation of the Wang family only first son. If the other party died here, Yumling difficult to explain to the family. For this time only, I also ask Mr. Xiao to be able to spare him. Saying that, Ji Yumling even respectfully bent down and saluted Xiao Junuo. As the pearl of the Ji family, Ji Yuming's actions could be said to be placing her posture in a very low position. Miss Ji doesn't have to be like this. Looking at Ji Yuming's attitude, Xiao Junuo shook his head and confessed, Miss Ji and I have a favor. Before I was able to stand up to me, Xiao Junuo, and how would I forget? Since you opened your mouth, then Wang Lingao will do as you say. Xiao Junuo agreed to Ji Yuming's request without the slightest hesitation. Even if Wang Lingao might know some clues about his own past, Xiao Jun Nuo gave it up without any hesitation. If there is hatred, it will be avenged, and if there is favor, it will be repaid. This was the belief that Xiao Jun Nuo had carried out since he was a child, from the beginning to the end. Thank you. Hearing Xiao Juno's words, Ji Yuming's heart was also relieved as she smiled at Xiao Juno with a stunningly beautiful style. Xiao Juno nodded and his feet just moved. Wang Lingao, who was originally lying on the ground being tortured like a dead dog, was kicked out by him. Uncle Lai, who had not dared to act rashly after being seriously injured outside the banquet hall, leapt up and took over as soon as he could, almost not even daring to look at him for more than a moment, and without saying a word, he fled in a mess with his people. Chapter 22. Ji Yumeng. Things came to an end. Wang Lingao's limbs were all broken and became invalid, and he eventually fled in a mess. At this point, having seen Xiao Junuo's strength and means, with a series of deterrents, the banquet went on smoothly with no one making a fuss. The people from all the big clans finally had time to communicate, and with Xiao Junuo as his brother, Liao Yinin logically became the star of the show. The banquet was a harmonious and cheerful scene. All the families that came to the banquet had Liao Yinyan's appearance memorized in their minds. This was the younger sister that Xiao Junyuo had personally recognized, and each of them silently planned in their hearts what gifts they should prepare to give afterward to curry favor with her. Similarly, not only was Liao Yinyin, but Huang Yurong, who had organized the banquet in the open, had also seen her status rise greatly in front of the crowd. Originally, she was just a female president of Tianheng International. Even if her status was high, she was still just a laborer. But now it was different. The members of the big families didn't dare to look for Xiao Juneo rashly, but one by one, they looked for her with unrivaled enthusiasm. For a time, Huang Yurong became the object of heated conversation among the people present, and Tang Ilio, who had previously been arrogantly lending his identity, was even more bashful as he sought out the other side with Wu Xingfeng. The posture was put extremely low, not knowing what to say to please Huang Yurong. My lord, Wang Ling Ao is the only first son of the Wang family in this generation. Today's matter, the Wang family will definitely take crazy revenge on you after knowing about it. Getting the people behind him to disperse for the time being, Xiao Weiyuan approached Xiao Junyuo with a serious face. In the face of Xiao Weiyuan's advice, Xiao Junyuo only shook his head. Do you think that even if I don't do anything, the Wang family will let me go? Xiao Juno said coldly. What's more, since I found out that the Wang family is related to what happened to me back then, how would I let the Wang family go? The blood revenge from back then. I don't dare to forget it even for a moment. Xiao Juno's hands clenched into fists. The killing intent in his heart never disappeared for a moment. In that case, let's strike first. The Qintian Pavilion is willing to be driven by your excellency to suppress the Jinling Wang family, Xiao Weiyuan said with murderous vigor. I know your intentions. The Wang family will have to come to the door sooner or later, but not now. Xiao Junyuan nodded and turned to say, isn't Jiangbei County Guard Zhao Tianjun in your hands? Dig out all the secrets from him first. Understood. Xiao Weiyuan sniffed with a solemn expression. Knowing Xiao Juno's thoughts, the two of them spoke briefly for a while, and Xiao Fuyuan didn't stay long to directly leave with his people. Just as Xiao Juno had said, he had the absolute strength to be able to find trouble with the Wang family, but for the things that happened back then, digging into the ground, no matter how detailed the investigation was worth it. For the sake of the truth, for the sake of finding clues to his sister's disappearance, Xiao Juno would not easily give up a little detail. Thinking of this, Xiao Junhua again looked towards Liao Yinin, who was chatting with Ji Yameng. The only people left from the orphanage back then were her and his own missing sister. The beauty that he cherished in his heart, he absolutely, positively would not allow anyone else to harm them again. Probably noticing Xiao Junhua's gaze, Liao Yinin walked over on Ji Yuming's arm. Brother Juno, you are really good today. Sister Yumeng is also nice. Look, this is the gift she gave me. Liao Yinin first excitedly praised Xiao Juno. This was really the first time she had learned about how powerful this Juno brother of hers was, and then raised her slender wrist to show Xiao Juno a bracelet that Ji Yameng had given her. The bracelet on Liao Yinyan's hand at first glance did not have a bright flashy appearance. The whole is made of shells and pearls strung together, and even appeared to be somewhat ordinary, but with Xiao Junyuo's vision, he could naturally see the difference. This string of bracelet string obviously has Ji Yumeng carry traces. Is the other side of the precious things? Especially Xiao Junyuo and that bracelet pearl see special secret method warming signs. This kind of thing to carry around is able to bring benefits to the human body. Seemingly ordinary. In fact, even if the money is not necessarily buy, just a single bracelet was able to show Ji Yuming's attitude towards Liao Yinin. This bracelet, Xiao Junyuo couldn't help but look at Ji Yameng and said, it should be very important to Miss Ji as well. It's just too expensive to give it to Yinin just like that. Ah, Sister Yumeng, is this bracelet important to you? Then it's better to return it to you. I can't have it. Liao Yinin wasn't stupid. Hearing that even Xiao Junhua said that this bracelet was very important, she instantly also got nervous and hurriedly had to take off the bracelet and return it. However, her movements were stopped by Ji Yameng with a smile. Raising her hand to press Liao Yinyan's hand, she smiled at her and shook her head as she spoke to Xiao Junhua. Mr. Xiao, Yinin, this sister I really like. We made an appointment to invite her again next time for my birthday party. This gift I hope not to refuse. Xiao Junhua looked at Ji Yameng and did not reply. It had to be said that Ji Yameng did look stunningly beautiful. Her delicate features and the other party's outwardly soft and inwardly strong character could easily make people feel good about her. But Xiao Junhua didn't completely believe the other party's explanation. As the pearl of the Ji family, praised as a lotus flower, since it is not a vase, how can it be really so simple and pure? Although the other party was acting pure and flawless, if you really want to treat the other party as brainless, then you are being silly. It seems to be clear that Xiao Juno's attitude. Ji Yameng saw that Xiao Juno didn't answer, pondered for a moment and finally sighed slightly and said, Mr. Xiao, the next step is to prepare for war with the Wang family, right? Xiao Juno shook his head. In Ji Yuming's puzzled eyes faintly spoke, not to start a war, they are not worthy yet. Ji Yuming's expression was slightly stunned, but looking at Xiao Juno's bland expression and the strength displayed by the other party, she could not help but let her eyes flash. Sure enough, this sentence can only be said with a temperament like Mr. Zhao's, and only then will it make Yumeng feel that it's not conceited and belittling, right? Saying this, Ji Yumeng paused, her four-eyed gaze burning into Xiao Junyuo's eyes. Truth be told, I think Mr. Xiao has also guessed that the reason why I would request you to spare Wang Lingao's life is because of my own reasons involved. Xiao Juno nodded without speaking. Ha! Liao Yinyin, on the other hand, looked at Ji Yumeng with a face full of puzzlement and asked, Sister Yumeng, didn't you say it was because of the agreement between the Ji family and the Wang family? Then do you know what the pact is? Ji Yumeng smiled and didn't get angry, opening her mouth to speak out a shocking news. The Wang family proposed marriage to my Ji family. And the family has already loosely agreed, which means that the two of us have a marriage contract in place. And Wang Lingao is actually my fiancé. Looking at Liao Yinyin, who had a stunned look on her face, Ji Yuming's eyes however focused on Xiao Junyuo, then said, and as the first daughter of this generation of the Ji family, I cannot refuse this marriage. Chapter 23, The Wang family shakes. But now it seems that you personally don't want to marry each other. Xiao Juno understood the meaning of Ji Yuming's words and went straight to the essence. And the most crucial thing is that the situation seems to have changed a bit because of my appearance. That's how things are. But obviously it's not something I can decide. Ji Yuming nodded, a few rare moments of sadness in her gaze. The family might continue the union, or cancel, which direction it will go in the end. Who knows? Sister Yuemeng, you absolutely can't marry that Wang Lingao's ah. Hearing Ji Yuming's answer, Liao Yinyin instantly became anxious. Frowning, pulling Ji Yuming's hand nervously shouted, that guy is fierce. And doesn't seem like a good person at first glance. This is simply a pit. Liao Yinyin's concern, Ji Yuming saw it in her eyes, but she just smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Juno, on the other hand, completely understood Ji Yuming's attitude. Obviously, Ji Yuming didn't have the power to resist the marriage union, not even if she was the pearl of the Ji family and the beloved Missy in this matter. But Xiao Junyuo's appearance turned things around, and after seeing his strength, Ji Yuming obviously had some ideas. This also explained why she had befriended Liao Yinyin. Perhaps there was a reason for liking Yinyin's character, but a bigger aspect was the hope of using Xiao Junyuo's power to stop this marriage. Would Xiao Juno make a move against the Wang family? The answer was self-evident, but Ji Yuming had underestimated Xiao Junyuo too much. Xiao Junyuo's action against the Wang family is one thing, and his action to stop the marriage is another. He can work hard to repay the favor of those who have helped him, but it doesn't mean that he will be used at will. Was it hard to stop this marriage? In Xiao Juno's opinion, it wasn't difficult, and it might even be beneficial to him. But for Xiao Juno, this is not important. Really not important. What was important was to see Ji Yuming's attitude. So what if you're a beauty? So what if you're the eldest lady of the Wang family? If you want to take advantage of me, then he won't make a move even if it takes a lot of effort. A person who has every intention of only thinking of using you, no matter what she or he thinks, at least in terms of attitude, is not worth recognizing. By the same token, and if you treat me with sincerity and are truly getting along as a friend, then Xiao Junyuo would never make things difficult for a friend. This was the root of Xiao Juno's way of dealing with people in the world. He would not be swayed by Ji Yuming's beauty and had a clear view of right and wrong in his heart. So in the end, when faced with Ji Yuming's small mind with hints and even borrowing Liao Yinyin's mouth to say items, Xiao Junyuo didn't directly state his position as the other party thought. Sparing Wang Lingao's life was to repay the favor. He could accept that, but wanting to utilize him to achieve a goal, that would not be something a friend should do. So in this matter, Xiao Juno didn't rush to open his mouth to say anything, and sometimes being silent in response was in itself a sign of attitude. Seeing this, there was clearly some small disappointment in Ji Yuming's eyes, but she quickly put those emotions away, digressing from the topic and not opening her mouth again. The banquet ended smoothly after that. Xiao Juno's formal appearance also made his existence known to the people of the various great clans in a series of displays of strength, and it was obvious. The annihilation of the Zhong family and the reversal of Xiao Juno's public opinion across the internet was just the beginning. The news that the Lord of Shen City, the county guard of Jiangbei, and the lieutenant of the Jinwu division were dead, and that the first son of the Wang family's current generation had been beaten to a dog and become a wasted man also spread. From Shen City, the storm clouds that were stirred up headed towards Jinling. Jinling, the ancient capital of the six dynasties, contains spirituality. In this dragon country has a number of economic, cultural, political, military center of the prosperous region. Has Jiangnan beautiful place, Jinling Emperor's state reputation. Wang family as a former royal family, is located in this area above. As one of the dragon country's hegemonic family is a great control. Wang family residence covers an area of hundreds of acres of land is very large. Near the river against the mountain at a building lined up. As a family with a long tradition, the Wang family's building is not a modern villa, high-rise, but more historical. The towering roofs were covered with exquisite glazed tiles, each one made by craftsmen with great care. The walls are solid. Thick stones and red bricks are interlocked and piled up, showing a rich classical atmosphere. The huge doorway is made of heavy wood, with a golden border outlining the pattern of the family emblem. A place that is unparalleled in letting people realize the ancient history and heritage of this family. Carved beams and painted buildings, flying eaves and arches, supported by tall giant pillars. The pillars are inlaid with lifelike reliefs, with traditional motifs such as phoenixes and golden dragons interspersed with each other. Pavilions, jungles, gardens, corridors and arches connecting the buildings. Everywhere highlights the weight of history and the dignity of the former royal family. The grandeur of a high family is undoubtedly evident. At this time, in a courtyard of the Wang family, a pale-faced Lin Kai-ru appeared with her son Zhao Junhao. Second master, you have to do right by our family. At this moment, Lin Kai-ru had long since lost the graceful nobility of being the county governor's wife. Her hair was disheveled and her face wore a terrified look as she fell to her knees and cried and begged to the man in front of her. Pretty face is full of tears. Clothes wrinkled up will be a large area of skin exposed. With a few points of beauty, crying also really have a few points to provoke the feeling of pity. And at her side is sitting in a wheelchair, a face of hatred Zhao Junhao. If you don't help we really can't live. Goddamn Xiao Junyuo. He was able to get the Qintian pavilion to step in. Tianjun he was directly captured before he could do anything. Junhao was even paralyzed. Now we mother and son don't even have someone to lean on. Soon after Zhao Tianjun was taken away by the Qintian pavilion, Lin Kai-ru received the news, and after learning of the situation, almost as if the sky had collapsed, she was terrified and frightened and brought her son to the Jinling Wang family overnight to seek help. They seek this backer, that is, sitting in front of the two, over 50 years old but still does not look old Wang family second master. Wang Shiming, what's going on? The Qintian pavilion has struck out. Tell us what you know clearly. Hearing Lin Kai-ru hurriedly ran to meet on his knees crying and begging words. Wang Shiming, who did not yet know the situation, frowned, but Zhao Tianjun was captured. The heart has long been incomparably uneasy. Lin Kai-ru were to know the specific situation. A description of the flip-flopping only said the Qintian pavilion suddenly out of the blue, crying and begging Wang Shiming to save the words. Wang Shiming heard straight frowned. His heart was irritated. Second master, something has happened. The head of the family is beckoning you to the lobby to deliberate. It was at this moment that Wang Shiming's subordinate beloved ran in and whispered a few words in his ear. When Wang Shiming heard the message, his eyes flashed sternly, and with a loud bang, he slammed his palm on the table and stood up, almost roaring. What? This Xiao Junhua is so bold that he even dares to injure my Wang family's people. The little bastard is truly a scourge. I will kill him to vent my hatred. Chapter 24 $10 billion bounty. You two follow me and go to the lobby with me. Wang Shiming received the news and didn't hesitate to greet Lin Kai-ru's mother and son, rushing towards the Wang family lobby with anger. When the three of them arrived at the Wang clan's lobby, the entire lobby had already seen quite a few Wang clan members. Sitting at the head of the upper is a 70 years old, hair-white face with wrinkles of the old man, is also Wang Shiming's elder brother, this generation of the Wang family's real patriarch Wang Shiwu. On his side, stood Wang Lingao's father Wang Mingshang, thin lips and eagle eyes on the face as gloomy as water. Obviously also know the news. The lobby was very quiet. No one opened their mouths, but everyone present was able to feel the oppressive atmosphere. Big brother, Wang Shiming arrived with Zhao Junhao's mother and son, and after greeting Wang Shiwu, he opened his mouth without waiting to sit down. I just received the news, and I heard that Ling Ao's nephew was beaten in front of all the families and had his limbs scrapped. Is this true? It's true. Before Wang Shiwu could open his mouth, Wang Mingsheng looked at Wang Shiming with a cold face. I still have to ask second uncle about this matter. What exactly is going on in Xincheng? I heard that Ling Ao only went to deal with a small problem, with a great master at his side to protect him. How could he be beaten up like this? Wang Mingsheng's face was full of dissatisfaction and his tone was even more filled with anger. Where exactly did this little bastard surnamed Xiao come from? How dare he strike against my Wang family? Is he tired of living? Wow. What? Ling Ao was actually seriously injured. Who did this to be so arrogant? Unbridled. Simply unbridled. Does this person still have my Wang families in his sights? Family master. This person has turned against the heavens. Which family is it from? Must make a move to exterminate them. As Wang Mingsheng opened his mouth, the clansmen in the lobby who were originally unaware of the situation instantly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the originally oppressive lobby became an uproarious mess. As the only son of this generation, Wang Lingao had been favored by Wang Shimu since birth. and Wang Ximing valued this nephew because of Wang Lingao's character and his own lack of progeny due to his martial arts. So Wang Lingao and the Wang family, almost no one dares to mess with the existence. With such a status, those side branches will not dare to disobey the status of Wang Lingao, almost all around him, but to say sincerely submit and how it is possible. A big family, there is no shortage of nastiness. At this moment, hearing the news that Wang Lingao had been beaten into a cripple, the thoughts of the people present varied, even if there were a few people who were gloating in their hearts, but at this moment, they were all displaying agitation and righteous indignation. Enough! With the sound of an old but majestic voice, the original chaotic clamor stopped with a rebuke from Wang Shiwu. The pale eye swept over the crowd. Even without saying anything more, it instantly silenced the crowd. As the head of the Wang family, Wang Shiwu was not aware of these people's petty thoughts, but as long as he was still around for a day, this group of people in the Wang family would not dare to act out. Ming Shang, shut up! Wang Shiwu first reprimanded his own son, and then looked towards mother and son Zhao Juanhao who were standing by the side and asked Wang Ximing, Ximing, what's going on with these two people again? Hearing the question, Wang Ximing didn't hold back and told the situation of the two. The official Qin Tian Pavilion stepped in and directly arrested Zhao Tianjun. Who would have thought that back then that, even though Wang Ximing didn't explicitly recount it, Wang Shiwu immediately realized the seriousness of the matter after hearing that the Qin Tian Pavilion officials had stepped in. Didn't wait for Wang Ximing to continue. Wang Shiwu sullenly glared, letting Wang Ximing immediately stop talking while turning to the others. The others have nothing to do beforehand, go down. This matter involves too much. The Wang family must deal with it cautiously. The specifics I will inform you again to discuss. Family Master, Ling Ao's revenge cannot go unreported. This matter, is the Qintian Pavilion preparing to lay hands on my Wang family? Family Master, this matter cannot be let go so easily. When a group of people heard this, they opened their mouths to say something else, but after they met Wang Shiwu's cold eyes, they immediately extinguished their flames and exited the lobby, until only 3 people were left in the lobby. Wang Shiwu then frowned at Wang Ximing and asked in a stern voice, what's going on? Why did even the Qintian Pavilion step in? Seeing his own big brother's attitude, Wang Ximing, where there was no one who didn't understand, not daring to hide anything at all, he told everything. Back then, I didn't expect to let this brat escape with his life. Not long ago I received the news, was also taken aback. Originally thought it was just something that could be smoothed out casually. With the Jinwu division out of the way, Ling Ao he also went. Did not expect. What exactly happened back then? Hearing Wang Ximing's narration, Wang Mingsheng, who was not clear about the truth of the matter, frowned and was confused. Wang Ximing and Wang Shiwu exchanged glances, and Wang Shiwu did not hide anything and told the story. When Wang Mingsheng heard that behind this incident back then, there was still a hidden secret that was kept secret, his face suddenly changed in fear. In that case, that Xiao Junyuo is a scourge. If we let him continue to live, we must let him die. Otherwise, one bad move and my Wang family will truly be in danger of being destroyed. Wang Mingxing's eyes flickered, his heart beating extremely fast at this moment, and his face was filled with hideous killing intent. I was careless before. I didn't expect that this scourge actually had some means left. Even the Grand Master was no match for him, and he even attracted the Qintian Pavilion to step in. Wang Ximing nodded, a vicious color in his eyes, but daring to take action against my Wang family? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some ability? In any case, since the Qintian Pavilion has stepped in, the next action must be quick. A direct extermination of him with thunderous means is required. Wang Mingxing calmed down and proposed towards his father. Now that public opinion is boiling over, we still have a chance. Father, directly utilize your connections in the Jinwu division to send out a large army to suppress him in order to put an end to it. Not bad. Wang Ximing's eyes lit up at his words, and he ferociously said, if the Jinwu division steps in, even if that guy has a relationship with the Qin Tian Pavilion that we don't know about, he won't be able to stop it. When the time comes, we will then use our Wang family's connections to fully block him. This time, we can't let him have the possibility of flipping. After saying that, both of them looked at the pondering Wang Shiwu and waited for his decision. Not enough. This is not enough. If you want to do it absolutely. Can't leave a single omission. However, Wang Shiwu slowly shook his head and opened his mouth. Speaking faintly, the Jinwu division has to be moved, and the total blockade has to be moved as well. But these are all too slow. Ximing, go to the darknet and place a bounty on that scourge's head for me. 10 billion. Take out $10 billion. Not only do I want that scourge's head, I also want everyone around him without a single person left behind. Chapter 25 Iceberg Beauty, noble daughter of the royal family. $10 billion. When Wang Shimu said this, Wang Ximing and Wang Mingxing's hearts were shaken. Father, would that much money be too much? That's $10 billion. Wang Mingsheng hurriedly spoke. More than $10 billion? Stupid. Wang Shiwu looked askance at Wang Mingsheng and snorted out coldly. Don't forget that there's still a Skyhung International out there. Since you were all prepared before, why are you still hesitating? This is indeed an opportunity. Hearing Wang Shiwu's words, Wang Mingsheng nodded with a sudden realization. Compared to this, I'm more worried about the marriage with the Ji family. Wang Shiwu sighed and looked at Wang Mingchen and said with a straight face, Ling Ao's injury this time has added more variables to the matter. It is said that many of the many families that were present at the time saw it. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Mingchen, I want you to go and contact the Ji family and finalize the union as soon as possible. If necessary, Tianheng International, this piece of cake is not impossible to share the profits. Easting can eat, Ji family can also eat, as long as the one standing behind my Wang family does not have to worry about anything, so you, even if it is to pay a little price, but also with the fastest speed to determine down. Understand? Understood. Wang Mingsheng solemnly responded. Wang Shiwu nodded and looked around at the two low voice filled with the might of a superior. My Jinling Wang family has been passed down for 1,000 years. Don't let them forget that my Wang family is a royal family. It's the overlord of this dragon country. Just as the Wang family was preparing to make a secret move against Xiao Juno. At this time, Xiao Juno also waited for his pickup at the Xincheng airport. Young lord, Mrs. Plane has landed. In the VIP room of the airport, MOU reported back to Xiao Juno. Xiao Junua nodded his head, and before he could get up and go out to greet them, he heard the door of the VIP room being pushed open with one hand, and a stunningly beautiful woman stepped in. The woman was wearing a pure white suit. The upper half of her body was wearing a small tasseled shirt with an open small suit, and the lower half of her body was ironed straight wide-legged pants. Her feet stepped on high-heeled boots, and she wore sunglasses in a city girl's outfit. A head of long wavy hair scattered on the shoulder, flaming red lips, cold face. Anyone can see the pride with which even very loose clothes are still unable to cover the magnificent peaks. Proud posture, long legs so that people do not dare to look directly. Just one look, just a glance, can make the heart timid. Do not dare to look at. If Huang Yu roam because of their own years of power and age precipitation, bred mature and noble temperament, then the woman in front of her, even if she is not very old, but that high and proud is the innate temperament, with that cold and stunning face is a kind of unspeakable charm. Really let a person can feel that this woman is a goddess general unattainable existence, let a person daunted. However, this is such a woman. 1 second she walks into the VIP room or a frosty goddess, rejecting people outside of 1,000 miles. The next moment she sees Xiao Juneo as the winter snow melts and the warm sun shines. Juno. Mu Shuiling took off the sunglasses with a glitter in her eyes, pursed the corners of her mouth to reveal a happy smile, her high heels under her feet to Xiao Juno like a joyful trotting over, opening her arms to have a big hug. It's really been a long time. Senior sister, I've missed you to death. 7th senior sister. A hug will do. Don't touch me indiscriminately. Feeling his own senior sister's unreasonable bandwagon bumping and coming up with a tendency to move her hands, Xiao Junua's mouth moved so that he didn't have a reflex. What's wrong with a self-owned senior brother? Senior sister touching a hand? Mu Shuiling raised an eyebrow, patted Xiao Junua's sturdy muscles with both hands on his chest, angled his head and said without any good humor, your kid can be considered tough now, huh? The masters can actually let you off the mountain. I've also heard some of your recent affairs. Let's go. Go back and talk on the way. After the words were spoken, Mu Shuiling resumed that proud demeanor again. With a toss of her long hair, she led the way and headed out. Outside the airport, the greeting fleet had long been waiting there. The two got into the car, and only then did they formally talk about things. Good the Wang family is still really arrogant and domineering. They really think that no one can rule them. Listening to Xiao Juno's narration, Mu Shuiling's face was filled with frost. Juno, you did a good job. If it wasn't for the fact that I wasn't in the country before. Wang family, this matter is not finished with them. Seemingly not relieved, Mu Shuiling turned her head and solemnly assured Xiao Junua, elder sister, you don't need to make a move in this matter. Xiao Junua smiled at his words, happy but still shook his head. For his own senior sister's concern for himself, he was very clear, but he did not want to involve the other party in this matter of the Wang family. In the face of Mu Shuiling wanting to stand up for himself, he naturally chose to refuse. Facing Mu Shuiling's gaze, Xiao Junua said with a straight face and firm eyes, this is the revenge that belongs to me, and it is also the most important reason for me to come down from the mountain. And this is a matter that I don't want you guys to be involved in. Seeing Xiao Juno's expression, Mu Shuiling was silent. Senior sister, promise me. Xiao Junua didn't hear the reply. Clear of the character of the 7th senior sister beside him, he looked straight at the other party. Got it. Who's happy to meddle in your crap? Boring as hell. Slanting her eyes to see Xiao Juno's serious appearance, Mu Shuiling waved her hand in an impatient manner in exasperation. For her own dear senior brother, she just couldn't get angry. But promise to promise, bullied her own senior brother, how could she not do it? At that time, as long as the senior brother does not know, it is still nothing. Mu Xueling's eyes flooded with coldness, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. Not to talk about me. I heard Mou say that senior sister left the country before because of trouble. And now that she's returned, is she resolving the trouble? Noticing the corner of Mu Xueling's mouth hooked up, Xiao Junhua naturally guessed that little bit of her mind and didn't reveal it. Aha! Hearing Xiao Juno's question, Mu Xueling sighed softly as she looked back with her brows furrowed. Things are more troublesome than I thought. This trip abroad ended up not being able to accomplish its purpose, and now things have become even more tricky. Xiao Juno frowned at his words, but before he could open his mouth to inquire, Mu Xueling spoke again. This time what was revealed in her eyes was cold and merciless killing intent. But it's not like there's no gain. At least it allowed me to catch a bit of clues about the black hand behind the scenes. It's time to move the knife this time back home. Like this? Then I'd like to follow along and see what's going on. Xiao Juno nodded and said, just watch. While at that time, Mu Xueling at this moment spread her face and smiled as proudly as she could. Your senior sister me. How can I say that I am also the daughter of the king of Wuhan? Ding ding ding. While talking, the phone rang. Pick up the cell phone to connect. Mu Xueling listening to the news coming from the opposite side of the eyes steeply bright. What a coincidence to come. I'm going to this auction. Chapter 26 Darknet Shakes. Legends Strike. Auction? Hanging up the phone, hearing Xiao Juno's inquiry, Mu Xueling nodded and explained. The Jiangnan family got some good stuff from somewhere again and organized an auction. Many people were invited to participate, and the phone call just now was a special invitation to me. For this special invitation, Xiao Juno was not surprised. Xiao Juno was naturally aware of the honorable status of Mu Xueling. If one said that the 5 great families represented the uppermost level of the great families in the Dragon Kingdom and the face of all the families, forming the 5 great mountains, then as the first daughter of King Wuhan, the status of the 7th sister lies in the power and force of the powerful. Unlike the 5 great families who use business, martial arts, connections or other aspects as the capital of survival, the royal family as a powerful and noble in the Dragon Kingdom has the foundation of the powerful force. Take the Wang family as an example. As the Jinling hegemon, they can arrange Zhao Tianjun, such as the heart of the county guards, with the hands of the official position in charge of force, or such as Wang Jin into the Zhenwu to become a lieutenant to master the force. But in the final analysis, this is all just with the help of manpower to invoke the state's violent organs. These families can mobilize the force. There is a limit. The biggest difference between Mu Xueling as a powerful nobleman and them was that under the command of King Wuhan were more than 100,000 tigers and wolves, truly mastering the legions of forbidden guards. In other words, if you angered the other party, you would dare to mobilize a large army to exterminate your military bigwigs. This is also the reason why Mu Xueling dared to speak up and clean up the Wang family when she heard that her own senior brother was being bullied. On the basis of what? On the basis of this more than 100,000 warriors that could be mobilized at any time. How about it? The opportunity is rare. Are you interested in accompanying senior sister? Mu Xueling looked at Xiao Junhua to initiate the invitation. The auction is in 3 days. I have to say that the Su family, this family has some skills. From time to time there will be good things appear at that time. There may be something you like. By the way, I don't know how strong Juno's strength is now. I remember that from time to time the auction will come out with some heavenly materials that can enhance cultivation and make people go crazy. Okay, together. Xiao Juno was just about to refuse when he heard Mu Xueling's words and couldn't help but agree with a raised eyebrow. Martial Dao refinement. If you don't advance, you will fall back. During the 5 years of cultivation in the Absolute Dust Valley, Xiao Juno had learned a lot from the various masters, yet the strong would always continue to progress. Not to mention that in order to take revenge, the original enemy had not yet been killed. How could Xiao Junhua have stopped? Since he had encountered a heavenly treasure that could enhance his cultivation, there was no possibility of rejecting it. Xiao Juno knew very well that every bit of strength he possessed would be the basis for facing strong enemies in the future. The pain that he once felt when he could only watch those around him being humiliated, tortured, and persecuted because of his weakness, he no longer wanted to feel it. Since leaving the valley, Xiao Juno could clearly feel the slowdown in the refinement of his strength. If you can get these heavenly treasures, with the former master's teaching, Xiao Junhua is confident that these heavenly treasures will be refined into pills, which will be fully effective to stimulate the power of the medicine. The strength can be raised another step. At the time when Xiao Junhua was firming up his thoughts in his heart, at the same time, the underground world, a huge scarlet text burning with flames appeared on the dark net, announcing a 10 billion sky-high order that was stirring the nerves of the killers. 10 billion. The Wang clan released the bounty in the form of madness, and this order was like a huge stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, setting off huge waves. Aside from the first list that was suspended high above and had remained unattained for decades, Xiao Juno's $10 billion order shook the entire assassin world as soon as it appeared. For a moment, countless killers were dumbfounded by this heavenly fortune. This was $10 billion. A huge fortune that was enough to allow the assassin who completed the mission to be wealthy and free and enjoy life. With a mission like this, it was impossible for them not to be moved, but they were only moved. $10 billion is a huge sum of money. Not everyone can take it. 1 hour. No one responded. 2 hours. 3 hours. Just as the news spread with time and began to attract the attention of countless people, the 7th hour after the mission was released, someone finally appeared to take the order. Shadow, the superb rising star that emerged in the assassin world in the last 3 years, with a shadow-like invisibility, as if the curtain came to complete the mission with a darkness enveloping the unrivaled posture. 100% success rate over the past 3 years without a single miss. A true peak killer, and with the shadow of the order, followed by another person also at the same time to take orders. K of Hearts, the fragrant and long-established assassin in the darknet. Every kill would leave a classic K of Hearts, who had once sensationalized the world with the death of the Western Alliance president, becoming a peak legend in the world of assassins, and no one knew her identity to this day. If the Shadow was the later who challenged the throne in order to prove herself, then the K of Hearts had undoubtedly proved herself already, the queen of the killer world's prestige, just when everyone thought that this mission would be a challenge for the throne. Out of everyone's expectation, a third party appeared. If the two above were standing at the pinnacle of the assassin world, then this last one was a true legend. Codename, Destiny. The only legend who dares to declare the end of a target in the name of fate. No one knows whether fate is a person or an organization, and no killer can do what fate cannot find traces of action. Being fate on the target is like a death knell ringing, really into the countdown to death without exception. And this does not make it become a legend. Really let fate become a legend is fate into the first list. After the three parties took on this mission, the entire darknet was shaken. That was the legendary Destiny. This tens of billions of orders had just become a three-way competitive confrontation, and the real peak-level duel made countless killers pay attention to the progress of this mission. And as the release of this task, Wang Ximing, after seeing the three parties who took over the task, is even more surprised to freeze. In his heart, he lamented his big brother's clear decision, but at the same time, he completely put down his heart. This kind of handiwork, the legend of the assassin world, and even ascended to the throne of the assassin out. He did not believe that Xiao Junhua can still live. Xiao Juno, dead. Xiao Junhua didn't know about the vibration of the darknet. 3 days passed quickly, when the underground world was surging and the three killers were converging on Xiao Juno. Mu Shueling and Xiao Juno arrived at the Su family in Jiangnan County. The auction was arranged in the Su family's manor, which was located on the outskirts of the city, and the classical European architecture looked very elegant. It can be seen that the Su family is very rich. Xiao Junuo and Mu Shueling followed the waiter all the way forward, and did not enter the main hall, but came to a large open-air garden. The warm sunshine, the music and decoration full of Western European flavor. The people who arrived early gathered here to drink and talk, and the moment Xiao Juno and Mu Shueling appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. Shueling, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be here as well. As they spoke, a silhouette walked towards the two. Chapter 27, the auction begins. Today to participate in the auction, Mu Shueling wearing a halter black gauze dress, two slender black silk thighs below a pair of black fine high heels. That water snake-like waist in the slim dress set off under the unbearable grip. High rises of the breasts held out a sexy archditch. The enchanting figure was actually full of charm just by looking at these. But looking upwards again, that long wavy hair was draped over her shoulders. The style between her eyebrows was mesmerizing, and the slightly powdered dainty beauty stood out at this moment. It's you, Zhang Yishuan. Seeing the visitor, Mu Shueling's brows slightly knit up, but her face became a little cold. You are always so cold and arrogant, always rejecting people. Zhang Yishuan had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and while facing Mu Shueling's indifference without a care in the world, he laughed softly. At least you and my family are old friends. There's no need to be like this to me. Mu Shueling cast a sidelong glance at the other party, face color unchanged without pretending to remain indifferent to. You are you. The Zhang family is the Zhang family, obviously. For the Zhang Yishuan in front of her, Mu Shueling was half in favor. As you wish. Zhang Yishuan did not get annoyed when he heard this and shrugged his shoulders and smiled. But recently I heard that the Wuan Wangfu seems to have encountered some trouble. Do you need my help? If you are willing to marry me, that would be even better. The desire in his eyes that looked at Mu Shueling as he spoke was not hidden at all. It even appeared to be a bit reckless, as if he was looking at prey. No need. Mu Shueling's eyes went cold as she lifted her steps and crossed over to the other party and left. It's still really heartbreaking, but I'll get you, Zhang Yishuan whispered to himself, turning his head to look up and down at Mu Shueling's shapely back as she departed, the corners of his mouth curling into an evil smile. Only soon did his brows furrow as his vision was blocked by a figure. It was only then that Zhang Yixuan saw Xiao Zhenyuo, who stood in front of him, and spoke with disdain and playfulness in his eyes. "TSK, TSK, TSK, how interesting. Are you being a flower protector?" Xiao Juno looked at Zhang Yixuan without saying anything. Seems to think that Xiao Junhua, such a guy jumping out, is a very interesting thing. Zhang Yixuan is not angry. Stepping forward to raise his hand to poke Xiao Junhua's chest to his ear and whispered, "Want to be a flower protector? First take a good look at their own identity. Where to run to the wild dog. It is best to stay away from my prey or you do not even know how to die. Understand? Garbage." With those words, Zhang Yixuan took a step and was ready to leave. Before leaving, the face that looked at Xiao Juno was filled with a smile, as if the previous warning wasn't something he had said at all. For this kind of guy who came out of nowhere, Zhang Yixuan simply didn't put it in his eyes. Mu Xueling is the prey that has long been in his sights. Do you really think that anyone can touch it? If Xiao Zhenhua didn't know what to do, he wouldn't mind sending the other party to his death. However, in the face of Zhang Yixuan's threat, Xiao Zhenhua's face showed a smile nor retorted. Looking at Zhang Yixuan for a moment, "Juno, what are you doing frozen there?" Before Zhang Yixuan could say anything else, Mu Shuling's shout came and Xiao Zhenhao returned to the other party's side, and immediately after that, between the two of them talking and laughing, Mu Xueling's cold face revealed a smile, and took Xiao Juno's arm. The two of them had a close look. Zhang Yixuan looked at this scene, pupils contracted. The heart was first stunned at the same time. Jealousy, anger immediately filled the chest. Breathing instantly became heavy. His eyes widened as he stared at Xiao Juno's back. This woman! Zhang Yixuan's fists clenched tightly, and fire almost spewed out of his eyes. This was the first time he had seen Mu Xueling, a cold and arrogant woman, act so intimately towards a man. When he thought of Xiao Juno's smile earlier, Zhang Yixuan only felt indescribably stifled. Mockery! This was barefaced mockery. Damn it! How dare he? How dare a punk following a woman be so arrogant? When had Zhang Yixuan ever been humiliated like this? Clenching his teeth, Zhang Yixuan's eyes surged with murderous intent as he looked at Xiao Zhenhao. Young Zhang, did that Xiao Juno provoke you? Just as Zhang Yixuan was considering how to deal with Xiao Zhenhao, someone leaned over with a pleasing face. You know him? Turning his head to look at the visitor, Zhang Yixuan narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice. Recognize? Of course I do. This Xiao Juno has made a great appearance before, the visitor said. To say that I was present at that time. Before that person could open his mouth to introduce himself, Tang Ilio, who happened to be there, walked over with a few people. Young Zhang, this Xiao Zhenhuo is not one to be messed with. Not to be messed with? I really want to know how bad to be messed with. Zhang Yixuan raised an eyebrow at his words and swept a glance at Tang Ilio as his face turned cold. For Tang Ilio, he naturally knew him, but the other party he really didn't put in his eyes. Then young Zhang must be mentally prepared. Tang Ilio didn't care about Zhang Yixuan's contempt, and opened his mouth to say, this Xiao Zhenhua's martial arts has reached the strength of a Grand Master. Grand Master? Zhang Yixuan frowned slightly. Tang Ilio took a look at Zhang Yixuan's expression and continued to speak. Not only that, not too long ago the Wang family's Wang Lingao had his limbs broken by him in front of many clans, and if it wasn't for Ji Yumeng pleading for leniency, he might have died in Xiao Zhenhua's hands. Wang Lingao's broken limbs were done by him? This time Zhang Yixuan was really a bit surprised, but soon he calmed down to reveal a sardonic smile. Xiao Zhenhuo? Sounds like some means, but to think that this is enough to go against me would be too naive. After saying this, Zhang Yixuan looked deeply at Tang Ilio and said nothing more, leaving straight away. Now there's a lot of fun to watch. Tang Ilio mouth corner with a smile, thought in his heart, did that guy just say something to you? Ignoring Zhang Yixuan's impotent rage, Mu Xueling asked Xiao Zhenhao after moving away from Zhang Yixuan. Did he threaten you? Just now? Didn't say anything. Xiao Juno shook her head, not taking Zhang Yixuan's threat to heart at all. But I can see that you hate him. Senior sister? Humph. Mu Xueling nodded and said, annoying fly that is, even though our two families are old friends, it's been a matter of 3 generations of ancestors, and it's even more so by now. But the Zhang family is strong, very strong. His father is the general master of the White Tiger army of this generation, and not to mention his strength, he has more than 30 Zongshire and even Grand Zongshire level commanders under him, with more than 200,000 warriors under his command. It would be among the people here. His family's power counts for something, so even though I hate him, I don't dare to do anything easily. Speaking of this, Mu Xueling looked at Xiao Junhua with a solemn face and cautioned. In short, just stay away from him is all. White Tiger Army, with over 200,000 people under its command? Xiao Junhua nodded, his face unreadable. Mu Xueling admonished Xiao Juno for a while, after which she did not wait long for a group of people to walk into the hall and take their respective seats. The auction officially began. Su Qingwen, the patriarch of the Su family, appeared on stage with the first lot, and as soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of the entire audience. Chapter 28 Treasure Pill and the Scramble. The Su family is a very special family. The family itself has a rare martial arts master in Long Jiangdao. Not to mention that the family has a special dependence. Recognize the Su family have guessed. Su family explicitly launched the master is just a cover. Su family behind the background is actually quite mysterious, and far more powerful than people imagine. Not to be messed with. After all, auctions are not something that anyone can easily get up, let alone auctions that can take out good things from time to time and attract many people to participate. With such interests, the coveted Su family people do not know how many. Especially Su family head has always been a woman is even more striking. However, for so many years, the Su family had never collapsed, so it could be seen that it was powerful. Because of this, no one dared to underestimate the smiling, charming and mature Su Qingwen standing in front of the stage. This Su family head, with a head of black hair like a waterfall, a palm-sized face. The only thing that could make people feel like they were smiling was her curved eyebrows and a pair of big, watery, deep, dreamy eyes. Wearing an embroidered indigo cheongsam, body posture full-bodied hold up the tight skirt, as walking a pair of silk, slightly meaty long legs from the open fork of the white flower eye, graceful steps as the curve of its body to show to the fullest. Mature woman, always with the style of attracting reverie, Su Qingwen appeared on the scene to attract countless eyes. But if there was anything that could attract more attention than beauty at this moment, it was the first lot that was brought onto the stage right behind her. The entire audience was paying attention. It wasn't that the beauty wasn't good looking, but the beauty wasn't as attention-grabbing as the lot that was being unveiled at this moment. The opening was a big deal. The moment they saw the item, the breathing of many people present became ragged, and those who recognized the item even whispered to each other. For a time, the voices in the venue were loud as they exchanged words and lowered their voices in discussion. I'm honored that everyone has come to participate in the Su family's auction today. Su Qingwen's red lips rose lightly, a smile on her face as she looked around at the eager crowd below. And without any nonsense, she went straight to the point. I think everyone recognizes it. The first lot that appeared on the stage today is a treasure pill grade He Sha Wu King, whose role I don't need to tell you about. I'm sure? The first lot that was unveiled on Su Qingwen's side was clearly a strain of He Sha Wu. The length of this strain of He Sha Wu reached 1 foot and 3 inches long. The whole was reddish-brown, with shallow grooves and fine lines across the face resembling a human face, with long thin roots. For the heavenly material treasure usually according to the medicinal power to classify the grade, respectively for the precious, treasure medicine, spirit medicine 3 grades, to be able to reach the rare product, belongs to the market is extremely rare products, which the power of the medicine can cure martial arts serious injuries. Unusual life prolongation is not a matter of course, to the level of treasure medicine, has been a market without price degree, ordinary people even cannot see only in a small circle. This level of heavenly treasures usually have a strong medicinal power. Every time it appears will cause the family mad rush. Who will be idle such a heavenly material treasure more? No matter how much money you have, it's not as important as your life. Not to mention that not everyone in even the most powerful families had such a heavenly material treasure. The one that can be put up for auction right now is the most precious of all the precious medicines. And who wouldn't want a rare opportunity? The members present were all moved, with fire in their eyes. Even Xiao Junyuo's eyes lit up when he saw it. Then now start bidding. No starting price. Each increase not less than $10 million. 100 million. 150 million. 200 million. $270 million. As Su Qingwen opened her mouth, the venue instantly started bidding. From the very beginning, the prices were in the hundreds of millions. Not to mention the increase of $10 million, directly $50 million or $70 million. Those who were able to participate in the auction were not short of money, and the price climbed with the quotes. The scene for a time was incomparably hot. The opening detonated the enthusiasm of the whole room. Luck is good. There is a precious medicine right from the opening. How about senior sister shoot it down and send it to you Juno? Mu Shueling said with a smile on her face, and without waiting for Xiao Junhua to reply, she lifted up her number plate and burst out the price. 600 million. Swish. Once the price of $600 million came out, the scene was quiet. Originally, as the price rose, the rate of increase began to slow down after the offer reached $460 million. According to the past, the price of the precious medicine was around 500 million, and everyone had a number in their hearts. At this time, once Mu Shueling's 600 million offer came out, it immediately suppressed everyone's voices. This wasn't an increase of 10 million by 10 million. This is a direct increase of 100 million upwards. Once the 600 million offer was made, anyone with eyes could see Mu Shueling's attitude. After all, everything has to weigh the price. Recognized see Mu Shueling directly stop. Do not know in the way of the price is also no longer bid. The scene quieted down. The next moment, $611 million. Zhang Yishuan's not-so-big voice rang out, turning his head to look at Mu Xueling, revealing a cold smile. This fellow, taken the wrong medication? Mu Xueling was first stunned, followed by a frown as she bid again. $700 million. $711 million. $800 million. $81 million. Mu Xueling bid one after another, but every time Zhang Yishuan didn't hesitate to follow up. What's even more disgusting is that every time it's just 10 million more. Zhang Yishuan, what do you mean? After several times, Mu Xueling frowned and opened her mouth. What do you mean? Zhang Yishuan smiled as he met Mu Xueling's angry gaze and spoke. Xueling, this is an auction. Everyone pays the highest bidder. I don't understand this attitude of yours. What's wrong with me bidding high? Mu Xueling almost didn't get angry and laughed. This Zhang Yishuan was hitting her face in front of her. 1 billion. Mu Xueling opened her mouth with a cold look in her eyes. $1,011 million. $1,200,000,000. 21 billion. 5 billion. The quotes were higher than one at a time, and in the end, Mu Xueling even exploded to a price of $1.5 billion. That was $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion in real money. This was almost 3 times the previous price. Not to mention Zhang Yishuan, everyone else was taken aback when this offer came out. For the sake of this breath, Mu Xueling is also out. After shouting out this price, even she also some regret. $1,510 million. Seemingly seeing Mu Xueling's dilemma, the originally hesitant Zhang Yishuan slowly opened his mouth. Xueling, it seems that this precious medicine will be mine after all today. $1,510 million. I'm just asking if you're with me or not. At this moment, Zhang Yishuan stood up, his eyes looking askance at Xiao Junyo, eyes filled with provocation and contempt. Xiao Junyo, right? Mu Xueling can't bid anymore. Do you want to bid? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You're just tagging along to watch the fun. Hiding behind a woman. 3 billion. Xiao Junyo smiled flatly. I'll bid. Chapter 29, Comparing Money? Who's richer than me? 3 billion. Ga. As soon as Xiao Junyo's offer came out, Zhang Yishuan directly choked out a duck sound in the middle of his words. Almost not choking, the eyes that looked at Xiao Junyo changed. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just him. The moment Xiao Junyo's words came out, it was really a shocking statement. Not only Zhang Yishuan, but all the people present were shocked by the offer. Xiao Junyo doubled the offer as soon as he opened his mouth. Su Qingwen, who was standing on the stage, looked at Xiao Junyo with eyes that were glowing. She didn't expect that it was only an opening treasure pill auction, and that someone would actually be able to bid to such an extent as $3 billion for it. The heart could not help but be surprised. Junyo, what are you doing? That's $3 billion. It's not just a joke. Even Mu Xueling, who was sitting on the side, frowned and pulled Xiao Junyo, whispering with some urgency. To know, that was $3 billion. Even she, the first daughter of the royal family, was not casually able to take out such a large sum of money. Senior sister, rest assured. Feeling Mu Xueling's nervousness beside her, Xiao Junyo smiled flatly and pacified. Since I opened my mouth, then naturally I won't joke around. But, Mu Xueling frowned and wanted to say something more, but she couldn't say anything when she met Xiao Junyo's firm eyes. It's just that, today, even for Junyo's face, this money must be paid out. At this moment Mu Xueling clenched her teeth and made up her mind. $3 billion? Zhang Yishuan surprised after quickly back to God. First suspicious but then saw Mu Xueling that nervous attitude in the heart has a guess. Damn, this kid will not be swindling me, right? What kind of joke is this to take $3 billion just like that? This is never possible. Having an idea in mind, Zhang Yishuan immediately narrowed his eyes with a disdainful look. TSK, you don't think this place is a food market, do you? $3 billion is just something you can casually report? Xiao Junyo, right? Do you have that much money? Why not? Facing Zhang Yishuan's rebuke, Mu Xueling stared at Zhang Yishuan with a cold face and eyes like knives. Zhang Yishuan, don't use your financial power to measure others. Isn't it just $3 billion? Do you really think that my Wuan Wangfu is a vegetarian? Looking down on anyone? Xueling, you're not saying the right thing. Zhang Yishuan bristled. You are you. He is he just quoted, but this kid. You can't mix it up. Xiao Junyo, what? Dare to shout but only dare to hide behind a woman? Really so wasted, don't puff up your face to be fat, Snort. What the hell? Zhang Yishuan, don't bully people too much. Mu Xueling rose up in a huff and sank her face. Even if the other party had disgusted her before, she was not as angry as her own senior brother being humiliated at this moment. What the hell are you, Zhang Yishuan? You dare to despise my senior brother? Fine, don't be angry. Xueling, seeing that Mu Xueling seemed to be about to storm out, Zhang Yishuan also didn't want to really make things too stagnant. For your sake, I could care less about the misrepresentation, but this isn't something I'm alone in. The people present all heard it. At least have to let him give everyone an explanation. There is nothing to explain. Mu Xueling coldly interrupted the other party. It's not just $3 billion. We'll pay for this. Well said. Zhang Yixuan laughed coldly. It's $3 billion. Xueling, can you really accept this price? Don't forget that right now. The Wuan Wangfu. Mu Xueling bit her lip and fell silent. This scene made Zhang Yixuan more and more certain that he was winning. He knew very well that the Wuan Wangfu was still in trouble. And now he had to pay $3 billion for a precious medicine and Xiao Jineo. Could he really do that? Today he is going to hit the face hard. With full of malice, Zhang Yixuan looked at Xiao Junyo. Waste stuff today to give you a lesson. Not what words can be nonsense. Let's do it this way. A few $100 million, you will slap yourself a few times. Let everyone present hear a ring. This matter is even in the past. Young Zheng, Family Master Su, this is your venue. Are you okay with this arrangement of mine? Before Su Qingwen could open her mouth, Zhang Yixuan gazed over. The warning in those eyes spoke for itself. Young Zheng is joking. Just as Su Qingwen frowned, preparing to say something. Slap. A sudden slap resounded through the entire arena. Noisy. At some point, Xiao Junyuo's figure appeared beside Zhang Yixuan and slapped Zhang Yixuan's face. Before Zhang Yixuan could regain his senses, half of his face swelled red. Almost instantly, Zhang Yixuan's eyes turned red. You! Snapped. Zhang Yixuan opened his mouth to curse, but Xiao Jineo threw out 3 backhanded slaps in quick succession, causing the other party to stagger. Cursing? Slap. Try cursing again. Slap. Mad? Snap. Try being wild again. Slap. One after another. The slaps, one after another, hit Zhang Yixuan's face, completely blinding him. He wanted to resist, but he was suppressed by Xiao Juno before he could even make a move to resist. After 24 slaps in a row, Zhang Yixuan's entire face swelled up like a pig's head, and the whole person fell to the ground in a sorry state. The eyes that looked at Xiao Juno were filled with resentment and raging killing intent. Xiao Juno, I'll kill you. Snap. Zhang Yixuan roared furiously and wanted to stand up and pounce on Xiao Jineo, but before he could move, his entire person was slapped out again. This slap Xiao Junyo did not leave any force behind. Zhang Yixuan was hit by the teeth flying, fell to the ground with a mouthful of blood, no longer able to speak. The whole person also returned to his senses from the extreme anger, and his body abruptly trembled when he met Xiao Juno's condescending and indifferent eyes. Xiao Juno's martial arts had reached the strength of a grandmaster. At this moment, Zhang Yixuan's words steeply surfaced in his mind as Tang Yilu's words. Standing in front of him at the moment was a demon who had reached Grandmaster of Martial Dao in his 20s. Facing him, he was simply no match for even a single move. In that instant, Zhang Yixuan really felt scared. Not only was Zhang Yixuan scared, everyone present, oh no, except for Tang Yilio, everyone felt Xiao Jineo's power at that moment. All of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Zhang Yixuan had just said that he wanted to hit his face before he even did it, but Xiao Jineo hit his face back on the spot. 30 times, not more than one, not less than one. Gazing coldly at Zhang Yixuan, Xiao Jineo reached out and pulled out a card from his pocket. This card face is pitch black, embellished with countless fine shiny diamonds. The whole card face is like the starry sky. In the upper left corner, engraved with the seal of the word, Supreme. The lower right corner is the number, 001. Xiao Juno just casually held the card. Not big, but revealing an unquestionable voice that spread throughout the venue. Then money? Who is richer than me? Just based on you, you are also worthy to talk to me about money? $3 billion, is it a lot? Chapter 30 Joker, the finale lot is on the floor. That's it, that's it. Tang Yilio looked at Xiao Jineo standing there, as if he felt the domineering aura emanating from the other party's body. His eyes were glowing, and his body couldn't help but tremble a little with excitement. This kind of powerful, it was really too shocking. Looking at Xiao Juno, who stood in the center of the field looking down on the entire field, Tang Yilu only felt that the other party was worthy of being a man who had surpassed his own expectations time and time again. This guy, a true demon, an existence that couldn't be messed with. As for Xiao Juno casually pulling out a card and saying that he could pay $3 billion, Tang Yilu didn't have the slightest doubt. That's right, after the last lesson, today's Tang Yilio's view of Xiao Junruo is completely changed. The previous domineering arrogance in the face of Xiao Juno became a state where the other party said whatever he believed. There was no way. The moment Xiao Wufuyuan, the Qintian Pavilion master who was in charge of North China province, kneeled down on one knee towards Xiao Juno, he was completely convinced. Therefore, the moment Xiao Juno waved his hand and knocked Zhang Yixuan, the first son of the White Tiger Army's lord, to the ground and stepped on his feet, he really watched in a stirring mood. The heart unconsciously gave birth to an attitude of worship. Compared to Tang Yilio, who had seen Xiao Jineo before, the majority of the guests present did not know Xiao Jineo's identity. As Xiao Juno knocked someone to the ground, he pulled out a card and said, "Who's richer than me?" They really didn't believe that Xiao Juno had $3 billion on a single card. Countless people's gazes converged on the card in Xiao Juno's hand. Are you kidding me? A bank card also wants to swipe $3 billion? This guy is crazy. I've never seen such a crazy person. Ha! He really thinks he's the richest man in the world. He's so arrogant. How does this card look a bit familiar? Starry Sky card. It's the star card. At first, the people present were still looking disdainful and whispering to express their dissatisfaction with Xiao Juno's behavior, but with a shout with a broken voice, it instantly made many people's eyes widen. What? You said that the one he's holding in his hand is the Supreme Star card? Is it the card I recognize? It can't be. Don't I remember that there are only less than 100 Starry Sky cards issued worldwide? That's a real status symbol. I saw it. It's not wrong. It's definitely the Starry Sky card that features the Starry Sky card face. And the number. Gollum. Numbered? I remember there are less than 10 cards with a number. That means Supreme Starry Sky card. When the words Supreme Starry Sky card were blurted out, the entire room fell into a bizarre silence. If the crowd was silenced before because of Xiao Juno's ferocity, then now it was purely because they deeply understood that Xiao Juno really wasn't lying. Comparing money? There was really no one present who was richer than him. As long as they were clear about the meaning of the Supreme Star card, they wouldn't doubt Xiao Juno's ability to easily come up with $3 billion. $3 billion could be a huge amount of money for them, but for Xiao Juno it might just be pocket money to buy things casually. The truth was so exaggerated. The moment someone recognized the Supreme Starry Night card, any words would be superfluous, because what this card represented was the richest handful of people in this world, representing a monetary status that the whole world had to honor. Bidding $3 billion. Any questions? In the silence of the room, Xiao Juno looked at Su Qingwen on the stage. No problem. Only then did Su Qingwen barely come back to her senses when she heard Xiao Juno's question. Xiao Juno's handiwork even for her who was used to seeing the wind and waves. Su Qingwen who came back to her senses had a light smile on her face. Mr. Xiao bid $3 billion. Everyone present believes that there is no one bidding against you, right? Sweeping her eyes across the room, Su Qingwen said with a smile on her face. I didn't expect the Su family to be so honored to be able to invite such a VIP as Mr. Xiao. This precious medicine Su family is willing to give it to you free of charge as an indemnity for the rudeness. How do you think about it? No need. Facing Su Qingwen's currying favor, Xiao Juno shook his head and decisively rejected the other party's good intentions. Hearing Xiao Juno's answer, Su Qingwen pondered for a moment and nodded her head without saying anything more. The only thing that changed was the way she looked at Xiao Juno, waiting for Su Qingwen to nod. Zhang Yishuan, who had completely become a clown, looked at Xiao Juneo's oblivious attitude of not even bothering to look at himself and turning around to return to Mu Xueling's side. His heart was like a million ants eating his heart. Not only was it Xiao Juno, but especially seeing Mu Xueling similarly ignoring herself and welcoming the coquettish look that appeared on Xiao Juno's cold face, Zhang Yishuan only felt like he was about to explode with anger. Both fists were clenched tightly, pinching out blood. His face was red, hot and spicy, not knowing whether it was because of anger or pain. He only felt that the gazes of everyone in the room looking at him were tinged with ridicule and contempt. Such a shame made Zhang Yishuan not even say a word, almost running away with his head down and covering his face as he left the venue. All of this was like an episode. With Zhang Yishuan's departure, everyone did not bring up this matter again, and the auction continued under Su Qingwen's arrangement. Only with Zhang Yishuan's pounce, the auction items afterward. Whenever Xiao Juneo bid, no one dared to compete. After some hustle and bustle, Xiao Juneo auctioned off some luxury items that Mu Xueling had her eye on, and gave them to the other party as gifts, until the final finale lot appeared. Alright, the auction has finally reached its finale, as another lot was auctioned off at a high price. The smile on Su Qingwen's face became brighter and brighter. Her eyes looked around the room, pausing on Xiao Juneo's body. I believe that you all have long since received the news that the final finale is the one that everyone who has come here today is most concerned about. We don't say much to look at the auction coming. Mu Xueling steeply became serious upon hearing Su Qingwen's words. Not only her, the other guests present also had their attitudes steeply focused, all eyes on the final grand finale. Gulp. Along with the red cloth-covered cart moving towards the center, countless eyes gathered on top of the red cloth-covered lot as Su Qingwen's introduction unfolded. As we all know, there are many secret places in this world that are difficult to explore, and even a martial Dao grandmaster who reaches the 9th level of the mountain and sea enters at the risk of losing his life. At this moment, this Su family head had a straight face and collected his smile. These secret places have incomparable mysteries. There are rumors of immortality. There are spirit medicine outputs. There are ancient hidden secrets. Everything that comes from a secret place proves its immense value. And even martial arts paths that have been passed down for a long time also come from these secret places. And just a short while ago, our Su clan luckily paid a great price to obtain this item from the secret land. Wow! As Su Qingwen moved, The red cloth lifted. The final lot appeared in front of everyone. A football-sized, mediocre-looking stone block. The only thing was that it was inlaid with a mutilated jade plate that was the color of mutton fat and emitted a faint fluorescence under the light. Chapter 31 Tangilio's Schemes. The ordinary stone block formed a strong contrast with the jade plate that emitted a faint fluorescent light. However, it was such a thing that looked nothing magical that made everyone present breathe a little sharply. As an item that came out of a secret land, even if it wasn't clear what exactly it did, it still had great research value. An item that came out of a secret place? Xiao Juno also noticed the change in attitude of the senior sister beside her and inclined her head to inquire. This item is important? There doesn't seem to be anything peculiar about it. See the looks of the others? Every single one of them wants to get what's on it. Mu Xueling spoke with an explanatory tone as she sniffed. Let's put it this way. If the precious medicine from before was something that could stir the nerves of most people, in comparison to that, this thing that was taken out from the secret place was something that could truly make people fight desperately for it. I'm not sure what purpose this thing serves, but even my father attaches extreme importance to things that come out of the secret place. It was as if it was echoing Mu Xueling's introduction. Without even waiting for Su Qingwen to burst out any reserve price, someone immediately shouted out a price. 1 billion. 1 billion, are you making me laugh? This point is like taking down the treasures coming out of the secret land. I'll offer 3 billion. 3.5 billion. 5 billion. Mu Xueling raised her card to offer. The offer of $5 billion could not help but make Xiao Juno a little surprised. Seemingly seeing Xiao Juno's expression, Mu Xueling laughed and said without any humor, "What's wrong?" "No, just slightly surprised." Xiao Juno shook his head. Mu Xueling didn't care and spoke in a low voice. "Juno, don't think that just because you bid $3 billion before that you are really overpowering everyone present. You have to realize that among these people present perhaps they don't have as much assets themselves as you do. But behind them, each and every one of them has a huge amount of volume. It's just a matter of seeing if the money is worth it. Now in the face of a treasure from a secret place, even if you offer them they will fight for it." Xiao Juno smiled at his words. "Elder sister wants this very much?" Mu Xueling nodded. 7 billion. 88 billion. At this point with the quotes, the price was already rushing towards the 10 billion mark. The guests who had maintained restraint in the previous auction, at this moment, erupted into a powerful battle, with each and every offer rising by hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions, far exceeding the previous scale. 10 billion. Mu Xueling raised her card again. 12 billion. 125 billion. Looking at Mu Xueling's furrowed brows beside her because of the soaring price, Xiao Juno raised his hand. 50 billion. Miss Mu. Mr. Xiao, congratulations. Mr. Xiao deserves to be the owner of the Supreme Starry Sky card out of the blue as bravado. Yeah. Miss Mu didn't expect that it would be the Wuan Wangfu that would take the top spot in this auction. Congratulations, Miss Mu. Mr. Xiao is so bold. Really admirable. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Xiao has heard about it before, but today I really saw it in person and it's really powerful. Miss Mu, congratulations. At the banquet after the auction, the guests who were familiar with the Wuan Wangfu carried wine with smiles and went up to congratulate Mu Xueling. One by one, the eyes of the two people are different, smiling and laughing with a show of goodwill. Mu Xueling's cold face also has a rare smile. Once again, Mu Xueling sent one person away. Temporarily idle Mu Xueling inclined her head to look at Xiao Junhua beside her. You, this guy. Originally, I just wanted to bring you along, but I didn't expect it to be all about you in the limelight. Her eyes flashed with light and she said with emotion, $50 billion. Speaking out, and also cleaned up Zhang Yishuan. Things are very troublesome, do you know? It's really too impulsive. I can't condescend to senior sister. Xiao Juno said. Mu Xueling was slightly stunned, looking at Xiao Junhua's serious look, thinking that the other party had taken the initiative to do all this for herself. Her heart was touched. She was truly not expecting her own senior brother, who now had this kind of ability. Now that things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say. Alas, it's the Zhang Yishuan matter that's troublesome. Mu Xueling shook her head inside, her eyes becoming stern. But since it's done, there's nothing to say. If Zhang Yishuan dares to find trouble with you, senior sister won't let him off easily either. Is my Wuan Wanfu really afraid of him? Mu Xueling directly instructed Xiao Juno. You'll follow by elder sister's side lately. Juno. Good. Thinking of the trouble of the Wuan Wangfu that Mu Xueling had mentioned before, Xiao Junhua did not refuse. Mr. Xiao, hello again. Right at this moment, Tangilio saw the right time to walk over, with an excited look on his face. It's you. Hearing the shout, Xiao Juno turned his head to look and frowned slightly after recognizing Tangilio. The last time they met, Tangilio hadn't left a good impression on Xiao Juneo. Mr. Xiao, you've misunderstood. Seeing Xiao Junhua's attitude, Tangilio knew what the other party was thinking, and came up with a bow. Last time, I made a bit of a mess at the banquet, and afterward I've already found Mr. Huang to personally apologize. Please forgive me. Tang Yilio, what are you looking for Juno for? Mu Xueling asked in surprise. For Tang Yilio, this flamboyant young man she was also aware of. Seeing the other party with such a respectful attitude could not help but generate curiosity. Miss Mu, I came here specifically to remind Mr. Xiao this time. Hearing Mu Xueling's inquiry, Tang Yilio's expression became serious. After our last meeting, I have immense respect for Mr. Xiao, and this time, when I received news that was unfavorable to Mr. Xiao, I immediately came to inform. Just now I received news that Zhang Yixuan mobilized the White Tiger Army commander and led his men to prepare to intercept Mr. Xiao. Impossible. Mu Xueling frowned and shouted. Zhang Yixuan, he's gone crazy, can't he? Where did he get the right to mobilize the White Tiger Army to intercept and kill? It's true. I've already confirmed this matter. Facing Mu Xueling's questioning, Tang Yilio shook his head. This matter involves the Wang family. Tang Yilio paused when he said this and looked at Mu Xueling. What's more, Zhang Yixuan originally attended the auction with a clear purpose this time, and now the item is in Miss Mu's hands, isn't it? Perhaps Zhang Yixuan wouldn't dare to take a shot at Miss Mu, but Mr. Xiao would. Mu Xueling was silent and looked at Xiao Junhua. She knew that things were feared to be troublesome, but she didn't expect it to get this big. Damn it, the Wang family is also involved. This Zhang Yixuan fellow is really crazy. No, I have to find a way to do something. Just as Mu Xueling's face was chilling as she considered what to do next, a cold aura flashed across Xiao Junhua's eyes as he looked towards Tang Yilio. Why are you telling us this? According to you, shouldn't you be more looking forward to me being beaten and killed? Meeting Xiao Junhua's gaze, even though it was clear that the other party wasn't targeting himself, but at this moment, Tang Yilio still felt a tremendous pressure, but immediately afterward he smiled. With an excited smile, his gaze was firm as he locked eyes with Xiao Junho. Mr. Xiao, because I trust you more than the Wang family and Zhang Yixuan, I believe you will be the ultimate victor. Chapter 32 Secret Treasure Hidden Secrets. Tang Yilio didn't stay long. Hastily, after telling Xiao Junho about Zhang Yixuan's interception, he left. Looking at Tang Yilio's back as he left, Xiao Junho pondered. The other party's attitude gave him some guesses. Seeing the other party's shift in attitude towards himself represented Tang Yilio himself. Or was it the Tang family? Things are in trouble. After Tang Yilio left, without waiting for Xiao Junho to think more deeply, Mu Xueling spoke. Junho, we must leave here immediately. While speaking, Mu Xueling picked up her cell phone. She had to make some preparations. If things were really as Tang Yilio said, Zhang Yixuan was absolutely crazy. The White Tiger Army, that was a real, dedicated army, a true institution of state violence. Compared to the Jinwu division, the White Tiger Army was an existence of true mass killing, dealing with people who were no longer strong in individual strength. Once she thought of that, Mu Xueling was clear about how much Zhang Yixuan hated her own senior. Mr. Xiao, Miss Mu, my family head has an invitation. Just as Mu Xueling was distracted, a female waitress who came from the side greeted the two. Mrs. Su is looking for us? Although Mu Xueling was puzzled, she did not refuse the other party's invitation after thinking about it. The two of them followed the waitress all the way into a luxurious living room on the second floor and met Su Qingwen, who was standing in front of the window looking down at the guests below. Miss Mu, Mr. Xiao, it's good to see you again. Seeing the two appear, Su Qingwen greeted them very warmly with a smile on her face. Please take a seat over here. Mrs. Su, I wonder what you're looking for us for. The three of them took their seats on the sofa, and after Su Qingwen had someone serve tea, Mu Xueling opened her mouth. Regarding this matter, please also allow me to apologize to Miss Mu and Mr. Xiao first. Facing Mu Xueling's inquiry, Su Qingwen bowed slightly apologetically to Xiao Junhua and said sincerely, I am very sorry that this auction has brought you a bad experience. No, Mrs. Su doesn't have to be like this. Seeing Su Qingwen's attitude, Mu Xueling hurriedly got up to hold the other party upright, not daring to slack off, and said with some embarrassment, in this matter, in the end it was us who made a mess at the auction. It's also made things difficult for you. This is a conflict between us and Zhang Yixuan. It has nothing to do with the Su family. Instead it was us who were rude. Xiao Junho also nodded and said, it's good that Miss Mu and Mr. Xiao can understand. Hearing the words of the two, Su Qingwen also stopped being polite and turned to hand a box that had long been packed from the side to the two. Ms. Mu, the things that you have auctioned off before have already been stowed away and can be taken away at any time. What is contained in this box in front of you? On the other hand, are the secret treasures you auctioned off at the end? Hearing Su Qingwen's words, Mu Xueling's expression became significantly more solemn. Receiving the box, she directly reached out and opened it to take a look. And what was placed inside was precisely the stone that was inlaid with the jade plate in the secret place. Even though he knew in his heart that this secret treasure had caused many people to covet it, and even Zhang Yishuan had mobilized his army to besiege them, but at this time close at hand to see, Mu Xueling's heartbeat cannot help but speed up. It is also in close proximity to see, can more and more feel that inlaid in the stone on the sheep's fat jade plate glistening, as if percolating with water in general. Xiao Juno, who was on the side, also sensed something unusual, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the stone block. Before the auction was too far away, Xiao Juno had not felt it. At the moment the item was right in front of him. Xiao Juno immediately felt the difference of the item in front of him. He could clearly feel that this stone block inlaid with a jade plate was absorbing the energy in the air. Although it was very slow, although it was very subtle, it was indeed absorbing. Xiao Junhua did not say anything, raised his hand and placed it on top of the stone, and with a movement of his mind, his internal energy entered the stone. With the entry of internal energy, soon Xiao Junhua felt that there is energy inside the stone, but this energy is very weak, almost like a state of gas. As soon as Xiao Junhua's internal energy touched the energy, he immediately realized that something was wrong. That trace of energy did not seem to have the slightest obstruction, and in the blink of an eye, it merged with his own internal energy and turned into a warm current that fed back into his body, almost visible to the naked eye. Xiao Junhua felt his own internal energy begin to set off waves and surges. The internal energy that penetrated through heaven and earth and was able to catalyze the cracking of mountains and the opening of the sea was greatly enhanced because of this energy. But immediately afterward, before Xiao Juno could be happy, that palm-sized jade plate set on the stone block was like a hungry brave. A terrifying suction force like a vortex suddenly erupted from above the jade plate. This suction force instantly sucked away Xiao Juno's probing internal energy, not to mention that it even began to unknowingly ask for more energy. The endless suction force was like a black hole sucking in Xiao Juno's internal energy. Noticing that something was wrong, Xiao Juno quickly raised his hand to cut off the link, but even in just a few seconds, more than half of the internal energy in his body had actually disappeared. This sudden change caused Xiao Juno's face to sink. This thing, Juno, what's wrong? Mu Xueling looked at Xiao Juno in confusion. Did Mr. Xiao feel it? That trace of energy within this secret treasure. Su Qingwen smiled as she looked at Mu Xueling and explained. When we obtained this item, our Su family also conducted some research and discovered that it was absorbing energy from the air all the time, and we also felt that trace of energy in the stone. It's just a pity that this energy seems to be a bit special. It can't be absorbed and can't be touched. As for what other hidden secrets there are, we don't know. That thread of energy can't be absorbed? But why did I not feel any boost? And that jade board? What about that sudden burst of terrifying suction? Xiao Juno's mind raced for a moment, sensing that there was a hidden secret here, but she didn't tell what had happened to her. Mrs. Su, taking the liberty of asking a question, Xiao Juno looked at Su Qingwen and asked a question. I wonder where in the secret place did you get this secret treasure? Can you describe the situation when you got it? I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. Hearing Xiao Juno's inquiry, Su Qingwen shook her head and spoke apologetically. Regarding the details of how we got this item, we cannot tell you, but there is no need to hide where it came from. This item came from the Qinling Mountains and was brought out from a secret place deep within the Qinling Mountains. At this moment, Xiao Juno could see a look of gravity on Su Qingwen's face. The depths of the Qinling Mountains? Perhaps there was a chance to enter and have a look. The handover of things is complete, so it's time to get down to business next. Su Qingwen looked at Mu Xueling as she recovered the box, and with a straightened expression, she looked at Mu Xueling and solemnly opened her mouth. Ms. Mu, I have also heard about the matter of the Wuan Wangfu. I wonder if you are interested in making a deal with our Su family. Chapter 33 is not enough, not by a long shot. Uncle Zhong, I'm counting on you for this journey. After leaving the Su family, in order to guard against Zhang Yishuan's interception, Mu Xueling found her father's old subordinate through the contact. In front of her, the man known as Uncle Zhong was tall and stern, and even though his hair was a bit gray, he still exuded a strong aura under the sharp gaze of his gun. Behind him followed by a few men. All of them are heaven-level strength. All of them have the temperament of bravery and bloodshed. Miss, please don't worry. Facing Mu Xueling's request, Uncle Zhong solemnly nodded his head and solemnly said, we will definitely protect your safety. Please get on the car and we will now immediately set off and return to the Wuanwang mansion. Mu Xueling brought Xiao Junhua and the two of them got on the car. As the two got on the car, the high-definition bulletproof sedan left the Su family manor and drove towards the city. After the sedan traveled all the way into the city, during which there were constantly vehicles merging into the traffic flow, a vehicle with the same look converged, forming a huge fleet. At the forefront by the armored vehicles to open the way, road control until hundreds of sedans left the city, divided into a dozen teams along different roads to leave, split up to the Wuan Wangfu and go. Elder sister is still hesitating about the deal with the Su family? Sitting in the car, watching the fleet of hundreds of sedans split into dozens of teams, Xiao Juno noticed Mu Xueling's expression and opened her mouth to ask, "Aha." Mu Xueling also nodded without hiding Xiao Juno's meaning. At this time, the two had long since not been sitting in the bulletproof car that they had initially left in, but had gotten into an armored car that served as an escort. After coming out from the Su family, speeding along the way, Mu Xueling's face had been very ugly, because just a short while ago, the deal proposed by the Su family had made Mu Xueling acutely aware of something. Her own family's troubles were even more serious than she had imagined. Her father had not yet died, but some people could not help but want to jump out. This made Mu Xueling's mood extremely bad. The dealings with the Su family are all fine for now. On the contrary, the situation at home is something I really didn't expect. And according to what Su Qingwen said earlier, I already have some bad guesses. Mu Xueling mused and voiced her opinion. I'm only afraid that my father's current situation is not optimistic. Now that I think about it, before I was arranged to leave the country, I'm only afraid that it's also my father's way of doing it in order to protect me. Damn it! The ship will naturally straighten out. Looking at the worry on Mu Xueling's face, Xiao Junhua spoke out to comfort. Things haven't gotten to the worst, not to mention there's still me, isn't there? Don't worry, if senior sister needs, I will be obliged to step in. Whoever stands in the way will die. Xiao Juno's tone was flat, yet incomparably firm. Never. Hearing Xiao Juno's promise, Mu Xueling pulled out a little smile and said angrily, "It would be better if I really let you make a move. I've seen your prowess at this auction." Xiao Juno smiled and didn't say anything. "Alright, don't worry, your senior sister isn't that fragile," Mu Xueling calmly analyzed. As for Zhang Yishuan's interception, since we got the news in advance, and we have Uncle Zhong to protect us along the way, splitting up is not much of a problem. Unless Zhang Yishuan is really crazy, he won't make a move against me. That would mean going to war with my Mu family, and that's not something a second generation like him can afford. Mu Xueling turned her head to look at Xiao Juno. If he really makes a move, I'm afraid. Boom! Just as the two were talking, suddenly the armored car made a sharp stop to brake, followed closely by a violent collision. Before Mu Xueling could react, she heard a rumbling explosion coming from the front. As far as the eye could see, the flames of a violent explosion rose from the sedan in front of them. In front of the armored vehicle the two were riding in, the sedans that served as camouflage were all bombarded and turned into burning fireballs. None of them were spared. Enemy attack. Protect the lady from leaving. Ho! You traitor! Miss, leave! Uncle Zhong's shouts came from the car communication. However, before he could explain, the sound of blades entering flesh rang out one after another. Uncle Zhong! Mu Xueling's pupils contracted violently. She did not expect that in just a few moments, the originally safe team was suddenly changed. The men betrayed, and Uncle Zhong died on the spot. Everything changed too quickly. Too quickly. Miss, there are people surrounding us from behind. What should we do? The escort driver had a panicked face and spoke anxiously. At this moment, Mu Xueling's face was pale. Her heart was in turmoil and she was biting her lips tightly to say nothing. Her right hand pinched her arm dead center in an effort to calm herself down. Senior sister, I'm here. Just when Mu Xueling was about to pinch her arm out of bruises, Xiao Juno held her hand. Feeling the warmth coming from her broad palm, Mu Xueling turned her head to look and saw Xiao Junhua's still calm demeanor. For a moment then her troubled heart couldn't help but settle down. Let's go. Let's get off and take a look. Xiao Juno pulled Mu Xueling's hand and walked out of the armored car. It wasn't until then that Mu Xueling saw the person standing in the center of the crowd. Zhang Yishuan. Seeing the other party again, Mu Xueling was not the least bit surprised, and even had no more anger or fear in her heart. Completely calming down, raising her eyes, she looked around. They were currently surrounded in the center of the road, and the location seemed to be the outskirts. The sedan in front of the armored car was burning with flames, black smoke rising. The guards under their command were dead and wounded, and there were at least hundreds of people in front and behind them closing in on them. Just by looking at the cold stance of those people mending their swords, Mu Xueling knew that this group of people were murderous and vicious. Why? Looking at this scene, Mu Xueling clenched her hands, staring at Zhang Yishuan with an icy face and questioning with incomprehension. Why are you doing this? Zhang Yishuan, are you aware of the consequences of doing this? Consequences? What consequences will there be? Zhang Yishuan's eyes narrowed. The wound on his face was still bandaged. Hearing Mu Xueling's questioning, but he revealed a cruel smile. Do you think that the Wuan royal family will go to war with my Zhang family for you? Don't be silly. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Zhang Yishuan's face bore the mockery of a victor. His gaze grim. You still have value, so at least let me get completely tired of playing with you before I let you die. The traitor who exposed his whereabouts. The father's hesitation. There was also Zhang Yishuan's emboldened nature in front of him. Su Qingwen's request for a deal. It was as if all the clues were strung together at this moment. Mu Yunlong. Mu Shuiling's heart had an answer. Behind this matter, it was my second uncle who was involved, right? Worthy of being you, Mu Shuiling. Very clever indeed. Zhang Yishuan was slightly stunned at his words, but it's all too late. You will be my plaything after all. As for Xiao Zhenyuo by your side. Speaking of which, Zhang Yishuan felt the pain on his face, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. 1 grandmaster, 3 grandmasters and 700 martial artists. Is this your bottom line? Sweeping his gaze across, calmly locking eyes with Zhang Yishuan, Xiao Juno spoke softly. Killing you is enough. You're still so arrogant at the end of your life. Xiao Juno's flat tone made Zhang Yishuan's heart grow hotter and hotter. Xiao Juno, today, I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Make a move. Not enough, not nearly enough, Xiao Juno said. Chapter 34, The Hunter and the Prey. With Zhang Yishuan's command, a powerful might erupted from a middle-aged man following him. Kid, you're too crazy. I've heard before that someone who achieved martial grandmaster in his 20s is considered a demon. And what I like the most is to abuse all of you who are some bull ****** geniuses. The middle-aged man revealed a bloodthirsty smile as he stepped out, the aura of a grandmaster on display. That powerful force transformed into a terrifying pressure that enveloped Xiao Juno, and as he did so the other 3 directions also erupted with a skyrocketing fury. There was no need to command at all, just a look from Wang Ling as the commander. The men who had been following him to kill instantly rushed out. The 3 martial Dao patriarchs acted as the vanguard, leading the 700 martial artists behind them to form an echelon, erupting all their strength to attack Xiao Juno. Attacks surged from all directions, completely surrounding Xiao Juno. Raging killing intent erupted undisguised. Standing in the center of the crowd, Xiao Juno reached out to protect Mu Shuiling behind him, inclined his head and spoke to the only guard that survived. Protect my senior sister. You don't need to meddle in the rest. As he spoke, the attack of the 3 sect masters who were the front runners had arrived. Die! One of the people in front of him rounded his eyes, eyeing Xiao Juno's oblivious attitude, and roared as he struck his strongest blow head-on. The other 2 attacked in no particular order and attacked at the same time. Noisy! Xiao Junhua turned back with a sudden, his eyes like blossoming divine light, a terrifying intimidation bursting out piercing the spirits of the 3 in a daze. At this moment, life and death were divided. Only see Xiao Juno lifted his arm a swing. Zongshi's full force of a blow was lightly swept away. His feet do not stop the trend of a step out, as if shifting like an instant close to the other side of the body, his right hand upward holding the other side of the chin a grip a twist. Boom! Click! Patriarch died on the spot, taking over in an instant, killing one of the enemy. The oncoming patriarch's eyes were bulging, and before he fell, 2 other patriarchs had dangerous omens exploding in their hearts, while their faces instantly changed. It was too late to stop them. The distance between each other was just a matter of inches, but Xiao Juno's killing was without fireworks. Killing sect masters was like killing chickens. First, Xiao Juno whispered, before the 2 patriarchs could make a move. Xiao Juno's attack arrived the instant the warning sign blew up. A punch to the chest. Boom! Knee lifting kick. Boom! Second. Third. Voices rang out. The only 2 other remaining sovereigns, one with a burst heart and both knees kneeling down and spitting out blood, and one with a completely disfigured face, bleeding from all 7 orifices, fell back to the sky. It was only a single glance. Less than 10 seconds. The 3 grandmasters who had first rushed forward were all annihilated. Xiao Juno's strength as a martial grandmaster was revealed at this moment. However, this was only the beginning. In the unsightly face of Commander Wang Ling, Xiao Juno's movements did not stop, and at this moment, his silhouette transformed into lightning as he swept out and rushed into the tide of people. The 700 martial artists were like dogs in teeth teeming into the waves, roaring and slapping at Xiao Juno's body. Xiao Juno was like a cliff, like a wall. A wave of surging waves crashed into the hardest rock, crashing his head and breaking into pieces. Wherever the figure went, the martial artists that surrounded up fell piece by piece. Blood splattered. Those were blood-colored waves that lapped the shore. Xiao Juno's every strike carried a surging huge force, sweeping around killing several people with every strike. That horrifying killing efficiency was like a merciless killing machine, mowing down the grass in a peerless massacre. Yes, this was slaughter. Obviously, these people who were besieging were all murderous men, but they were defenseless against Xiao Juno. Their siege, their numbers seemed so powerless at this moment, when they looked into Xiao Juno's eyes and watched the people around them fall one by one. Even these murderers who were indifferent to life felt fear. 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, hundreds of people. Gruesome killings. One martial artist kept falling. Xiao Juno, who was clearly under siege, brazenly killed with the domineering aura of one person surrounding and killing all of them. As a body fell, the berserk killing intent on Xiao Juno's body rose up, stirring the wind and clouds. That terrifying killing efficiency caused the group's movements to begin to slow down. A bunch of losers. Looking at the encirclement that was almost killed through by Xiao Juno in just a few moments of effort, Zhang Yishuan's face sank and he turned his head to Wang Ling who was at his side and growled. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go? Kill him for me. Kill him. There's no hurry. Being a hunter requires patience. How can you hunt such a beast without paying for blood? Wang Ling cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yishuan, the corner of his mouth curving into a morose arc. We have plenty of time to tire him out, injure him, and make him bleed his blood dry. Good. I'll listen to you in everything. Hearing Wang Ling's words and then looking at Xiao Juno in the field, Zhang Yishuan finally nodded. His shadowy eyes then looked at Mu Shueling and made a request. But I want you to grab that woman over right now. I want to let Mu Shueling take a good look in front of that guy. Isn't he Xiao Juno a madman? Isn't he a great master of martial arts? I want to see if Mu Shueling will kneel before me like a dog begging for mercy when she gets into my hands. Ha 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 ha. As you wish. Wang Ling laughed out loud at his words. His eyes lit up and his feet stepped like a hawk pouncing on a rabbit as he swept past, grabbing a claw at Mu Shueling, who was more than 10 meters away. Boom! Boom 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 boom. However, Wang Ling's figure was still in midair, and Xiao Juneo's eyes narrowed as the ground steeply crumbled. Dozens of people around Xiao Junuo stumbled and stood unsteadily, and they saw his long body flying up to collide with Wang Ling with a fist. Fists and claws clashed. The two collided in midair with a loud bang. The concussive impact spread out, instantly knocking down a circle of people around them. In midair, in only the split-second breath of contact, the two exchanged several strikes in a row, and Wang Ling's figure flew out steeply backwards, crashing into the crowd. Boom boom boom. Wang Ling crashed all the way through more than 10 people before stopping, kneeling on one knee and spitting blood from his mouth. Where do you want to go? In midair, Xiao Junuo stood tall, his cold eyes gazing at Wang Ling. Put, you're not a mountain and sea second level? How could your strength be so strong? Wang Ling's pupils trembled as he looked at Xiao Juno with eyes full of disbelief. Just one exchange of hands and his own was injured. He almost shouted out hysterically. Early on, before he made his move, he had been told that Xiao Juno was most likely at the second level of the mountain and sea. Before Xiao Juno instantly killed 3 of his own men, he also saw it, Wang Ling, even if he was a little surprised. But more than anything else, he was in control of the margins and the excitement of the hunt. With his peak strength of the 3rd level of the mountain and sea, he was absolutely able to completely crush the other party, but never thought. He thought of as the prey, but changed into a hunter. Identity changed at this moment. Chapter 35 destroyed. Impossible. Zhang Yishuan's pupils shrunk violently the moment he saw Wang Ling flying out backwards and roaring towards Xiao Juno. At this moment, as if he saw Xiao Juno's mocking gaze once again, Zhang Yishuan's veins bulged and his face flushed red. He stared deathly at Xiao Juno, unable to believe that this was true. Nothing is impossible. In the face of the roar, Xiao Juno's voice was incomparably calm, looking towards Wang Ling as he stepped forward to calmly articulate a cruel fact under his breath. Originally, I was thinking of spending some time to leave all of you here, but since you made your move ahead of time, there's nothing more to say. You, Xiao Juno's words sounded like thunder in Wang Ling's ears. What did he hear? The other party was so bold as to kill all of them here. This was no longer something that could be described as madness. However, when he thought of the strength of the other party who had injured himself with that single strike, Wang Ling's chest just stuttered, and the reverse blood surged up. Are you really only 23 years old? Why do you have such strength? Watching Xiao Junuo walk towards himself step by step, a strong sense of oppression pressed heavily on him as the other party approached. Wang Ling's eyes completely changed as he looked at Xiao Juno. Now he finally understood why Xiao Juno was called a demon. Xiao Juno didn't answer Wang Ling's question. Wang Ling, what are you punk doing? Didn't I tell you to kill him? And what the hell are you all doing? Looking at this scene, Zhang Yishuan felt bad in his heart. He waved his hands as if he had gone mad and roared at his men. All of you together, kill him for me. Zhang Yishuan roared hysterically, but no one carried out his words. The group of people looked at each other with some hesitation. Xiao Juno was really too ruthless. Whether it was the previous killing of the 3 great sect masters against them in seconds, or the scene of their own boss, Wang Ling, being sent flying by Xiao Junuo, all of them had brought a great shock to this group of people. The invincible boss in their eyes couldn't even last a single move before being injured by the other party. Moreover, the other party's mouth directly said that he wanted to kill them all. Even if they were strong-minded, they had to hesitate if the ruthless man in front of them really had this ability. When a pack of wolves meets a tiger, even a large number of them will be shocked by the ferocity of the other party. Everyone listen up. This guy is only one person even if he is strong. We can pile him up even if we pile him up. The good thing is that Wang Ling, who understood the danger now, had a ferocious light coming out of his eyes, and once he clenched his teeth, he directly sent out a vicious message. If we don't kill him, You guys won't be able to run away even if you want to. Everyone follow me, we must kill him today. The other party was serious. From the moment he heard Xiao Juno's words, Wang Ling realized this, while chills ran through his heart. The ferocity of years of fighting and killing was also aroused. Escape? Doesn't exist. Either you die or I die. With this thought in mind, Wang Ling braced his injured body and killed. The men around him who were originally shaken were inspired by him, and at this moment, they all clenched their teeth and their eyes turned red. Kill! 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 With Wang Ling's cry, hundreds of people roared in unison. The blood fury's aura converged into one. With Wang Ling as the leader, the vicious and horrible fury aura formed into substance, turning into a mighty pressure, and Xiao Juno's aura collided with a roar. The sky was dimmed, and the low, depressing air was as if it had been stagnated. Dang! 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 The dull sound of treading on the ground rang out as the tide of people surged towards Xiao Juno. Grim faces, bloodthirsty killing intent. This moment, under the lead of Wang Ling leading the charge, fear and worry were suppressed. The only thought in their hearts was killing, as if transformed into a steel blade. The sharp edges of the blade carried a furious power to kill Xiao Juno, to break him into pieces. Even if you are strong, so what? Even if you are the 4th or 5th level of the mountain and sea, I will still kill you. Holding this belief, Wang Ling erupted his own limit of combat power. His arms' muscles bulged and his chi steamed. Even the barrier that was originally stuck at the peak of the 3rd level showed signs of breaking through at this moment. Feeling the onslaught of the fury, Zhang Yishuan's originally accelerated heartbeat also settled down. His eyes were glowing, the worries that had just risen disappearing into thin air as he clenched his fists in anticipation of the next scene. Steady. This is absolutely steady. This is it. A sardonic smile appeared on Zhang Yishuan's face as his heart was invigorated. Xiao Juno, give me death. Swish. A blade light streak appeared in the center of the engagement. The line of blood brought up by the blade was like an agitated wave showing a fan-shaped splash away. Put. Half of Wang Ling's body with consternation on his face just tumbled to the ground. Countless amounts of blood steeply spraying out. Puff. Puff puff puff. Not only Wang Ling alone, like mowing the grass, more than 20 people in front of Xiao Juno fell at the same time. It was only an instant. Xiao Juno's horizontal slash that he had casually copied from the ground cleared out a piece of the enemies in front of him. That sudden and terrifying saber aura, before anyone could expect it. With one slash, the blood-colored blade spread, and the enemies in front of him fell in an instant. Indifferently, he looked at the enemy in front of him. With just a single slash, Xiao Juno had severed the beliefs of this group of people. What killing! What fury! What bravery! All of them were chopped to pieces by this knife. That very impactful color of blood made this group of henchmen ferocious people who followed Wang Ling's charge completely awake. Looking at the half-bodies of the 20 or so people in front of them, drenched in blood, fear surfaced in their hearts once again. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks, blood splattered on their faces, and their hideous faces stiffened in place. The reality of standing at the front of the moment of life and death taught them. The man in front of them was unbeatable. Monster! This is a monster! Run! Run! I don't want to die yet! Go! Run! Trembling voices came out from their mouths, making it unimaginable that a group of murderous and ferocious people could let out quail-like shrieks of terror. Xiao Juno's terrifying slash had completely severed their courage. Almost rolling and crawling, one by one, they trembled and screamed as they began to run away. Xiao Juno carried his sword in one hand and stepped over Wang Ling's corpse and the pool of blood on the ground to kill the crowd. Wherever his figure went, the chilling blade carried sharp chi energy to cut down all the enemies in front of him until he killed through all the enemies in front of him to arrive in front of Zhang Yishuan. 1 grandmaster, 3 grandmasters, and 700 martial artists. A one-sided killing. Hundreds of people in the end, only less than 100 escaped in a sorry state. The others all stayed behind. Blood everywhere. Xiao Juno just stood between a bunch of corpses, looking down at Zhang Yishuan, who was lying paralyzed in a pool of blood, his body trembling as he fell backwards. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I can't die! I'm the son of the White Tiger Army Master. The Zhang family won't let you go. You can't kill me with 200,000 men of my father's White Tiger Army. Zhang Yishuan looked at Xiao Junuo, who was like a god of killing in front of him, snot and tears streaming down his face as he broke down and yelled. A foot stepped on Zhang Yishuan's chest, and in the middle of the other party's scream, the blade was pressed against his neck. Xiao Juno narrowed his eyes slightly, letting the killing intent in his eyes converge to speak in a cold voice. Tell me, about the Wuan Wangfu, about the Wang family, about the Jade Board. Tell everything you know all about it. Chapter 36. Juno. An interception ended in a way Mu Xueling could hardly imagine. From his initial worry to his pride in his senior brother, Xiao Junhua displayed a strong strength that was unrivaled, making Mu Xueling feel incomparably at ease. Taking a step to Xiao Juno's side, Mu Xueling's eyes changed as she looked at the other party. If it was said that when they were reunited at the airport, Mu Xueling still carried the idea of protecting Xiao Juno, and after that, she had seen the changes in Xiao Juno at the auction. Then, it was for Mu Xueling to truly realize how powerful her own senior brother was. The senior brother in front of her was no longer a man who needed her protection, but a man who was able to protect her with his own strength. Thank you. As soon as she held Xiao Juno in her arms, Mu Xueling uttered her thanks from the bottom of her heart. Ahem. Feeling Mu Xueling who was leaning tightly on his chest, Xiao Juno's mouth patted the other party's back revealing a smile. Elder sister, you're taking advantage of me again. Well, what else do we say between us in terms of thank you or no thank you? My senior brother is just reliable. Taking a deep breath to release her hand, Mu Xueling ruffled her long hair. Her previous sensuality collected in this instant, and she resumed her cold demeanor, as if the previous true feelings were all just an illusion. Her cold and merciless eyes looked towards Zhang Yixuan on the ground. Zhang Yixuan, tell me everything you know. Say what? What is there to say? The blade was right in front of him, but looking at Mu Xueling's gesture of being snuggled in Xiao Juno's arms made his original fearful psyche be filled with anger once again. Zhang Yixuan collapsed on the ground, his eyes full of resentment as he looked at Mu Xueling and cursed. Mu Xueling, you stinking female cousin. I have nothing to say. Boom. Aha. The heel of Mu Xueling's high-heeled shoe viciously kicked Zhang Yixuan's face. Keep your mouth clean. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you. At this moment, in the eyes of Mu Xueling, who had experienced the aftermath of the robbery, there was truly killing intent. Ha. If you want to kill me, then do it. Come on. Facing Mu Xueling's threat, Zhang Yixuan's eyes were filled with blood as he roared at the two of them. If you kill old me, my father won't let you go. All of you will have to accompany me to the grave. But what a pity that I didn't gang up on you before I died. With full of malice, Zhang Yixuan stared at Mu Xueling with a smug sneer. But counting the time, it's almost time. Just wait. You all have to die. Do it, Juno. Hearing this, Mu Xueling's face turned around with an ugly expression. No longer listening to Zhang Yixuan's words as she walked towards the side of the intact car. There's no need to waste time on this guy. Let's go back now. Even if Zhang Yixuan did not say anything, but Mu Xueling's heart felt more and more uneasy about her father's safety at home, and made her choice without hesitation. Zhang Yixuan's smug look froze on his face when he saw Mu Xueling cleanly turn around and leave. The tough attitude from before could no longer be concealed at this moment as it began to crumble. Wait, don't. Swish. The blade sliced through, and before Zhang Yixuan could say anything else, everything came to an abrupt end. Xiao Juno looked at Zhang Yixuan's frozen look of horror on his face and turned around indifferently. Master of the White Tiger Army? I remember. Just as Mu Xueling and Xiao Junhua were rushing towards the Wuanwang mansion. Inside the royal mansion, a heated argument was going on. Second brother, in the end it was really you. In the hall, Mu Kuanhong, the king of Wuan, who was dressed in a martial arts tunic, angrily stared at the middle-aged man in a suit with a short beard on one side. In his eyes there was disbelief. There was hatred for his lack of struggle, moreover. There was deep regret. It seems like big brother you have found out. But there really isn't anything to hide when it comes down to it. The corner of Mu Yunlong's mouth hooked up in a cold smile, facing Mu Kuanhong's questioning without the slightest bit of fear. Just so Sure walked to a side chair and sat down, looking at his elder brother with a disdainful face. Do you know what you are doing? Collusion fling. Collaborate with the enemy and treason to make this kind of betrayal of the motherland thing. Do you want to let our Wuan Wanfu clan extinction? What kind of benefits did they give you to make you do such heartless things? Betrayal? Ha. Mu Yunlong crossed his legs and laughed out loud, looking at Mu Kuanhong and shaking his head in disdain. Who told you I betrayed? Who told you that my Wuan Wanfu will be exterminated by the clan? Big brother, don't worry, the Wuan Wanfu will be fine. You're still talking tough when it comes down to it. Mu Kuanhong sniffed and became furious, rising in a huff and pointing straight at Mu Yunlong. All these years, all those things you've done using the channels of the Wuan Wanfu, the people you've trafficked, the industries you've plotted to take over, and especially the loss of the output from the secret land are all fakes, aren't they? This one pile in one piece. Just the situation I investigated because of you and the family broke and died. There are tens of thousands of people. Those people who died because of you are all fake? Ah, yeah right. Those are all true. Mu Yunlong raised his head and locked eyes with Mu Kuanhong, his eyes filled with mockery. But what do those things have to do with me? All of this. But it was all done by you. Big brother. Boom. Mu Kuanhong's body shook, looking at Mu Yunlong incredulously with crossed eyebrows. What did you say? Didn't hear clearly? Then I'll say it again. Mu Yunlong stood up and greeted Mu Kuanhong as he walked up and raised his hand to poke at the other party's chest, and just opened his mouth word by word. All of this is a good thing that you did, big brother, and I'm the one who found out that you collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. You, put. Mu Kuanhong was shocked and furious, lifting his hand and moving it to slap this rebel to death. But his internal energy just moved before it abruptly stormed out and a mouthful of reverse blood sprayed out. The legs are soft, strong support body backward only did not fall to the ground. Looking at his weak and trembling hands, Mu Kuanhong looked into Mu Yunlong's eyes again, and the mockery in those eyes was so ridiculous. His internal energy stormed out and his whole body was sore and weak. It turned out that he had already been struck long ago at some unknown time. Don't struggle, big brother. What you've been hit by is the poison I carefully prepared for you. Looking at the miserable Mu Kuanhong, Mu Yunlong laughed with the braggadocio of a victor. I have prepared everything for you. All the incriminating evidence will fall on your head, and I will be the first one to discover King Wuan's treason. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, I will wipe out all the sins completely with righteousness. After you die, with this feat I will inherit King Wuan's position and control everything you do. This position should belong to me. You won't get your way. Do you think that I would be unprepared knowing what you have done? Mu Kuanhong felt the malice coming from Mu Yunlong's body and spoke with determination. Even if I die, you won't be able to walk out of this King Wuan mansion today. Chapter 37. You. What kind of monster are you? Preparation? Ha 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 ha, you and I are talking about preparation? After Mu Yunlong tilted his head back and laughed loudly at the words, he suddenly lowered his head and kicked Mu Kuanhong to the ground, suppressing his voice and roaring in a low voice. As early as when father passed the position to you, I was waiting for this day. Because of the difference between the first and the concubine, I deserve to be suppressed? I have to sacrifice for the Mu family can only become your tool? In terms of ability, how can you, Mu Kuanhong, compare to me? 28 years. 28 years. You and I say prepare. What do you compare to me? Mu Yunlong gazed down at Mu Kuanhong on the ground with a scowl. Don't worry, the poison you're currently hit with won't kill you, but it will be wiped out bit by bit when your internal energy storms out. And gradually you'll feel the pain that drills your heart and pierces your bones. Right, there's also your daughter, Shuiling. She is not abroad. What did you do to her? Hearing his only daughter, Mu Kuanhong angrily looked at Mu Yunlong and tried to force himself to get up, but was once again kicked off and hit the wall coughing up blood and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha, as your most beloved daughter how could I forget? Mu Yunlong laughed fiercely, looking at Mu Kuanhong's anxious look. His heart was indescribably happy. I have to say that Shuiling's niece is really smart. She sensed something wrong early on. It's just a pity that it was a waste of some of your efforts to get her out of the country. And in the end, she was still led back to the country by me. Don't worry, she's probably caught by now, and will soon go to accompany you. Mu Yunlong, are you really going to do this absolutely? Mu Kuanhong's bloody teeth clenched, both fists clenched to death to be embedded into flesh, letting out a hysterical shout. So what if it is? Mu Yunlong said. Silence. Mu Kuanhong couldn't say anything, even if he was unwilling. He couldn't change the situation. His body began to tremble. The poison that had erupted earlier made him gradually begin to feel the piercing pain, causing him to lower his head to not see his face. That disheveled look. Giving up all struggle. Don't pretend, my big brother. No one will come to save you. Mu Yunlong stepped forward, but stopped at Mu Kuanhong's position 10 steps away and sneered. What? Are you still expecting the guards under you? The henchmen who were arranged in the royal residence in advance? They won't show up. By now, can't you still not see the situation? The entire royal residence is now filled with my men. Swish! Mu Kuanhong raised his head in a flash, a terrifying killing intent erupting from his eyes as he stared at Mu Yunlong dead in the face. Mu Yunlong, you shall not die. TSK TSK. What a terrifying killing intent. Mu Yunlong commented recklessly, not the least bit shaken by the killing intent in Mu Kuanhong's eyes. Now you hate to break me into pieces, don't you? It's useless. You can't do anything. I just want to make you despair and let you die in despair. The name of treason that you, Mu Kuanhong, will carry after your death will only attract spit and abuse. Everyone will call you a traitor and your daughter a pariah. No one will be able to come to your rescue, and I won't even leave you the chance to fight back to the death. Mu Yunlong's words were filled with hatred and spite. However, when these words were heard in Mu Kuanhong's ears, they caused him to feel incomparable pain. He never expected that what he thought was a family scandal in the beginning would end up with such a cruel ending in the end. The physical pain was not even close to what was in his heart. Shuiling, it was father who caused you harm. Boom! My lord, it's not good. Missy, she's killed her way back. Just at the moment of despair in Mu Kuanhong's heart, a person suddenly barged into the hall shouting towards Mu Yunlong. Mu Shuiling had appeared? Why would she appear in the Mu family at this time? Zhang Yishuan's interception had failed? What's the panic? Mu Yunlong's heart was startled, his brows furrowed with some speculation, but he still forced himself to calmly inquire to his men. What can a young lady like her do? How many people did the other party bring? Speak clearly. The other party only brought one person. But, one person. Are you all losers? Mu Yunlong did not wait for the other party to finish his sentence. His face became gloomy and looked at his men angrily. One person made you all so confused. Is he still a war god? Don't talk nonsense, go bring them all over to me. Humph, looks like I was too worried. Surely this Mu Xueling fellow used some sort of means to escape? But this is just right. Since they're here, then we'll take them all together. There's no need for that. We're already here. Just as Mu Yunlong was speculating in his mind, Mu Xueling's cold voice rang out as she stepped in. That cold look was as if driving frost to freeze everything. Xueling, why have you come back? Quickly go. Quickly get out of here. Seeing Mu Xueling appear, Mu Kuanhong anxiously shouted in his heart. Go? Where do you want to go? Mu Yunlong sniffed and raised his hand at his men. Do it, take her. However, his words fell. That henchman's face changed as if he had seen a ghost, and without waiting to make a move, a piercing cold aura suddenly flashed in the hall. Ho ho ho! Lines of blood surfaced between his neck, and the henchman covered his neck and fell to the ground with a horrified look on his face. Xiao Juno's body was surrounded by boundless killing intent as his cold eyes swept towards Mu Yunlong. Wow! The pupils of Mu Yunlong's eyes shrunk violently. The instant he met Xiao Juneo's eyes, the killing intent rushed in, causing him to involuntarily take several steps backwards. You, who are you? Ignoring Mu Yunlong's inquiry, Xiao Junuo took an arrow step to Mu Kuanhong's side and squatted down, lifting his eyes to look at his right hand swiftly in the other party's body and even counted. Probing his hand into his pocket, a number of silver needles appeared in his fingertips, one by one stabbing into the acupoints. Come, take this medicine. Senior brother, is my father alright? Until then Mu Xueling rushed to Mu Kuanhong's body. Don't worry, after taking the medicine and recuperating for a few days, you'll be fine. Before Mu Kuanhong could speak, the warmth that surged through his body caused his severe pain to disappear, and the intense poison in his body was unexpectedly undone in just a moment. Only after hearing Xiao Junuo's words did Mu Xueling's hanging heart drop. Mu Yunlong looked at this scene, his face changed several times in a row. His heart was shocked abnormally. Things changed too quickly, so much so that he could not react in time. There was a huge reversal, and at that moment, he did not dare to hesitate to pull out the pistol in his pocket and pointed at Xiao Juno as a succession of 3 shots. Bang bang bang! Die for me! Ka-ching! Before Mu Yunlong could see the result, the sharp pain coming from his right hand made his face instantly turn white and he was sweating profusely. His right hand was twisted like a twist, broken bones like stubble, blood gushing out. His pistol, on the other hand, appeared in Xiao Juno's hand. Boom! Mu Yunlong's miserable screams just came to an abrupt end, and his entire body flew out with a bang and hit the wall, sliding down to the ground along the wall like a rag. Until then, ding ding ding, 3 crunching sounds, twisted and deformed bullets fell from Xiao Juno's hands. Looking at Xiao Juno, who was like a ghost, Mu Yunlong's body trembled violently. You, what kind of monster are you? Chapter 38, Cruel Means. New clues. No, none of this matters anymore. Mu Yunlong's forehead was sweating coldly. Gritting his teeth and forcing himself to stand up with the pain of his broken wrist, his gaze swept towards Xiao Junuo and the 3 of them with Mu Xueling, the hatred in his eyes almost turning into substance. Mu Yunlong, in vain I called you second uncle, you are so vicious. Meeting Mu Yunlong's gaze, Mu Xueling stood up and came to Xiao Juno's side. Snort! Things have come to this point, what else is there to say? Mu Yunlong disdainfully glanced at Mu Xueling and rested his gaze on Xiao Juneo's body. It's so simple to become a king or a bandit, everything is so simple. It seems like I'm bound to die today. Mu Xueling did not reply, but took the pistol from Xiao Juno's hands. Her father's injuries, and the situation that had befallen her home had made a decision in her mind. Mu Xueling coldly gazed at this nominal second uncle of hers and raised the pistol to point at Mu Yunlong. Xueling, he can't be killed now. Seeing his own daughter's actions, Mu Kuanhong hurriedly spoke. Mu Yunlong has done bad things, but after so many years of being able to do things like human trafficking and smuggling secret treasures so stealthily, there must be a bigger backer behind him. He can't die now. Human trafficking and smuggling secret treasures? Sister! Xiao Juno's heart jumped steeply and his face changed instantly, storming out. A single stride rushed to Mu Yunlong's body, lifting him up by the neck. Xiao Junuo's body erupted with a horrifying fury, the heavy pressure enveloping to stagnate the air, staring deathly into Mu Yunlong's eyes, roaring. 5 years ago did you guys kidnap and take away a girl called Xiao Shallow in the Xincheng orphanage? At this moment, Xiao Junuo's killing intent turned into substance as his eyes turned red. Mu Yunlong's dangling legs kept kicking and stomping, and his throat, which was being strangled by Xiao Juneo, let out a whimpering sound, his eyes almost protruding out. Juno, calm down, he'll die in no time like this. Put him down first. Xiao Junuo's sudden outburst caused Mu Xueling to be startled. She, who was clear in her mind about the obsession in her own senior brother's heart, hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Xiao Juno's arm. since there is information, the clues can be asked out. You calm down. Xiao Juno was silent. He knew that it was he who was impulsive, but years of obsession, his sister's news, it's hard to possibly have a new clue let him. How can he calm down? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Juno finally loosened his hand. Almost suffocated to death, Mu Yunlong breath returned, covered his throat coughing, saliva flowed out. Resentful look at Xiao Juno. However, his eyes Mu Xueling looked in the eyes, not waiting for Mu Yunlong to calm his breathing. Successive several gunshots. Bang 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 bang. Ah! Originally struggling to stand, Mu Yunlong's legs went limp and he fell to his knees hissing and wailing out. The bullets pierced through his legs, causing him to tumble on the ground. Mu Yunlong, recognize your current situation. Although we won't kill you now, but wanting to die just like that, how can it be that simple? Mu Xueling took a step forward and looked down at Mu Yunlong's face that was twisted due to the pain. Her voice icy cold. Who exactly is standing behind you? And how many private collusions does the White Tiger Army Master have with you? We won't let you die until you tell us your secrets. He. Hearing Mu Xueling's inquiry, a cold smile appeared on Mu Yunlong's twisted face. Just die with this heart. I am not going to reveal the secret. Looking deeply at Mu Xueling, Mu Yunlong said with a mocking tone, even if you kill me, you guys won't survive. The organization will avenge me, and everyone in the Wanfu will have to die. You all have to go down and accompany me. Organization. Mu Xueling's heart sank, feeling more and more the extent of the trouble behind the matter. Kill me? Then let that organization behind you come. But now, answer my question. Only at this moment, Xiao Juno's eyes were raging with killing intent, and his voice was calm but permeated with a piercing chill. The previous impulse was suppressed and Xiao Juno calmed down once again. Mu Yunlong saw Xiao Juno's eyes. His heart trembled but turned his fear into mockery. Swish swish swish. Seeing Mu Yunlong's eyes, Xiao Juno did not speak either. Without waiting for Mu Xueling to inquire anything else, he directly made his move in silence. A series of several silver needles flew out from his fingertips to stab Mu Yunlong's body. He just quietly looked at the other party, didn't open his mouth to inquire, nor did he say any more superfluous nonsense. Mu Yunlong felt a change in his body immediately after Xiao Juno made his move. However, the blood on his body stopped flowing. The pain in his wrists and legs began to diminish, but the ensuing numbness and itch slowly became stronger throughout his body, and soon this numbness and itch was replaced by a twisting pain, not the pain of the wounds, but as the whole body muscle distortion. Meridians dead entangled pulling from the inside out, tearing the whole body. Of the pain feeling impacted his brain. In less than a minute's time, Mu Yunlong's body began to glow red, and the pain made his body tremble violently like a fish on shore, while he himself was unable to move a single finger. Only waves of pain swept through his nerves like a wave. That feeling caused Mu Yunlong's eyes to change from mocking disdain to the beginning of fear. His pupils contracted violently, and a wail began to emanate from his mouth. You! What have you guys done to me? This is just the beginning. In the midst of Mu Yunlong's wailing, Xiao Junuo spoke. You won't die or fall unconscious. This kind of pain will always be felt as long as I don't stop. With time this pain will become even more unbearable, lasting all the way for 10 to 20 hours. Saying this, Xiao Juno paused. Then when Mu Yunlong thought that he would be able to die in this way, he personally crumbled the other party's string called sanity. After 20 hours, your muscles will be the first to start tearing, then your blood vessels, and step by step, you will clearly feel the process of your death until your body disintegrates. And this process will last for 3 whole days, and as long as I want, you won't die. Then, continue to repeat this process. Xiao Juno's voice wasn't loud, but Mu Yunlong heard the other party's attitude in it. If he didn't let the other party be satisfied, the pain he was feeling right now was something that would really happen. That wasn't describing. Rather, it was stating the facts. Demon! You demon Aowa! I'll kill you all. You all must die. Kill me now. Mu Yunlong hissed and roared as if he wanted to alleviate the pain on his body in this way, but everything was useless. As the pain slowly became stronger, finally Mu Yunlong's sanity collapsed, snot and tears streaming down his face. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at Xiao Juno and shouted, "Stop! I'll say everything." Chapter 39, The creation of God will appear, and 10,000 people will be surrounded and killed. The organization I'm a member of is called the Creation Society, which is a secret society spanning the Eurasian continent and linking countries all over the world. Every member of it has an extremely secret identity. They either have huge power, countless money or strong force, and all of these represent that they have a very high status. After Xiao Juno stopped, Mu Yunlong, who had completely given up his resistance, began to narrate little by little. In his description, he wasn't clear about the true purpose of the God Creation Society, but perhaps it was as literal as that this organization existed from the very beginning in order to create a true God on earth, because of the tasks Mu Yunlong had received. The The most important ones were to collect items from secret places all over the country, as well as to purposefully kidnap some children with special characteristics. Likewise, the God Creation Society would give its members great benefits, with the benefits as a link, and with a huge network of connections all over the world. The Sakai Gakkai was like a spider's web to keep this group of people firmly under their control. Over the past 3 years, Mu Yunlong had gained a great deal of benefits with the connections of the God Creation Society, and this was also the confidence he had in killing the other party himself to take his place as the king of Wuhan after Mu Kuanhong had discovered his hidden secret. 3 years? You only joined this God Creation Society organization 3 years ago? Mu Xueling raised an eyebrow. Yes. Mu Yunlong gasped with difficulty and looked at Xiao Junyuo and said, so if you ask me about a kidnapping case in Shin City 5 years ago, I can only say that I didn't do it. Xiao Juno was slightly disappointed in her heart as she listened to this answer. However, in her heart, she was keeping the organization of the Creation Society in mind. So, this time, Zhang Yishuan's interception of us was not only for the sake of killing, but also for the secret treasure of that jade board? Mu Xueling also saw Xiao Junyuo disappointed, did not say anything more, and his mind pondering quickly came to a conclusion. The White Tiger Army Master is also a person of the God Creation Society? Yes. Mu Yunlong nodded his head. The hierarchical division of the God Creation Society was exceptionally strict, although Mu Yunlong had crossed the threshold to join it. As a newcomer who had not long joined the society, his status in the society was extremely low. His status was only that of the most common peripheral member, and he was unaware of the more hidden secrets of the God Creation Society, and the only people he could know were the 3 people who had led him into the society as a guarantee. Of the 3, the one who had reached contact with him as a superior was Zhang Mingjin, the White Tiger Army's military chief. This result did not come as a surprise to Mu Xueling, but the vigilance in his heart increased the more he frowned. Mu Yunlong to such a position in the God Creation Society is also only a peripheral member who knows the existence of the organization, of which he does not know the number, do not know the identity of the official members, the high level, and even the president. What kind of status should it be? Such a result, even if Mu Xueling's heart was prepared for it, really felt tricky. It was like a boundless black curtain that enveloped the entire Wuhan Wangfu. But even so, Mu Xueling Cheng herself had no way back. She had already been caught in the vortex when they found out about Mu Yunlong. Now all she could do was to learn more information. Who are the other 2? Mu Xueling asked. One is Wang Shiwu, the head of the Wang family. Wang family? Is this Wang family the Jinling Wang family? Xiao Junyuo's eyes stared at the words and asked without waiting for Mu Yunlong to finish. After receiving Mu Yunlong's affirmative reply, Xiao Junyuo's heart had an answer. There must be a connection between the God Creation Society and his sister's disappearance. Thinking of this, Xiao Juno's eyes were like burning flames, his fists clenched tightly in his heart. The appearance of the God Creation Society meant that he was one step closer to digging out the truth of that year. As long as there were clues, then everything he did would be meaningful. From this moment on, Xiao Juno kept the God Creation Society in mind, and the Wang family's Wang Shiwu and the White Tiger Army's advocate Ming Jin were all his next targets. Going down this line, no one could stop him. The God Creation Society? Mu Xueling also realized this, but compared to Xiao Junyuo, she appeared to be more calmly pursuing the last person to Mu Yunlong. That person. Hearing Mu Xueling's inquiry, Mu Yunlong seemed to recall something. His body suddenly trembled. However, before he could say anything, a rumbling tremor accompanied by a loud noise came from outside the Wuhan Wang mansion. The sound of at least tens of thousands of people stepping on the ground rang out, shaking the ground. Those inside listened to the order from the White Tiger Army's military lord. Wuhan Wang Mu Kuanhong collaborated with the enemy in treason. The crime is great and the evidence is clear. Today arrest. All people are not allowed to resist. Those who resist kill without amnesty. A loud voice that sounded like thunder resounded from outside the mansion, spreading throughout the entire Wuhan Wang mansion. At the instant of hearing the voice, several people in the hall's face changed. White Tiger Army? Zhang Mingjin's people moved so quickly? Mu Xueling clenched her silver teeth. Her heart still panicked at this moment. She thought that she could deal with the next trouble, but she didn't expect that the other party's move was a large army that directly surrounded the Wuhan Wang mansion. The Wuhan army that was subordinate to the royal residence had yet to arrive, and right now, they were directly caught in a dead end. Zhang Mingjin is really ruthless. He really did send someone. Hearing the voices coming from outside, Mu Yunlong directly swallowed back the words he originally wanted to say. Looks like you guys are going to accompany me to the funeral. Ha 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 ha. Xueling, go! Quickly take your senior brother and leave through the secret passage in the mansion. There's still a chance now. As long as you live to go outside and ask for help, everything still has a chance to turn around. At the moment of crisis, Mu Kuanhong quickly made a decision and told Mu Xueling to lead the people to leave. Father, you're leaving with us. Mu Xueling helped Mu Kuanhong up but was pushed away by the other party. It's too late. You guys leave here immediately. I'll go out and stall them to buy you time. Mu Kuanhong had a solemn look on his face as he looked at Xiao Juno and solemnly said, Mr. Xiao Shuiling, she's counting on you. Want to leave? It's too late. Mu Yunlong spoke with mockery. Old thing, after all these years do you think I wouldn't know about the secret passage? None of you will be able to leave. Mu Kuanhong's eyes just went black when he heard that, looking at Mu Yunlong with murderous intent boiling in his eyes, itching to cut the other party into 1,000 pieces. He was truly disgusted by Mu Yunlong. Heaven is going to kill my Mu family. With a long sigh, Mu Kuanhong's face was filled with disillusionment. At this moment, caught in a dead end, he really didn't know how to have a way out. Mu Shuiling looked at her father's steeply aged appearance. Her heart was painfully incomparable. Wanted to say something, but opened his mouth to think of the royal residence surrounded by at least tens of thousands of white tiger army outside. Choking and speechless, Juno, it is senior sister who has harmed you. Mu Shuiling in the end could only look at Xiao Junhua and smile miserably, her eyes flowing with tears. It's not time to despair. In the face of Mu Shuiling's words, Xiao Juno however smiled and went forward to wipe the other party's tears away. Let's go, senior sister. Follow me out to meet this white tiger army. Let's see if they can really stop me. With those words, Xiao Juno turned around and walked outside, his steps firm and steady. Chapter 40, Try Moving 1? Outside of King Wuwan's mansion, tens of thousands of armed-to-the-teeth white tiger army stood there in a line in formation. With rifles in their hands, the killing aura of the entire white tiger army condensed into a whole. That formidable temperament, no matter who saw it, all have to say a elite. As one of the Dragon Kingdom's legions with its own name, the White Tiger Army's might was truly a mighty force to be reckoned with. And at the moment this group of people stood silently here, just based on this austere and murderous atmosphere, it would allow the people directly facing them to pressurize them into lifting up their heads. Standing at the forefront of the army, the expressionless military advocate Ming Jin, who had internalized his killing intent, was the one who led all the men under his command, and was able to make his subordinates sect masters, and even great sect masters, all of whom were submissive to the existence of a sect master. Just standing there, the fierce aura that had melted into his instincts was able to make people realize how powerful he was. It wasn't just the power of martial arts cultivation, it was the power of having one's power in one's hands and being able to utilize the power of one's men to its peak. A man who truly grasped the essence of violence. So when Xiao Juno and Mu Shuiling's few people came out, what they saw was a desperate surround that was capable of making people lose their minds. Without a doubt, Mu Kuanhong completely despaired after seeing this scene, not to mention running out to ask for help. Now I'm afraid that they are really going to be silenced by the other side. But even so, Mu Kuanhong knew that he still had to say something. Zhang Mingjin, you and my family are old friends for many years. Now you are leading the White Tiger Army to encircle my Mu mansion. What are you going to do? In front of countless people, Mu Kuanhong angrily looked at Zhang Mingjin and questioned in a loud voice. Even if he were to die, he would not allow himself to be so stifled, to be judged on the trumped-up charge of collaborating with the enemy and treason. However, in the face of Mu Kuanhong's questioning, Zhang Mingjin simply had no intention of paying attention. The other party's gaze did not even rest on Mu Kuanhong's body at all, directly choosing to ignore it. You are Xiao Juno? He simply looked at Xiao Juneo, suppressing the anger within him as he slowly spoke. It's me. Xiao Juno met the other party's gaze and replied, my son is dead. Without raging, after receiving Xiao Juno's answer, Zhang Mingjin said with a slightly mournful tone. That expressionless face also showed some changes, still rigid but with a few points of helplessness. It's me who caused him to die. It's my fault as a father. Yi Xian died in vain. Since it was my fault, then it should be corrected by my own hands. All of you go and be buried with Yat Xian. The voice was not loud, but it was filled with ruthlessness. The hegemony of that first army's military lord was displayed at this moment. Zhang Mingjin's eyes were as calm as a deep pool, and the only gaze he looked at Xiao Juno with was indifference. It was not the gaze of an enemy, it was the gaze of a dead man, just like what Mu Kuanhong thought in his heart. Zhang Mingjin didn't think that the other party could still escape when things came to this point. The interception failed. Fleeing the group of scattered men told him the news. Zhang Mingjin pointed all the men straight to the king of Wuhan Palace to come. Even if he had only brought tens of thousands of his elite men, it was already enough. What he wanted was to surround Xiao Juno and Mu Shuiling and slaughter them together in the first place. Not just them, there was also the entire Wuan Wangfu. All of them up and down, one by one, had to die. He wanted blood everywhere, to make this group of people pay for their son's death. It wasn't even just Xiao Junyo alone. The other party's sister in Xincheng couldn't escape either. Hearing Zhang Mingjin's words, Mu Shuiling's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, coldly threatening. Zhang Mingjin, if you dare to openly surround the Wuan Wang mansion, are you really not afraid of being investigated? The Wuan army is already on its way here. If you dare to make a move, the Dragon Kingdom won't be able to tolerate you. Where is Mu Yunlong? Jiang Mingjin shook his head and did not answer Mu Xueling's words. No change could be seen on that cold face with it. This scene, it made Mu Xueling feel terrified, because she knew very well that the other party was truly treating them as dead people in order to do so calmly. Mu Yunlong's delusional attempt to kill my father has already been shot by me. Now you take the people and leave. We can treat your previous words as if we didn't hear them, and there is still room for everything to be eased. Or else we will end up with a fish dead even if we die. At this point in time, Mu Xueling didn't dare to tell the matter of the God Creation Society at all. She was very clear that once she revealed that she already knew the hidden secrets of the God Creation Society, then they and Jiang Mingjin were completely torn apart without any room for tent. Even now, she was only hoping to use threats to make Jiang Mingjin throw in the towel and hesitate in his heart. However, Mu Xueling still underestimated Jiang Mingjin too much. Or perhaps she simply couldn't imagine how decisive and ruthless a man who was the head of an army and could control more than 200,000 White Tiger armies was. It seems like you guys already know. Mu Yunlong. This trash. Jiang Mingjin looked at Mu Xueling's expression and directly came to this conclusion. Since that's the case, it's all the more reason for you guys to die. Mu Xueling's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Seeing that the other party was going to directly make a move, he shouted sharply. Jiang Mingjin, are you unwilling to stay alive at all? What favors did the God Creation Society give you to make you work so faithfully for them? Today, you killed my King Wuen's lineage, so how can you not escape judgment tomorrow? There is no need for you to worry about. Jiang Mingjin waved his hand indifferently, and behind him, 10,000 people of the White Tiger Army stepped forward in unison, rifles raised in their hands, their muzzles pointing directly at Xiao Junyuo and the others. Several commanders crossed the crowd, and powerful strength erupted from each and every one of them, and they were about to make a move without saying a word. But just at this moment, a dense sweep of anti-aircraft rounds landed in front of the group, blocking the forward movement. A loud roar came from the air and resounded through the sky. In everyone's line of sight, two streamlined fighters whizzed past, their pitch-black fuselages like swift eagles traveling through the sky. The anti-aircraft rounds fired landed on the ground between the two sides, making inch-deep craters. Even a martial arts master would not dare to face its firepower. Seeing this scene, a slight movement appeared on Jiang Mingjin's always indifferent face. The appearance of the fighter jet had truly exceeded his expectations. One must realize that this was in the middle of the city. How long had it been since fighter jets had appeared over the city? Even he didn't have the right to mobilize the fighter jets to make such a move. It was obvious that someone had made a move. The deterrent of the fighter jets was like a Damocles sword hanging in the air, warning Jiang Mingjin to stop. At the same time, in the distant sky, more than a dozen helicopter gunships escorted by the fighter jets flew towards the side with an exuberant might just like that. From the radio's loudspeaker, Xiao Wuyuan's roar resounded in the air. Everyone in the White Tiger Army, listen to the order. Put down the weapons in your hands. Jiang Mingjin TM dare to move a single try. Tens of thousands of White Tiger Army men with loaded weapons, facing the force of fighter jets and more than a dozen helicopters. Try moving one. Chapter 41 Mountain and C5. Strong killing. Xiao Wuyuan. Why did this fellow appear here? Jiang Mingjin's eyesight was extremely good, and at the same time he heard that shout, he saw Xiao Wuanyuan's figure on the helicopter from afar. In that instant, his face turned ugly. Even he had to pay attention to this Qintian Pavilion sublord who was in charge of North China province. This was truly a feudal official whose power reached the heavens and dominated a party. The power in his hands was far more terrifying than he was. The fighter jet hovering and cruising above his head at the moment was the actual proof. That was the authority that even he could not mobilize. What a good tactic. Jiang Mingjin's gaze towards Mu Kuanhong took on a wary look. Xiao Wuyuan's appearance truly surprised Jiang Mingjin. How could he think of Xiao Junyuo's relationship with the other party? Only thinking that it was Mu Kuanhong, the king of Wuhan, who had called out to the other party by some means. In fact, at this moment, Mu Kuanhong is no better than Jiang Mingjin. He was also surprised by the sudden arrival of Xiao Wuyuan. As the big shot in the top seat of Hua Beifu he naturally recognized. But to say that the other party was able to send out such powerful support after learning that the Wuan Wangfu was attacked, he really didn't have the face to do so. So at this moment, he was also very confused. Only Mu Xueling seemed to have thought of something and turned her head to look at Xiao Junyuo, that gaze carrying an inquiry. Senior sister doesn't need to be surprised. The other party is indeed a helper I called in. Xiao Junyuo directly nodded his head and admitted, looking at Mu Xueling's open cherry mouth in surprise. He smiled. I was also on guard after the previous attack, and directly notified the other party after arriving at the Wuhan King's mansion. It seems that they are still very attentive to the change in the Wuan Wangfu. Xiao Juno commented as he looked up at the rapidly approaching helicopters. Mu Xueling nodded at his words even though she still had some doubts in her heart. This was the only explanation. It couldn't be because of Juno's words that the other party had come rushing here with their asses on the line, could it? That would be too unrealistic. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible. However, the truth was really like this. Xiao Wuyuan really was the one who heard about Xiao Juno's attack, and that was why he rushed here, even mobilizing fighter jets to appear in the city to cruise for this purpose. The more than 10 helicopter gunships were just the first to rush in for the sake of time, and the city defense forces that had been mobilized at the back were rushing this way, and the troops stationed outside were on standby at all times, waiting for Xiao Wufwanyuan's urgent orders. As Huabei Fu's pavilion master, he really has the right to mobilize the army to restrain the riot in the emergency moment. This was what caused the scene before him that had shocked tens of thousands of White Tiger Army elites to appear. No matter what, the other party was able to appear so promptly because of you. Looking at the arriving helicopter, Mu Xueling shook her head to reveal a bright smile and looked towards Xiao Juno. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that before the Wuan army could arrive, we would be dead. Now we are finally saved. As early as when she returned to the mansion, Mu Xueling had also made preparations. However, as the first daughter of the royal family, it was not that easy for her to mobilize the Wuan army, and the White Tiger Army's arrival was even more unexpected, which led to the royal family being besieged and plunged into a desperate situation. However, Mu Xueling is to see Xiao Junhua slightly shaking his head, and spoke in a low voice. The other party doesn't seem to think so. Hearing Xiao Juno's words, Mu Xueling was first stunned. When she followed Xiao Juno's gaze towards Zhang Mingjin, the smile on her face tightened. Could it be that Zhang Mingjin still dared to make a move in this situation? Mu Xueling's heart first questioned, unable to believe that the other party could be so crazy, but then she thought of the huge group represented behind the God Creation Society. This group of conspirators hidden in the darkness. The previous thoughts about safety were shaken again. Her hand involuntarily gripped Xiao Juno. Even Mu Xueling did not notice that she, who was originally a strong and autonomous personality, had developed a dependence on Xiao Juno in her heart after going through this series of turmoil. And the situation at hand was just as Xiao Juno had predicted. Even though Xiao Wuyuan's appearance had surprised Zhang Mingjin's heart, in just a moment's time his mind had made up its mind. These few people could not be left alive. In that instant, Zhang Mingjin's originally collected killing intent was revealed from his eyes. The invisible aura was detected by Xiao Juno at the same time as his attitude changed. The aura steeply and invisibly collided between the two, and Zhang Mingjin formally noticed Xiao Juneo's strength. Is it at least the third level of strength of the mountain and sea? Zhang Mingjin looked towards Xiao Juno, his eyes flickering. To have this kind of realm at such a young age, you really are a monster. If I wasn't here, perhaps you really would have escaped today. Zhang Mingjin spoke under his breath without waiting for Xiao Juneo's response. His body swiftly erupted with a skyrocketing wild killing intent, and the power of the fifth level of the mountain and sea of the Grand Master realm erupted out from that body of his. Zhang Mingjin raised his head and exploded a fist into the sky. The mountain-destroying power of the sea drove the airwaves into the air and induced tremors, making the more than 10 helicopters that Xiao Wuyuan had rushed to come in unable to get close to them for a while. The fighter jet's anti-aircraft rounds could not react in time to fire in the split second. Zhang Mingjin took a step and crossed more than 10 meters to arrive in front of Xiao Juneo. At this moment, die! Zhang Mingjin shouted loudly, his face grimacing. Berserk killing intent combined with a burst of tremendous force, and like a cannonball, he threw a punch at Xiao Juno's head. This punch utilized his full strength. The outbreak of the fury chi around his body was to squeeze Xiao Juno's space in this instant, so that he would not be able to dodge even if he reacted. This was the most powerful punch that Zhang Mingjin was sure to kill a grandmaster. Mu Xueling and Mu Kuanhong's faces changed instantly, wanting to cry out in shock. Only Xiao Junhuo, who was directly facing this punch, had an aura in his eyes and stepped out in the strong wind blowing his black hair, facing the punch without fear. Boom! The two fists collided. First, there was a silence. All the people present lost their voices, and then the waves spread, the ground shook. The ground cracked from the feet of the two like a spider web spread in all directions. And this is only the beginning. At the same time when shock appeared on Zhang Mingjin's hideous face, the two men's silhouettes that had turned into shadows collided one after another in this instant. Boom 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 boom. Xiao Juno punched the other party's suspended body amidst Zhang Mingjin's irresistible movements. Every punch that struck shook the airbursts that penetrated Zhang Mingjin's body behind him. Zhang Mingjin, who was at the fifth level of mountain and sea, was defenseless. Like rags, he was sent flying up by Xiao Juno's knee, tilting his head back. Finally, his right leg, which was raised high, slashed down like a battle axe, ruthlessly smashing into Zhang Mingjin's body. In the shocked gazes of the tens of thousands of White Tiger Army, the other party was smashed into the ground and stepped on like a dead dog. This scene was nothing short of a blitzkrieg. The tens of thousands of White Tiger Army fell into silence, all of them stunned in place with wide eyes. Regardless of whether it was the Patriarch-level commander or the elite men under his command, At this moment, a string broke in their hearts. The mighty army lord they worshipped and followed was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by the other party in an active battle. Faith collapsed at this moment. It was only then that the slightly late reacting anti-aircraft rounds were shot out of the fighters and landed between the two sides, bringing up dust. Yet everyone had no words for it. Chapter 42 The Third Man. The dust settled. Xiao Juno stepped on Jiang Mingjin, who was spitting blood and unconscious, and swept his gaze towards the White Tiger Army in front of him. When they met Xiao Juno's line of sight, the White Tiger Army people couldn't control their feet as they took a step backward, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Terror! It was really too terrifying. This man in front of them was so powerful that it terrified them. Even if he didn't utter a single word, the aura of the abyss stopping like a mountain. Standing there between the two sides drew an invisible abyss separating the two sides, just so high above looking down on their group of people. Silence. Incomparable silence. Until the helicopter carrying Xiao Wolf Wanyuan arrived, and Xiao Wolf Wanyuan led the people down from the mid-air rope drop. Mr. Xiao, are you alright? The first moment they landed, Xiao Wu Yuan came to Xiao Juno's body with a sullen face and inquired. His afterglow swept a glance at Jiang Mingjin at Xiao Juno's feet. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly, but more than that, he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. These damn guys, simply seeking death. How dare they make a move against Mr. Xiao? Are they tired of living? If something happened to Mr. Xiao, how would he explain? I'm fine. Xiao Juno shook his head and said, on the contrary, it's the matter of the White Tiger Army that might need to trouble you to solve it. The matter behind this may be more complicated, so I'll trouble you. Please rest assured. Mr. Xiao, leave it to me to handle here. It definitely won't trouble you. Xiao Wu Yuan sniffed and decisively assured Xiao Juno, this fellow is very important. Don't let him die. Xiao Juno nodded and lifted his foot to instruct Xiao Wu Yuan before preparing to turn around with Mu Shueling and head back to the mansion. Wait. At this time, some of the commanders of the White Tiger Army also reacted. One of them stiffly stepped forward with a black face and spoke. Pavilion Master Xia, my White Tiger Army was ordered to come to arrest criminals who have collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. And now you are blatantly blocking them, not to mention that the other party has seriously injured my army master and stepped on his feet without an argument? He didn't look for Xiao Junuo, but instead pointed his spear at Xiao Wuyuan. Right. When did my White Tiger Army have to be humiliated like this? Can the Qin Tian Pavilion's power be used for personal gain? No matter what, let my army master go first. Now he must receive treatment. Pavilion Master Xia, my White Tiger Army isn't at the mercy of being humiliated. If we don't give a statement today, the wrath of the god of war won't be a joke in another day. As one person opened his mouth, one by one, the other commanders stepped forward. Previously, facing such a fierce person like Xiao Juno, they didn't dare to open their mouths. But now Xiao Wu Yuan appeared. Even if Xiao Junuo again want to rise up and kill people, also have to pay attention to a situation. Can't say hands on the hands of the. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Hearing the threat in the words of several White Tiger Army commanders, Xiao Wu Yuan's sunken face became even more ugly. But right now, he really couldn't directly make a move. As the pavilion master of Huabei Fu, he also had to take into account the war god behind the other party. God of War, the apex of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Standing at the pinnacle of millions of generals, every existence that was labeled with the name of God of War was a great deterrent. Not only were they the ones in power who had killed their way out with blood, they were also incomparably powerful martial arts powerhouses, not to mention the millions of generals under their command that they relied on. Because of this, even if Xiao Wu Yuan was angry in his heart, he had to consider the other party's attitude for a moment or two after hearing the words of a few people. Oh, who else thinks so too? Just as Xiao Wu Yuan was thinking about how to deal with the situation at hand, Xiao Junuo suddenly came up with this sentence. The words fell, but commanders who had originally become hardened as they stood up with one another suddenly stagnated. Even the words froze in their mouths, mouthing the words and looking at each other, not knowing whether to say them or not. Xiao Junuo, don't think that you. Boom! The commander who stood out first opened his mouth and wanted to lead the charge, only to have his words explode before his voice fell. Blood spurted out from the headless corpse. A martial Dao grandmaster died so crisply without anyone seeing what was going on. A few of the commanders who were close by had blood foaming on their faces and just stared blankly at the headless body poofing to the ground. The hot blood that originally wanted to come forward to speak for their own army master and express their loyalty instantly went cold. Is there anyone else? Xiao Juno's gaze swept across, and several commanders were silent and bowed their heads, not even daring to breathe. Xiao Juno nodded and put away his sight with a cold light as he turned his head away. Even if the person was no longer visible, the aftermath was still there. This time, no one dared to squeal to Xiao Wu Yuan. In the Wuan Wang mansion, Mu Kuanhong's eyes completely changed when he looked at Xiao Juno again. The young man in front of him was really beyond his expectations. Originally an extermination crisis was easily resolved because of the other party. This made him unable to help but bow solemnly to Xiao Junuo. Mr. Xiao, today, if not for you and my Wuan Wangfu up and down shall not end well. Even 1,000 thanks would not be enough for your favor. Mr. Mu is too polite to take on this great gift. Mu Shuiling is my senior sister. Since she has encountered trouble, how could I not care? This is all what I should do. Xiao Juno saw this and hurriedly picked up the other party and said seriously, and there is also a secret behind this matter that I want to know. When the time comes, I also ask your highness not to blame Juno for meddling in the family affairs of the royal family. Where are the words? Mu Kuanhong shook his head. In his heart it was clear that Xiao Junuo was trying to explore the hidden secrets of the God Creation Society. Naturally he wouldn't stand in the way. Sighed and looked towards Mu Shuiling and instructed, after today's event I am also tired. The next thing about that rebel will be handed over to Shuiling you to deal with it. Mr. Xiao has something to do despite opening up with Shuiling is. After all, Mu Kuanhong did not want to face his second brother. Mu Shuiling was also clear about this and nodded her head to agree to this matter. After that, things became simple. With Xiao Wu Yuan's intervention, the White Tiger Army's idea of taking Zhang Mingjin away was defeated, and they could only leave with the dead commander's body full of grief and anger. Xiao Wu Yuan was also able to enter the mansion to learn the truth of the matter from Mu Shuiling. God Creation Society. Upon hearing the name of the God Creation Society, Xiao Wu Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke through clenched teeth. It's this group of damned assholes again. Pavilion Master Xia knows about the existence of the God Creation Society? Mu Shuiling and Xiao Junnua both looked towards Xiao Wu Yuan. Xiao Wu Yuan nodded. Indeed, I know something. This organization had dealt with them many years ago, and I hate the fact that my Dragon Kingdom's Northern Border Rebellion back then was caused by them. The Northern Border Rebellion. Mu Shuiling was just shocked when she heard this. Xiao Junuo did not know about it, but she was clear about it. More than 10 years ago, a vision appeared in the Northern Border's secret place, Tian Shan, and a deity appeared, and a llama riot on the plateau set off a scourge. For this reason the garrison warriors stationed on the plateau were killed, triggering the authorities of the Dragon China Sea to shake. Millions of soldiers with their lives, in the bitter cold plateau land battle death of more than 100,000 people, blood stain all over the border to be pacified. But ultimately the Tianshan secret place of the divine or stray into the north of the bear country do not know where to go. In that battle, the generals died and were injured and eventually pacified. The war is one of today's war gods. From the Longduwu family, Wu Jingtian, Xiao Wu Yuan slowly said, and as soon as his words came out, Mu Shuiling's face was ugly to the extreme, and Xiao Junnua laughed out coldly, because just a short while ago Mu Yunlong had explained the last person he knew. That person was the amazing god of war, Wu Jingtian. Chapter 43, Spa Massage. Wow! Wu Jingtian is a member of the God Creation Society. Xiao Wolfwanyuan stood up with a loud voice. His face changed several times for a split second. A lot of clues that were originally hidden back then were instantly figured out after getting this news. His face revealed a sad and fierce look. His teeth clenched with anger and said, in that case, that Northern Border Rebellion back then was only afraid that the other side took the opportunity to capitalize on the means. The more than 100,000 soldiers who died back then. Hateful. Even death by 1,000 cuts is not enough. Back then, that group of warriors fought to the death to kill the enemy, only for the stability of the Dragon Kingdom, for the country's peace and security. But in the end, they became the other side's scheme, becoming the other party's tired skeleton of a general's success, a stepping stone to ascend to the position of war god. As soon as he thought of this, the anger in Xiao Wu Yuan's chest was unstoppable and he wanted to find the other party to confront him face to face and take him down with his own hands. But he hated that he, Xiao Wu Yuan, did not have this right. Wu Jingtian's position is there. For so many years has long had a deep-rooted group of dependents, forming a party faction. He simply couldn't move the other party without clear solid evidence, and would probably even be backhandedly suppressed by the other party. Now things are troublesome. Xiao Wu Yuan figured out one thing almost without thinking. Zhang Mingjin and Mu Yunlong had fallen into their hands, which had already provoked hostility with Wu Jingtian. As long as the other party received the news, they would soon make a move. He had to make preparations early. Isn't having Zhang Mingjin and Mu Yunlong both enough? Xiao Junuo opened his mouth and asked, this amazing battle god's background is so tough? Xiao Wu Yuan nodded solemnly and looked at Xiao Juno to explain. Mr. Xiao, this matter involves the god of war, which is no longer something I can handle. And right now it's unclear who among the higher-ups is still a cohort of the God Creation Society. Unless there is something I can do. Xiao Juno could see Xiao Wu Yuan's hesitation. Unless that lord behind you is invited. Xiao Wu Yuan glanced at the coiled dragon ring Xiao Juno was wearing on his hand and said solemnly, as one of the founding fathers of the Dragon Kingdom, that one has enough prestige, as long as his old man is willing to step forward. No one in the Qintian pavilion would dare to say a single word against him in one sentence. Xiao Jun Nuo was silent. He was clear that what Xiao Wuyuan was talking about in his mouth was his fourth master. What surprised him was that the fourth master was actually the founding father of the Dragon Kingdom. With such a high status, the significance of the coiled dragon ring to the Qintian pavilion was heavier than he thought. However, letting the fourth master step in? Xiao Juno shook his head and eventually rejected the suggestion. It's better not to disturb fourth master's purity. Since these matters are related to me, then it's better for me to resolve them. The others were not clear about the situation in the absolute Dust Valley. As a disciple, how could he not be clear about his own masters staying in the valley? He was willing to disturb them if not necessary. Not only was it a place of seclusion for the masters, it was also a great evil Jedi. Previously he was not clear about the concept of the secret place. Only as the mountains and rivers of the spirit of the Valley of the Dust has a divine place. Now how he is not clear. Dust Valley is also a secret place, but also far more than other secret places. Very few people know the hidden existence. This way, Xiao Wuyuan nodded at his words, slightly lost but still accepting the result. Since this is the case, then we must also respond quickly. I need to make a trip to the dragon capital as soon as possible. An explanation was given. Xiao Wuyuan also did not stay long in the Wangfu, bringing Zhang Mingjin and Mu Yunlong with him as they quickly left. This matter you are attentive to is, as for this person Wu Jingtian, if you can't stop the other party from striking, then let him strike. Before Xiao Wuyuan left, Xiao Jun Nua opened his mouth with a light in his eyes. Perhaps I will personally find the other party without waiting for him to deal with me. Hearing Xiao Jun Nua's words, Xiao Wuyuan's scalp went a little numb. However, he did not say anything more. This person in front of him, perhaps there wouldn't be any trouble if he really did. Xiao Wuyuan left with the mission. Mu Shueling, however, looked at Xiao Juno with some worry. What's wrong with senior sister? Xiao Juno inquired. Are you preparing to go find trouble with the Wang family? Xiao Wuyuan might not be clear about what Xiao Juno's previous remark meant. How could Mu Shueling not be clear about it? Facing Mu Shueling's inquiry, Xiao Juno nodded without denying it. I was prepared to make a trip to Jinling before. I'm going to personally ask for an explanation for the debt owed by the Wang family back then. Now that I know about the God Creation Society, it's even more important to go. His eyes were firm, not changing his mind because of what happened to Wu Jingtian. Mu Shueling looked at Xiao Juno, a touch of helplessness surfacing on her face. She knew that she couldn't persuade the other party. If it wasn't for the matter of the royal family, she definitely wanted to accompany Xiao Jun Nua and board the royal family to ask for punishment. But in the end, it was impossible. Mu Shueling stared tightly at Xiao Juno and pursed her lips as she spoke. I am also clear that I can't stop you, but not today. You must at least stay here for a day, so that I can thank you. This, Xiao Juno's expression snapped. Mu Shueling didn't open her mouth. He was really planning to directly resign and return to Shen City overnight. The matter of the God Creation Society was like putting a bell on his heart, urging him on. His separated sister was an obsession that he couldn't let go of. It's a deal. Mu Shueling also did not allow Xiao Juno to refuse and directly made up her mind. That full soft flesh was tightly attached to Xiao Juno's arm, hugging and walking towards the mansion with a provocative smile. After experiencing so much today, don't you want to relax? Elder sister told you that my house has an open-air hot spring to soak in. Imagine the warm water flow washing and enjoying the moisturizing that soaks your whole body, as well as the scenery where you can see the starry sky. And Xiao Juno was eventually persuaded. That night, he enjoyed what it meant to be treated like a king. By the time he soaked in the hot spring pool, that state of total relaxation also allowed him to be baptized. And it would have been even better if his senior sister hadn't personally come wrapped in a towel to massage him. Snap. LOL. Relax. See how nervous your elder sister can still eat you. Lying beside the hot spring pool, feeling the water rippling behind him, vaguely able to touch the feeling behind him, Xiao Jun Nua said that he did not say anything and understood. The moonlight was like water. The starry night was quiet. Mu Shueling needed Xiao Jun Nua's shoulders, not knowing when she had leaned on that broad muscular back and wrapped her arms around him. Juno, even though it's been said many times, I really thank you. Mu Shueling's low murmur traveled from her mouth leaning on her shoulder into Xiao Jun Nua's ears. If it wasn't for you, senior sister would have died long ago. If, senior sister, Xiao Juno didn't wait for the other party to finish his sentence and turned around to grab Mu Shueling's hand. The two of them looked at each other. Xiao Juno's eyes were still clear and firm. Mu Shueling smiled helplessly and just sat in Xiao Juno's arms. I know about your obsession. But, Mu Shueling tilted her head and looked at Xiao Juno, reaching out and touching the other party's cheek, whispering softly, senior sister can wait. Oh, thank you senior sister. Xiao Juno skimmed her head, her gaze not daring to look down. Cluck cluck cluck. It's only when you look at this time that you feel that you're still a youngster. Well, Mu Shueling laughed in Xiao Juno's arms, not just because of the heat of the hot springs or because she felt something. A nice blush appeared on her delicate face. Alright, no more fooling around. She stood up and walked out of the hot spring pool, suddenly turning back with a smile that carried a few hints of urgency. But it seems that senior sister also still has some charm. At least Juno, you are not a real wood. LOL. Her long hair was coiled up and tied behind her shoulders exposed, a pair of lotus root arms playfully behind the back, the body wrapped in the towel because of soaked water and stick to the body, will be as if the devil-like figure. Surplus a grip of the small savage waist, nearly all show in front of the eyes, round under the pair of long, slender and white long legs after the hot springs moistened, but also stained with droplets of water in the moonlight flashing with light. Looking back at the smile of sweetness, this scene seduces the heartstrings. Xiao Junyuo looked at the moonlight Mushuling heart cry. Normal reaction. Really just a normal reaction. Chapter 44. You're late. Xiao Junyuo was enjoying the fragrant treatment at King Wuen's residence, even though Xiao Wuyuan tried his best to block the spread of relevant news. After the White Tiger Army's defeat, Wu Jingtian still received the information at the first opportunity. Like this? Zhang Mingjin of the White Tiger Army was defeated by a young man, not to mention that he was even taken away by Xiao Wufyuan for investigation. East of Dragon Capital City, in a Western European-style mountain-facing villa, wearing a gorgeous silk pajamas, he sat on the sofa and heard the report from his men. The man had a short-inch hair, square face, broad nose, knife-cut and axe-chiseled tough face. The first impression gave people a decent impression. At the moment, he sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, with a warm and kind smile on his face, without any strong aura on his body. On his side of a sultry appearance, wearing a sexy fun tulle skirt, suspenders, black stockings of the woman so rely on his arms, while laughing and joking, while he carefully fed the fruit of a birdie look. No matter how you look at it, right in front of you is a rich middle-aged man with a voice, but he is the man who truly stands at one of the peaks of the military, the amazing god of war. Wu Jingtian, I have an impression of this Ming Jin. I didn't expect a powerhouse who reached the 5th level of the mountain and see at the Grand Master realm to just roll over. It's still unexpectedly bad. Listening to his men's report, Wu Jingtian's eyes lifted up inadvertently. His tiger eyes gleaming under his thick eyebrows contained divine intent in his eyes, and his sight swept over like electricity in a virtual room, taking in the heart. That is a person in the martial arts road to reach a very deep realm only have the sign. Zhang Mingjin is also a waste. Master needs his men to dispose of him? He knows quite a few things about us. People don't want to be dragged down by him. The woman snuggled in Wu Jingtian's arms, opened her mouth, her long wavy hair picking up to reveal her delicate and coquettish smile, completely unable to see that the words just now came from her mouth. A bloody rose with thorns. Yes, this woman who was serving Wu Jingtian was the henchman he had carefully trained over the years. Little goblin, with me here, who can move you? Hearing Xiao Mei's suggestion, Wu Jingtian did not get angry, reaching out to touch a handful of plump white soft flesh, causing a delicate shiver, and said with a few moments of dominance, compared to Zhang Mingjin, I care more about that brat who defeated him head-on. It's called Xiao Junyuo, right? Yes. The woman called Xiao Mei nodded her head, supporting her head with her hand, and said with a straight face, this kid is said to be an orphan. 5 years ago he was still an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts, and not long ago he suddenly appeared and made a not small noise. Several times with him to fight people, did not try out his real strength limit. Is a not choose not to buckle monster. Wang family's first son was crippled by him in front of his face before. He was ruthless and acted without scruples. The Wang family directly offered a reward of $10 billion in the darknet, not to mention that, before that, he even came to me to ventilate for this matter. Wu Jingtian quietly listened to Xiao Mei's introduction. After listening to their investigation of Xiao Junyuo's eyes flickered with refined light. Interesting, this brat is good material. In just 5 years' time, not only his background but also his martial arts had such a terrifying change. Even Wu Jingtian couldn't help but be extremely interested. Stroking his chin, he fell into deep thought. Well, forget it, since the Wang family has arranged for an assassin. Let's wait until this brat survives. As for Xiao Wuyuan, arrange something for him, don't let him really climb on us like a mad dog. Boo! Cluck cluck cluck, understand. Definitely won't let him bite on you. Mei smiled as she wiped her fingers across her lips. Ha 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 ha. Wu Jingtian laughed loudly and got up, his majestic body picking her up in one hand and walking towards the room amidst Xiao Mei's petulant cries. Xincheng Airport. Xiao Junyuo re-entered the city with his backpack, which contained the jade plate stone block that Mu Xueling had given him. It was, in the end, Mu Xueling still gave this jade board that she took from the auction to Xiao Juno for safekeeping. According to her, the God Creation Society viewed the output of these secret places as important, so it was not safe to keep the things at her place, so it was better to let Xiao Juno keep it. And the mysterious changes brought about by contacting the jade board at that time also caused Xiao Juno to have some interest, so she did not refuse to bring it back. At the same time brought back, There were also the precious pills that had been auctioned off earlier. This time, when he returned to Shin City, Xiao Juno was prepared to follow his previous plan of practicing this precious medicine into a dan to refine his martial cultivation once again. Young master, Mou waited outside the airport early. Seeing Xiao Juno appear, Mou immediately went forward to greet the other party and welcomed him onto the Bentley that picked him up. After receiving the person, the car drove towards the villa of Tiangu Yipin. How are things going with Yinin? On the road, Xiao Junuo casually asked about the situation of his departure in the past few days. He had decided to let Liao Yinin go back to school long before he left Shin City, leaving this matter to Mou to arrange. Miss Liao's school arrangements, I asked Ms. Huan's relations have already been dealt with, and she is currently enrolled, and a number of tutors have been specially hired to tutor her with a view to catching up with her studies as soon as possible. Good. Xiao Juno was satisfied. Thinking of that girl Liao Yinin's appearance surrounded by tutors, he couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Also regarding the investigation of the Wang family, there has been some progress so far. After reporting on Liao Yinin's situation, Mou's face was solemn as he was about to talk about business. Bang! Boom! Bang 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 bang! A series of collisions occurred, not far in front of the Bentley, the intersection road. Right in front of the eyes appeared a chain of car accidents. There are vehicles directly lit up black smoke. The surrounding vehicles were forced to stop. Not knowing what was happening, chaos erupted from the front. Crowds of people began to panic and flee in all directions. Young lord, do you need me to go down and take a look? Mou cautiously lowered his speed in preparation for pulling over and asked Xiao Junuo with a sideways glance. Don't bother, go around the side. Xiao Junuo frowned, seeing that the road was starting to get blocked. Directly ordered. This kind of chaotic moment, he didn't want to just stay where he was, which gave him a bad premonition. Hearing Xiao Junuo's command, Mou did not hesitate, steering wheel a hit. Originally prepared to pull over to the side of the action straight onto the sidewalk. Speed non-stop, ready to go around the front. Crunch! An emergency brake. Bentley front suddenly fled out a toadstool. Even if the look of panic can still be seen, a few points of the beautiful face of the woman stopped in front of the car. The other party seemed to be avoiding something. After forcing the car to stop, opened the back door and scurried into the car. Under Xiao Juno's cold eyes, the woman got into the car and reached out to pull him. Handsome man, help! Boom! Halfway through the woman's words, there was a pain at the back of her neck and her body went limp. You said it late. Xiao Juno indifferently withdrew his hand and said, Chapter 45, Yuziki, man, I see through your calculations. With the sudden appearance of a woman, how could Xiao Juno let the other party pull at him? Almost at the same time as the other party opened her mouth, he made a direct move. However, looking at the woman's fainted appearance, Xiao Juno's heart also began to think about what to do next. The woman was wearing a short blue fashionable large v-neck, very loose design, collapsed sideways on the reclining chair with a head of long black and smooth hair falling down. One side of the good-looking shoulders from the large v-neck exposed outside, a pair of not small breasts hidden, elegant swan neck with a delicate silver necklace embellished, hanging below the crystal pendant fell right into the deep gully in that chest, very eye-catching. The lower body was paired with dark jeans with a bit of vintage vibe that fit snugly and tautly on her legs, bringing out a pair of long legs that were at least a meter long, making the woman look very tasteful and setting off her luscious figure. On her small feet, she wore black silk short socks with a pair of high heels, making the woman look exquisitely stylish and sexy. Even dressed in ordinary, wearing toadstools can still be seen beautiful face, that high up the agaric nose, small rosy cherry mouth slightly open and close as to give a person a kind of seductive crime impulse. This is a big beautiful woman who can make people remember at a glance. The quiet temperament in the coma emphasizes that her identity is not simple, but also precisely because of this, Xiao Juno even more do not want to get involved with each other. Young master, someone is coming over in front. There are a lot of people, carrying weapons. Just as Xiao Junuo was about to jack the woman out of the car, Mou's words came. Raising his eyes to look through the front windshield, Xiao Juno saw more than a dozen men dressed in civilian clothes, wearing hoods or caps to hide their faces as they searched and walked this way. The vigilance shown in their demeanor and the movements between their walks undoubtedly indicated the ferocity of the other party. Just one glance, Xiao Juno judged that the other party's group might be related to the previous car accident riot. Drive. Pay no attention. Yes. Considering for a moment, Xiao Juno ordered. If the other party didn't come to look for trouble, then he was too lazy to pay attention to it. As to whether the other party was looking for the woman in his car, unimportant. After leaving here, just wake up the woman and throw her out of the car. However, Xiao Junuo thought so. After the car started, the other party was someone noticed this side. The leader of a bearded man raised his hand and side people said a few words. A henchman came over, stopped the car. Knock knock. The window was knocked. Mou lowered the window a little to raise his eyes to the other side and asked, Something? Open the door and get out of the car, the henchman said with a cold and hard voice, but commanding attitude did not give Mou a chance to retort. Young master? Mou frowned, inquiringly looking sideways to the back for advice. However, seeing Mou's movements, the man outside reacted even more quickly. He glanced towards the bearded man and with a stern expression pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at the car in a covered manner, sternly scolding, "Get out of the car, now immediately, and the people behind you as well. Settle it in 3 minutes." Xiao Juno frowned at the scene and said to Mou, "Yes," facing the muzzle of the gun. Mou's complexion did not have any change, answering the voice and opening the car door to get out of the car. When he stepped out of the car, the 10 or so people who had been paying attention to the side before had already gathered around under the man's signal, each looking at Mou with sharp eyes. The leader of the bearded man even raised his head in a gesture, and directly instructed the hand beside the car to go open the door of the car at the back. Click! His hand just reached halfway. A hand like an iron claw firmly grasped it, unable to move, and looked up to meet Mou's face with a smile. Looking for death. Let go. The hand's face changed. The pistol was about to be pressed against Mou's body. Instead, Mou landed his gaze on the bearded man and spoke calmly. "Everyone, my young master doesn't want to get involved in your troubles. How about backing off now? We can pretend we didn't see you guys." The words were said without humility. The face of the pistol top to the front of the body also did not have half a bit of fear. Brought a few points of temperament. Mou's performance bearded man in the eyes. Sniffing frowned. The man's body tightened and looked at the car. With an impatient tone, "Open the car door and let us inspect it. Then we can let you leave." "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't. We can't have you disturbing the young lord." "Then there's nothing to talk about." The bearded man sniffed as a cold light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold arc as he prepared to make a direct move. Ka-ching! Boom! Boom! The moment the words fell, before everyone could react, Mou's figure disappeared in place. The henchmen beside the car, with broken wrists and white eyes, fell to their knees with a plop. 3 minutes later, Mou reboarded the car with a shameful face and reported to Xiao Junua. "Young master, my subordinate let the leader run away. Please punish young lord." Mou was very strong, nominally sent by Mu Xueling. His real identity was from the shadow guards of the Dark Palace, following Xiao Juno around. His strength had also reached the realm of a Grand Master, but this time, because of misjudging the strength of the man with the beard, finally failed to take down the other side, even let the other side run away. This made Mou want to die in Thanksgiving. Drive. Xiao Juno, however, did not care and looked at it and then stopped paying attention. "Yes," Mou answered and the car started again. Xiao Junua did not say anything, but was no longer throwing the woman in the car out. Trouble couldn't be gotten rid of, so let's simply solve it. It wasn't like he was really afraid of things. "Where am I?" Yuzuki woke up from the sofa to an unfamiliar ceiling, and her groggy head hadn't returned to her senses yet. Sitting up and raising her eyes to look around. Here is a luxuriously decorated villa. The living room large flat floor has at least hundreds of square feet. The large open window on the side is able to view the garden outside from afar. The oversized TV screen on the front is broadcasting the news of the serial car accidents. And on one side of the sofa there is a man sitting on the sofa. The moment she saw the other person, Yuzuki's originally confused eyes instantly glazed over, and the scene before her coma surfaced before her eyes. Anger instantly surged up from her chest. Raising her hand and pointing at Xiao Juno, she shouted, "It's you!" Yuzuki curled up her legs and cowering her body away from Xiao Juno's direction with a wary look on her face. "What did you do to me? Did you also come with that group of people to kidnap me? Seeing that you are not short of money either, why would you do such a thing?" She frowned as she looked at Xiao Juno, her high-pitched questioning words getting quieter and quieter under the cold eyes that Xiao Juno swept in. "Awake? Then leave on your own." Xiao Juno did not talk nonsense. "Leave? Leave?" Yuzuki was confused by Xiao Juno's words and looked at him with suspicion. "Aren't you kidnapping me? Just let me leave like this." Xiao Juno didn't bother and got up to leave. Looking at Xiao Juno's appearance as he turned around and left, Yuzuki was completely dumbfounded. What's going on with this person? Could it be that I misunderstood and the other party is not a bad person? Not right. This guy is cold and ice cold. At that time when we met, he knocked me out. How to look at it is not like a good person. Yuzuki's brain is a mess. Looking at Xiao Junua's back, puckered up his little face and pinched, confirming that it is true, then got up and ran to the villa door, opened the door and walked out without any obstruction. Looking out the door, freedom is in front of you. Yuzuki hearted joy, but the next moment good-looking eyebrows knit up, stepped out of the footard, stopped in mid-air, looking back to the empty house. The other party is really so simple to let me go? That guy would be so kind. Isn't there some problem here? Thinking about the fact that I was being chased before, I randomly looked for a car to seek help and ran headlong into the other party. That was by no means an accident. It must be the other party's careful calculation, so that they have nowhere to run. Then think about the current situation. Could this be the other party's plot again? Now that he had left this place, but it wouldn't be long before he would run into the same thing and be caught back again. Going back and forth a few times, wouldn't one have to break down even if one was strong? Yuzuki couldn't stop once this thought popped up in her mind. What a sinister guy. Darn it. Silver teeth clenched. Yuzuki instantly felt that she had seen through the other party's ruse, slamming the door shut with a bang and walking straight back. Since you want to tease me like this, then I will not do as you wish. Instead of running around, it is better to wait honestly for someone to come to the rescue. The heart is clear about the serious consequences of their own disappearance. She firmly believed that there will be someone to save themselves. Yuzuki took this thought and sat back on the sofa. Chapter 46, This lady is a big star. Xiao Juno ignored the woman downstairs. After returning to the villa, he arranged for Mou to go out and prepare the materials he needed for alchemy, and came to his room to study the jade plate in his backpack. Xiao Juno was curious enough about the jade board that was set on the stone. In the previous contact, although the jade board had almost sucked away his entire body's internal energy, it had brought enough benefits to his cultivation before that. That hint of refined energy hidden in the stone was definitely a power that exceeded his level. If not for the fact that he himself had already stood at the pinnacle of the great master and broken through the 9th level of the mountain and sea, the internal energy in his body like a wave would only have been untouchable. And now, perhaps he himself could study the secrets of this jade plate and stone block. Items from the secret place. Where exactly are the secrets hidden? Rubbing the jade plate on the stone. The smoothness of the moist and dripping in the case of not using internal energy cannot be detected abnormal. The palm-sized jade plate was just like an ordinary jade alkine, without any reaction, if it wasn't embedded in the stone, and the edges had traces of irregular breakage. Xiao Juno would have thought that this piece of jade was a perfect work of art, even in its current condition. This piece of jade plate was still described as a treasure, an extremely rare top-grade sheep's fat precious jade. After testing the stone, Xiao Juno once again felt the faintly detectable energy aura in it. However, this time it was just a simple probing of his inner energy, and this energy was integrated into his body, allowing his inner energy to grow once again. It was only a pity that, if the trace of energy that Xiao Juno had come into contact with last time might have been able to represent 1,000, and had given him a great enhancement just from the first contact, then what he could feel now was only 1,000th of that. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Juno was located in a quiet room this time, a slight oversight and careful probing might have been missed. Conjecture is good. According to the description of Mrs. Su, the stone or jade plate is absorbing the energy in the air all the time, and this 1,000th of the weak energy was what had been absorbed in the past few days. However, compared to the free energy absorbed by the stone block, the suction power of the jade board like a black hole also appeared, wanting to suck away Xiao Juno's internal energy. However, this time Xiao Juno held the idea of experimentation and didn't put away his palms like he did in the beginning, but let it absorb. In less than a moment, the wave of internal energy that was like a Yangtze River in the mountain and sea 9 heavens on Xiao Juno's body was sucked dry. The face appeared a little pale. The jade board just stopped suction but still did not absorb enough. Only the jade board refreshing like water surface ripples slightly. This feeling is amazing. Stone jade board, actually able to see the fluctuations like water ripples. Anyone else would definitely not believe it. But Xiao Juno was certain that there was indeed a change, and it was only after careful observation that he could see this hidden change. That moist feeling, as if in the cohesion of water droplets to flow out of the jade board in general strange. This gave Xiao Juno some ideas. Perhaps he could try an attempt to fill up this jade plate and see what changes would occur. In the hours that followed, Xiao Juno was researching and making some attempts. He tried if he could pull out the jade board, and also tried if he could destroy the stone block, infuse internal energy into the stone block and so on and so forth. A few times he replied that he had injected his internal energy into the jade board, but no change was made. This piece of palm-sized jade board is like a deep and invisible empty pool. Xiao Juno several times accumulated huge energy into which could not turn over a little wave. In the end, there was no gain. Perhaps, one could really only wait to see if the jade board would change after it stopped absorbing energy, or go to Xinling's secret land. Shaking his head, shaking off the somewhat drowsy feeling from hours of busyness, Xiao Juno opened the door and went downstairs. A crisp laughter came from downstairs, causing him to frown. Ah ha 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 ha, too funny. This person, the TV is playing a variety show. Yuzuki unimaginative young Tian lying upside down on the sofa, head down feet long hair falling to the ground. A pair of calves set up on the backrest of the sofa along the uncontrollable rocking. Black silk stockings were removed by her crystalline as if it were a bead of jade dexterous toes wriggling. The carpet in front of the sofa is placed on the open bottle of Fat Boy Happy Water. French fries, potato chips, cookies, dried fruit slices, jelly bags scattered all over the place. Holding a piece of potato chips, smile-narrowed eyes are enjoying the mouth to put. Xiao Jun Nuo stood above and looked down to see such a completely unimaginative appearance. Yuzuki hadn't noticed at first. Chips inlet. Inverted wrong eyes, a pair of eyes to see Xiao Jun Nuo, sucking the tender white fingers of the action of a meal. Swaying small legs frozen in place. Click 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 click. Chips crunching Yuzuki's mouth. Xiao Jun Nuo. Time seemed to be awkward in this moment. Yuzuki's heart emitted a super high decibel cry. A few moments later, in front of the sofa, the two of them sat and stood. Yuzuki heart cannot wait to toe buckle out of the big villa. Faces pretending to have no feelings of dead face, hands clasped chest knees to do on the sofa. Struggling with big eyes dead glare Xiao Junuo. There is a kind of, I'm not embarrassed is you this bad guy. Look at me with my eyes to kill you this soul. Looking at the other party with this look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Xiao Juno's mouth held back the urge to spit and opened his mouth in a cold voice. Why are you still here? Humph. Yuzuki tilted her head and let out a cold snort, exuding a disdainful look of contempt. Why am I still here, would you be unclear? Knowingly asking. Sis has long seen through your damned calculations. This wave you're on the second floor. I'm still having a joyful time on the fifth floor. Although she didn't know why the other party had left her unattended for a few hours. The time to relax after a long time made Yuzuki feel satisfied. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed herself by brushing up on dramas, drinking fatty happy water, and eating puffed food like before. The rosy little tongue couldn't help but reach out and lightly lick across her lips, like she was retasting the previous pleasure. However, thinking of himself and the identity of the kidnapped, thought Yuzuki face color, and added a sentence. You this guy don't be complacent, actually dare to kidnap this young lady. Wait for it, there will be someone to save me. Yuzuki viciously bared her small tiger teeth. Xiao Juno once again fell into silence and sat down on the single sofa on one side. You're not misunderstanding anything? I didn't kidnap you at all, and you said you could leave when you woke up earlier. Ha, do you think I would believe that? Yuzuki's brows furrowed as she sniffed, her line of sight moving along with Xiao Jun Nuo. If you didn't kidnap me, why was I knocked out and why did I appear here? A passerby suddenly ran up to my car, and as soon as he came up, he had to make a move on me. Speaking here, Xiao Junyo squinted at Yuzuki paused. What's more, a group of gun-toting people came behind to look for trouble. Do you think I would be willing to mess with such a troublesome woman? Passers-by? Actually pretending not to recognize this young lady. Yuzuki's almond eyes rounded and changed into a duck sitting, pointing at her own pretty face with righteous indignation. And what do you mean by saying that once I come up, I have to make a move on you? I can't believe that this young lady is a troublesome woman. Yuzuki's silver teeth clenched tightly, living like a cat that had exploded its fur. Why should I know you? Xiao Juno shook his head and decided to be lazy and ignore this woman. That's all there is to say. Think what you want. Just get out of here as soon as possible. Listening to Xiao Juno's words, and then looking at his indifferent attitude, Yuzuki's annoyance in her heart rested a little. Reason once again took over the high ground and raised her hand. Wait, you really aren't kidnapping me? The phone is right there. I didn't stop you from contacting it. Xiao Juno looked to the side and said calmly. Following Xiao Juno's line of sight, Yuzuki turned her head and saw the phone next to the sofa not far away. The distance was only 3 meters, yet she hadn't paid attention to it for so long, so it was really just kindness that saved me. Yuzuki suddenly felt her body stiffen up a bit, and was also a bit paralyzed as her face began to burn. Xiao Juno glanced at the other party and didn't say anything. At this moment, Yuzuki began to believe Xiao Jun Nuo's words in her heart, but the sense of shame made her unwilling to admit this fact, and she shook her head with a forced smile. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yuzuki laughed forcefully as her gaze fluttered. I'm a big star. You even said you don't recognize me. This is obviously a lie. Right, that's it. Big star? Xiao Jun Nuo remained silent. Looking at the snack bag on the carpet, the corners of his mouth twitched a little. Yuzuki's eyes noticed Xiao Juno's movements. Looking at the items scattered on the floor and remembering her previous loose and unruly appearance, a blush quickly crept onto her delicate and pretty face, steam coming out of her little head, just like a puppet. Yuzuki's eyes were lifeless and expressionless as she reached out to cover her face, bending down to bury her head deeply between her legs as she let out a whimpering cry of shame. Well, it's really too humiliating. Chapter 47. This woman, I must have. Meanwhile, shortly after Yuzuki's disappearance, at the top of Hong Kong Island, in the mid-level villa where the rich and powerful gather. Wow, what did you say? Ziki was attacked and kidnapped in Xinjiang? A middle-aged man received a phone call, and got up abruptly from behind his desk, knocking over the coffee in front of the table but had no time to care. The man looks handsome, even if middle-aged can still be seen in its handsome appearance. Body reveals a generous noble aura. Is Hong Kong Island's richest man Yu Half City. The man who claimed that his assets could buy up the prosperous Hong Kong Island. with land all over Hong Kong. However, at this moment, Hong Kong Island, one of the world's financial centers in Asia, the godfather of the Yudingtian is frowning tightly. Outbreak of thunderous anger. In the end, what is going on?